We're just trying to work out my prognosis for the day. Right, what do you think?
Sussex win,
Yeah. I just think that I think Pajaro is going to be the big one, because I think he was looking yesterday as though he was back in. And I think on this wicket against this attack, he should be capable of just staying in. Haynes, as we just said, Haynes just played really well.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the Incora County Ground for the fourth and last day of this LV County Championship Division 2 game between Derbyshire and Sussex. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Sussex and to the umpires for this match, Peter Huntley and Paul Baldwin. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch.
Right there, Fletcher. Do you not drink that hot?
No, I stopped at the breakfast show first night.
Yeah. He said it was not.
Last night, yeah, but I probably closed yesterday. He said they got past today.
That's quite because you should really open.
This week I started working on Tuesday, 2 shows. Tuesday, Wednesday in the office. Tuesday, 4 days.
I thought, well, someone said to me, well, I didn't thought that. Someone said to me, well, someone said to me, I was like, we're not to the same producer. And Bruce was there. Now, but my aim is he works for the executive. Yeah.
Welcome to our umpires for this match, Peter Humphrey and Paul Baldwin. Soon to be followed by the Derbyshire team, led by their captain, Billy Godwin. And the not out Sussex batsmen, Tom Haynes and Chicheshwar Pujara. And as always, I am required to read, we would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the game. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family,
A very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for the day I didn't think we'd see happen. It's day 4 of Derbyshire's game against Sussex. Sussex were brilliant yesterday. Our screen's gone off. I don't know why it was on before. It might come on again in a minute, who knows. If it doesn't, I'll go and see Tom, or Tom will come and see me. Either way, we'll get it sorted. Yeah, the match situation, fascinating, absolutely fascinating. 2 wickets on day 1, 16 on day 2, and 2 yesterday. Basically, all that means is that Sussex will start today on 278 for 2. Tom Haynes, magnificent, 164. Jiteshwar Pujara, 57. The dog's in. He's over on the far side. And they're 53 runs behind. A very good morning to BBC Radio Sussex's Adrian Harms. How are you, Aid?
Yeah, morning, Fletch. I'm okay. Looking forward to the day. Sussex with a bit to do still, Fletch. Well, you know, quite a lot to do. But
Quite a lot to do. They're going to have to bat till tea, I fancy. I really do think they'll have to bat till tea, and can they do it? It's Haynes on strike, and the first delivery from Sam Connors is stroked beautifully out into the offside. And they go through for a single. Now then, this clearly isn't working. So what am I going to do? I have no idea. I don't know what any of these buttons underneath it do. So I'm just going to press each one of them in turn and hope it comes on, really.
I'm pretty hopeless. It's like when the telly goes off at home and I've got
No, the scorer next door saying it's not working either. So I don't think it was the telly. I hope I haven't pressed a button and switched it off now.
Right.
So we don't have a scoreboard at the moment.
We'll have to rely on the big scoreboard away to our right, I guess.
All laptops. Next delivery strikes the pad of Pujara, dribbles out into the onside. There's no run.
I spoke to Tom Haynes last night after his very good 100, and I said, what was the feeling around Sussex after day 2? And he said, well, yesterday in the huddle, he said, I got Pujara to speak. And he said, I thought, you know, he's experienced, he's been there before, he's done it. And he said he spoke really, really well. You know, there's a lot of young lads in that Sussex side. And he said he spoke really well. And he said, you know, I think he just sort of helps galvanise everyone a little bit.
Connors in again. Pujara just defends this up towards mid-on. Sarangalakmal does the feeling. I'm going to leave you now. Nothing personal. I've just got to do an update.
No problem at all. And the interview with Tom Haynes you can hear via the Sussex Cricket Club website. And Tom, he's got a steely determination about him, Tom. And when he got to his 100, there was that audible sort of yes as he got the 100. And he said, I'm just determined to show that we're not a soft touch, and we are going to fight, and we're just not going to lie down and let teams walk all over us. I quite like that. 279 for 2. In comes Connors, bowls, Pujara. Just it's half what he drops his bat actually as he just after he plays the shot. And there is no run. There were quite a lot of spectators around at close of play last night, just hanging around for autographs, and both for Pujara and for Mohammed Rizwan, people with shirts that they wanted signing, and a fella turned up with a great big book full of photographs, and there was a page for Pujara, a page for Rizwan, and they were busy signing away. It was really good. In comes Connors and bowls, and runs here for Pujara as he runs that down to third man and picks up his first run of the morning. He goes to 58 and Sussex to 280 for 2. And Sam Collins was the man that Fletch spoke to last night, so we'll hear what Sam had to say as well. If you want to get in touch with us during the day, I know it's Easter Sunday, and I'm sure there'll be lots of people doing all sorts of meeting up with relatives and friends and family and all that sort of thing. And perhaps cricket won't be top of people's priorities today, but if you want to send us a message, we'd love to hear from you. Fletch hasn't bought me an Easter egg, I'm sad to say. As in comes Connors and Bowles, and Haynes let that one drift past outside the off stump. Taken by Brooke Guest, it's an over safely negotiated by Sussex. They've added a couple of runs, 280 for 2. Pujara on 58, Haynes 165. So yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to email us, or you can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport or at Adrian Harm. So there's a whole pile of ways that you can get in touch with us. But it is going to be Lackmale who's going to open the bowling from the city end of the ground. It's not quite brilliant sunshine. In fact, it's a bit hazy today. A bit of sort of high-level cloud around, which, who knows, might help. I mean, this new ball is now 17 overs old. So who knows, in conditions where it's not brilliantly sunny, maybe it might sort of move around. We shall see. But Lackmale is going to bowl with 2 slips and a third man. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. He's going to be bowling from the city end, which is sparsely populated. There's plenty of room down there for people to stretch out. And Lackmale is on his way to Chechetwa. I'm going to have to get the pronunciation of that right. Pujara, and Pujara is forward. Plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, I always stumble over Chiteshwar.
Yeah, and in fact, there's I was talking to Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer. We were talking about the pronunciation, and Graham had watched Pujara because there's a little video he posted where he pronounced his name, and I'm not sure I've got it right yet, so I might ask him later today. In comes Lackmale over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara is forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Just chatting to a couple of boys in the press box. I mean, they feel that, you know, his would be the key wicket from a Derbyshire point of view. You know, he's the one with a huge experience of Test cricket, 95 Test matches for India. But you would imagine if, you know, Pujara hangs around for much of the day, Sussex, you know, I mean, I feel that Sussex will be really disappointed if they don't get out of this with a draw now. From the situation that they're in.
Magnificent effort by them. Absolutely magnificent. I mean, it was abject on day 2. But
Awful, yeah.
Brilliant since.
Lackmale in again, bowls, and Pujara's right in behind this, plays it to backward point, fielded by Dahl, and there is no run. I guess the one thing that Derbyshire will still be thinking is that Sussex are still in arrears.
Yeah.
And you know, they've got to get, you know, far enough ahead to put the game out of Derbyshire's side, and that's, as Fletcher was saying, that could be 2 sessions away.
Lackmale's got to come good at some point.
Yes, he hasn't taken a wicket so far, has he?
No, he took 2 at Lords.
Well, he's certainly run in very hard. He's doing the same now from the city. A lovely smooth approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is forward to ball of good length. Played straight back down the track by Pujara. And again, there is no run.
I send an email out at the start of every day's play to tell them where I am, when I am, how I'm communicating with them. 11 o'clock news, nothing.
Right.
I've now been asked if I can go on after Wham.
Right.
Who we're on at the moment.
Okay. So which Wham is it?
If you're going to do it right, whatever that song is. It's probably not called that. I'll be back with.
I'm Your Man. Yeah.
Yes, that one.
In comes Lackmale, bowls. Pujara lets that go. There's a good lead outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. So 280 for 2. So Sussex have added 2 to their overnight total, 1 apiece to Haynes and Pujara. Live cricket here, the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. There are still some games going on today, and we'll keep an eye on those, particularly interesting up at Trent Bridge, which we'll talk about as we go through the morning. As in comes Lackmale running in and bowls, and Pujara again solidly forward, plays it back. So Lackmale, there is no run. In fact, it's a maiden over. Making Pujara play, you can do no more than that. 280 for 2, Pujara on 58, Haynes is on 165, and the arrears now 51. So just a reminder of how things stand in the other games in Division 2. Nottinghamshire not having things their own way at Trent Bridge in their second innings. They're 226 for 8, which is something of a recovery, actually, because at one stage they were 187 for 8. They lead Glamorgan by just 149, so really good day's cricket set up there. Nottinghamshire, everybody's, well, most people's favourites for promotion. In comes Connors bowls, and Haynes drives through points to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded out there by Dahl. And Tom Haynes picks up another run. He goes to 165. And Sussex to 281 for 2. Joey Everson, he's not out on 25, made a very good 100 for Nottinghamshire last week at Hoe, only 20, batting at number 9. A lady's walking around the ground with a golden retriever, way to our right-hand side. As in comes Collins, bowls short, and Pujara's plenty of time to duck into that. Still plenty of bounce in this track. That goes over Pujara's left shoulder and into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and there is no run, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Also keep an eye on matters at Durham, where Durham declared their second innings on 239 for 2, leaving Leicestershire 395 to win, which is probably unlikely in a day, but Durham have left themselves all day to bowl Leicestershire out. And comes Connors bowls, and Pujara clips this nicely through mid-wicket and picks up a single, as Lakmal needs to run from mid-on to field. One more to the total. Pujara to 59. Yes, 59. That's his second single of the morning. And Sussex to 282 for 2. In the first division, Kent look like they're going to go into a heavy defeat against Lancashire. Although Ben Compton, I wonder whether this might be some. Well, it probably has happened before, but not latterly. As in comes Connors over the wicket bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by Sam Connors, and Tom Haynes was beaten outside the off stump. The ball goes through into the gloves of Guest, and Haynes was really cross with himself for the shot that he'd played. Nonetheless, he survived. Yeah, Ben Compton is not out, 21 for Kent. They're 85 for 7. He's the opening batsman. He carried his bat in the first innings, and looked like he could carry his bat in the second innings. Kent looked like they'll lose, whatever happens. And comes Connors, bowls, and Haynes absolutely hammers that straight to Dahl. But deep point, gets in the throw. One more to Haynes. He goes to 166. And Sussex to 167, and the total to 283 for 2. Someone will be able to tell us, Fletch, if about players who've carried their bat in both innings, but Ben Compton could do that for Kent in this game. Yeah, he's 21 not out. Kent are 85 for 7 in their second innings. In the first innings, he was 104 not out, and he made 100 last week, released by Nottinghamshire, which may have been a mistake. In comes Connors, bowls. Oh, and Pujara struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Connors. Pujara looked to be fairly well forward, but nonetheless, it's been a good spell of bowling here by these two this morning, by both Sam Connors and Saranga Lakmal. However, Sussex haven't lost a wicket, which is the crucial thing from a Sussex point of view. 283 for 2. Steve Finn is just wandering around the boundary edge with his pads on and a big kit bag on his back as he wanders just underneath our media centre here.
We should get him to wave to us, shouldn't we? Come on, Stephen. We want you to wave. He's having a little word there with Shan Masood. They clearly know each other from somewhere or other. PSL, touring, all that sort of stuff. He's not going to look up now. No, come on, Finny, man.
No, he's not.
Nicest man in cricket.
Yeah.
Well, second nicest man, obviously, because we all know who the nicest one is. That is, I absolutely mean it. Here is Saranga Lakmal from the city, and he's only got one slip, and the ball is pushed out by Haynes into the offside. Think about going for the single. Alex Thompson. No, not Alex Thompson. Nick Potts is in quickly. He's fielding in the covers and gets to the ball, releases it. That's all he needed to do, really. As a result, they don't take a run. It's a little bit disappointing that the all singing, all dancing scoreboard isn't working at the moment, but I'm sure there are many, many people working on that. can hear one of them who might be working on it in the background. This one's a full delivery, and he has a drive at that one. Haynes misses it, just perhaps over Yorker length. Might even have, at the stage it went past the bat, been a full toss. But he went down on one knee and gave it the full beans, but missed it completely, fortunately for him. Although perhaps if he had have got something on that, the power with which he was trying to hit the ball would have taken it away to the boundary. There is a third man, but we've seen Haynes play and miss at one from Sam Connors. We've seen Pujara struck on the pad, big appeal, given not out. Pujara is in again, and Haynes drives this very nicely out to a wide third man. Sam Connors, what a cricketer he's becoming. Superb piece of fielding away to our left-hand side, taking it on the tumble and throwing it in. The batsmen get back for two, but that's terrific commitment from the fast bowler, which you see nowadays, of course. There is nowhere to hide, really, on a cricket field. But they are spread pretty much far and wide. They're looking, I don't know what they are looking, I don't really know what they're looking for. They're looking for a mistake. We've got men out on the boundary at square leg and at long leg, at third man and on the cover boundary, as well as Lackmal bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside. But it's fielded by Potts and there's no run. I really would like to see them be a bit more attacking. I mean, the field almost suggests that Derbyshire are concerned that Sussex are going to get enough runs to declare and try and force a victory. Well, I can't for a moment see that that's possible on this pitch. So therefore, you've got to crowd them, for me. But
I mean, it's just not enough time in the match, I don't think, Fletch, for that to happen.
It would take a spectacular innings, but we all know what Mohammed Rizwan's capable of. Fastest 100 of the season, that kind of thing. I'm sure he wouldn't be beyond him, as this next delivery from Lackmal is defended by Haynes up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. And there's no run. This ball's not that old either, is it, really? No. So it's 16 overs old at the close of play yesterday, so we're only talking about 20 overs or so.
It's not something, Fletch, that I'd even contemplated.
Well, no, neither, with all due respect, neither had I. But this field doesn't say we're looking to try and force a victory to me. It's
very defensive.
Yeah, we're trying to stop them scoring runs. Lackmal is in, and that one is almost catching practice for Brooke Guest, as he has a little fiddle at it outside the off stump, pulls his bat inside the line, potentially after it had gone past. So, no joy for Lackmal still. He's now bowled 20 overs, 0 for 38. So he's been very inexpensive, but hasn't picked up that first wicket on home soil at the start of his 2-year contract with Derbyshire.
I've got to say, I think these two have bowled. We had 4 overs this morning. I think they bowled really well, actually. And
I agree.
And who am I to tell Billy Godleman? But I'm with you. I think if I'd have certainly a couple of slips in and maybe someone in front, because these two are, you get the feeling Derbyshire think this is their chance. In fact, he has got 2 slips in now for Sam Connors, who's running in from the racecourse end, bowls to Pujara, who bends his knees and lets the ball sail through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. You spoke to Sam Connors last night, Fletch. What do you have to say?
He said that a couple of early wickets will be key. I think he was only telling us what we all really knew, but what else could he say? He thought they'd stuck at it pretty well yesterday. They hadn't thrown in the towel, the bowlers, despite the fact that they weren't getting any joy as far as wickets were concerned. He also had a nice word for Nick Potts, saying what a difficult first match it had been for him on a relatively batter-friendly pitch.
In comes Connors, bowls, Pujara right in behind that, plays to backward point. There is no run.
Liked the pace that Potts was getting up to, and just my payoff. I always like to finish with a laugh. Keep him smiling. So you'd be nipping out there to have a word with Neil Godrich, won't you, to sort the pitch for the next home game against Glamorgan out. He said, "Yeah, I might just do that. Might just do that."
Where are you off to next week, Fletch?
Leicester.
Okay, so that's a bit of a local derby.
Yeah, we're at Grace Road and Glamorgan here. And then a week off, I think.
Connors on his way again, bowls to Pujara down the leg side, taken by Guest, and there is no run. And in fact, when I went to interview Tom last night, this isn't a new story to Fletch, but it will be to any listeners. Tom Haynes was having a bit of work from the physio rubbing his back And the press lad said to me, "Oh, your first question to Tom should be, you're having your back treated because you're carrying the team." And I did mention it to Tom after the interview, and he did smile. But he is, or has been. In comes Connors bowls, Pajara covers up, plays to mid-on. Because actually, he bowled really well as well. He was by far the most economic of the Sussex bowlers.
Probably the pick of the bowlers as well, wasn't he? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he put a nice squeeze on, really, at a time when Derbyshire were scoring at a fair old lick.
Yeah.
And no, fair play to him. Such a young man. He's doing a terrific job for Sussex at the moment. Extending his high-scoring first-class cricket this morning to 169.
But it's Pajara who's on strike. In comes Sam Connors, racing in bowl. Short, Pajara pulls away at 4 runs. Nice-looking shot by Pajara. Just a bit too short from Sam Connors, and it rather sat up. And the leg side field, there's just a fielder at mid-wicket. So, provided he didn't pick him out, it was a very safe shot for Pajara. He goes to 63, the total 289 for 2. If anyone has sent us any emails, I'm sorry, but I can't get them up. I don't know quite what's going on with my my machine. I don't know, Fletch. Something's not right. But we'll come across them, I'm sure, during the day. So if I haven't read out an email this morning, please accept my apologies. You've got an email as well, haven't you, Fletch?
FletchCricket@gmail.com.
There we are.
If you're fed up with Adrian not reading your email,
I'm really sorry.
Lob it my way.
That'd be quite something, wouldn't it? Ben Compton, if they've lost the ball, I think, Fletch. I think it's gone under the covers.
It went under the covers, but it didn't come out the other side, I noticed.
Yeah. He's got it. That'd be some achievement, carrying your bat.
It would.
And against that. And actually, that's an ominous win for Lancashire, isn't it? Because they're there without Mahmood and without Anderson. If they can roll Kent over twice at Canterbury, win by an innings.
Yeah. It's coming home, Adrian.
Will they be dancing in the streets of Bolton tonight?
I would have thought, yeah, almost certainly. Almost certainly.
Connors in, bowls to Pajara, and Pajara eases that down to third man and picks up a single. End of the over, 290 for 2. Pajara 64, Haynes on 169. Actually, as you do when you're away from home, you do tend to watch more television than you. I find that's good. Anyway, I watched. I caught the back end of Match of the Day last night, and then after that there was a programme. And just bear with me on this because it is about Bolton, and that they had Gary Lineker, Micah Richards, and Alan Shearer selecting the African footballer who they thought had made the most impact in the Premier League.
Right.
And they were talking about, is it JJ Okocha?
Yeah, JJ Okocha was brought in by, I think he was brought in by Sam Allardyce.
Yes. Yeah, and it showed apparently a famous bit of footage. We did a bit of a dance on the pitch after. I think it might have been after a famous win or a goal or something.
They've been back recently. They brought that old team back, and it was quite the team. It was a remarkable side that Allardyce put together. Here's Saranga Lakmal from the City end, bowling to Pajara and beating him. He hasn't had any luck at all, really, Saranga Lakmal. I mean, this is a man who's had a very, very healthy Test career. Picked up wickets internationally. I think he's on 349 in first-class cricket. And he hasn't played a tremendous amount of first-class cricket away from the Test arena. But that was a good delivery.
And I noticed, Dave, that Godwin has now bought in a second slip. That has to be the right decision.
I think so. I just don't see it. But they went for third man fine leg very early yesterday. He's Lakmal in again, and this one is off the face of the bat, out into the offside. But there'll be oohs and ahs all the time now as the fielders try to persuade the batsman that it's an awful lot harder than it really is. I think they'll do well to do that, in all honesty, with the quality of the batsmen out there at the moment.
I'm just trying my, an IT solution to my laptop.
Oh, really?
Yep, yeah. It's the normal one. Turn it off.
I've tried that with the scoreboard and it hasn't worked.
I've got no idea.
No, I haven't. I'd offer you my laptop if that would make any difference, but I don't suppose it would really. There he is again. Lakmal ball's turned down the leg side. Now, has that come off the bat? This will be interesting because if it has, it was just about catchable potentially. It was stopped there by Sam Connors again. He's done brilliantly. He's going to get runs for this. So was that a little chance down the leg side?
Brooke Guest.
They don't look.
No,
They don't look distraught, do they? I
No.
think it was in front of him or to the side of him,
Yeah,
and he didn't quite manage to get a paw on it to stop it.
No, I would agree.
The body language suggests that it wasn't as
Wasn't
big
a
a chance
chance.
as, say, for instance, the one where they could have had Haynes,
Yeah.
and he was on 111. Pujara waits as like Mark balls. He turns it into the leg side. There's Hannes Dahl to do the fielding.
Good cricket, this. Really
it's
good
brilliant.
cricket, isn't
It's
it?
brilliant. I thought that it was a draw, and it only became obviously a draw at Lord's on after tea last Sunday, and of course once Derbyshire had shut up shop and they had 5 wickets in hand, including some pretty good batsmen still to come, or at least a couple. You felt it was going to be a draw, and they battled it out. But that was riveting as well. And this is no less riveting on Easter Sunday. 2 slips, Lackmal bowls, and that's defended by Pujara back to the bowler.
There were times yesterday, Fletch, without being disingenuous to Derbyshire in any way at all, well, I thought they didn't look like taking a wicket.
I didn't.
But this morning is a different kettle of
It's been
fish.
better, hasn't it? It's been
Yes,
much better.
you know, these two are really racing in at the minute.
You just wonder as well, it's a little hazier today.
Yeah.
If that's made a difference to what the ball may or may not be doing. We're not directly behind the ball. We won't be directly behind the bowler's arm when Glamorgan come either. It's getting closer. The pitches are getting closer. As Lackmal is in wide of the off stump, too wide of the off stump. For Pujara to be in any way, shape or form interested in playing a shot at it. And as a result, it just goes through to Brooke Guest. And it's the end of the over, 292 for 202 overs of this innings have now gone. I noticed that Durham had declared. Had you told everybody that?
Yeah.
That's a big. Well, they're not going to win Leicestershire, are they? 387 to win. But Glamorgan could well win at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, they could.
How good would that be?
Well, and I mean they were 8 down last I saw.
9 now.
9.
With a lead of 157.
So who's out? Is Everson out? He batted. I have to say, for a 20-year-old, he batted beautifully at Hove last week.
He's still there, Joey Everson.
Okay.
Been joined by Dane Patterson.
Okay. Yeah. Michael Hogan. He's terrific, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, I think
Goes on and on.
this is his last year. I think down at Glamorgan. But if there was someone who keeps himself. I mean, he's been in the Darren Stevens mould, isn't he? But I mean, I think he's 40, Michael Hogan now.
I wouldn't be surprised. He seems to have been playing forever.
Yeah.
But you look at that Glamorgan side, and Labuschagne's in there, Sam North East, of course, who's with them now. Michael Neeser, James Whale, who always did a wheel, I'm never sure which, always did well when we saw them when we saw him playing up at Durham. Tim van der Houten.
In comes Connors bowls, flicked away by Haynes, through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. Alex Thompson is after it and prevents a second run. So Haynes goes to, let's wait for the scoreboard to tick over, 169, 292 for 2. I mean, I think that's a good... And funny, Sam North East, he's done the rounds a little bit, hasn't he, in the last couple of seasons?
Went to Hampshire for a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And didn't he go to Yorkshire for a while?
He could have done,
Did he go to Yorkshire? I think he did.
I know you have an update at 1:30.
I do, yeah.
I've got to do one at 1:30. Should I come off this or should I stay on this and you go?
I think you should stay on this,
Okay.
and I'll go. And when
All
we'll
right.
talk about North
Is that
East,
all
when
right?
I come back. Of course it is.
They'll be fixing the scoreboard soon, I imagine. I think they're on it. Here's Sam Connors. I'm in a position to do an update now, so thanks to Adrian for that. As this one's pushed out by Pujara into the offside. And there's no run. Apologies for people listening online. It won't make hang on, it's loading. It won't make an awful lot of sense if I... there we are, look. There we are. There we are. Yeah, it's back. Sussex trailing by 38. Everything makes sense again. Here's Connors. Mad. In arm balls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Wow. got an email to read out when Adrian comes back. I don't think we can do anything about the commentary cutting out. It's nothing at our end. Connors back to the start of his run-up. Turns and he's on his way in. There's a short leg in place and he bowls to Pajaro. Struck on the pad. It comes off the bat as well and goes to the left of the man at short leg. They'll get through for a single. Update coming up. Sussex are 294 for 2 now, so still no wicket this morning for Derbyshire, but they seem to be getting closer. Tom Haynes, who's out there unbeaten on 170, was beaten by Sam Connors, who's bowling beautifully. He also struck Cheteshwar Pujara on the pad. There was a stifled appeal for leg before wicket, and just a moment ago he got a bit of a bat pad into the leg side, but it was just wide of the left hand of the short leg Lias deploy, and dribbled out for a single. Pujara's on 67, Haynes is on 170, and Sussex are 294 for 2, trailing by 37 now. And Lisa Stansfield, who we were talking about yesterday, well, I was with Grace Ballinger, who was with us yesterday. She absolutely had no idea who she was, and why would she? Is now on Radio Derby. Next delivery from Connors is pushed out into the offside. Interesting that Radio Sussex are asking how they get commentary. Well, they don't get commentary from us, never have. Opposition radio stations, it's pretty much up to whoever is at home, but end of the over. Now that we've got the scoreboard back up and running, we can tell you that Suranga Lakmal will now be bowling his 22nd over of this second innings. 0 for 40 so far. He's just been handed the ball by Billy Godleman down at the city end of the ground here at Derby. Just waiting for the... they are all out now. No, they're not. That's Glamorgan's innings, you fool. Here is Lakmal in and bowls to Pujara, gets an inside half of the bat out into the onside. They seem to be getting closer and closer and closer, Derbyshire, to that elusive wicket. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to do that, Gareth, if you're listening. I don't think you are listening, but I'm on air. How am I supposed to sort that out? Lakmal turns at the top of his mark at the far end. He's in and bowls. That's wide of the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Smaller crowd than the first 3 days inside the county ground today, as is often the way with the fourth day of any match. I think that's a bit of a shame that the climax of the game will be watched by fewer people. I know there's a lot of people listening in and watching via the stream though, as Lakmal's in and he almost topples into the offside there. Pujara, as he punches it up to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and when Madsen runs from second slip to have a conversation with Suranga Lakmal. That conversation has now been completed. Got a short leg in place now. So we've got 2 slips and a short leg. That's the upshot of that conversation between Wayne Madsen and Saranga Lakmal, who's on his way in now from the city end. Balls to Pujara. Little leading edge out into the ground, and away it goes to the man in the covers, who is Nick Potts. Conversation on the boundary rope down below us between Shan Masood and a couple of members of the Sussex squad. Grant Flower, I think, is the man he's speaking to mostly, as he fields down there at 3rd man. Breaks off from that conversation as the next delivery from Lakmal is pushed out into the offside by Jiteshwar Pujara. There is a man down at long leg, there's a man at 3rd man, and now there's another man going out on towards the boundary, certainly at point, and that is Anuj Dal. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the short leg. There is nobody out on the leg side boundary as Lakmal is on his way in. Bowls, and that's played into the leg side, to the right this time of the fielder. The throw comes in. There might be a run out here. There's a dive put in by Pujara. He's got back okay. Had to get the dive out. It was a little high, the throw from Sam Connors in the end. And he did well to claim it there, Brooke Guest, and virtually destroy the stumps. But Pujara was certainly rushed there, and he's now wiping the dust off the front of his cricket whites. They've already had 1 run out in this innings. They don't want a second, Sussex. And that was as close as we've come to a wicket, I fancy, so far this morning.
I had quite a busy morning, actually, Fletch. I went and had a little wander into Derby Cathedral this morning.
Oh, yeah. Nice, isn't it?
Beautiful building. Yeah. Well, and I went to have a little look yesterday evening, actually, but there was a service going on, and so I thought I'd pop back this morning and just have a little look around. There was a service going on this morning.
They won't be busy on an Easter Sunday, will they?
Yeah, there was people. So I was in there earlier. Then I took my so I went there. Then I wandered down the road to the Queen's Leisure Centre, and just for a little swim. And you have to book online. It was quite complicated. You know, you had to sort of join. I mean, as a non-member, you had to join and book your swim. So it was a bit of a faff, if I'm being honest. In comes Connors, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who eases that one through. Point, picks up another single. Tom Haynes goes to 171.
Tricky for somebody who can't get his emails, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a good job I booked it yesterday. So 297. Anyway, so I got to the desk and the lady was there, and I said, I booked a swim, and she said, what's your name? So I told her, and she sort of looked through, and she went through, and I thought, it must be quite busy this morning. So, and she said, yeah, you're in. So I said, lovely. So I thought, that's a relief. So I went in, got changed, went through, got in the swimming pool. I was the only person in there, Fletch. I was the only person in the whole pool. And I said, it's not busy then. So there was a lady who was the lifeguard. She said, it's not busy this morning. In comes Connors, bowls, Pujara right in behind that, plays it into the offside. There is no run. There were a couple. They'd sort of sectioned it off into 4 lanes, and by the time I got out, there were 3 other people in there, and everyone had a lane to themselves.
Wow.
So there we are. So
it's a very safe swimming pool, though,
yeah.
If you've got your own lifeguard.
In fact, I did ask Ed Dawes, your colleague at Derby, for a recommendation. He said that was it, but it was perfectly pleasant. But I think that place has been pulled down. They're building a new leisure centre somewhere in Derby, and I think that's going to go to the Queen's.
Yes, there is.
In comes Collins, bowls to Pujara up on his toes, steers that to backward point, and there is no run. But it was pleasant enough. But it was, as I say, I did sort of wonder if I'd booked it properly when the lady was looking through the list. Yeah, you're in. So there we are. So that was this morning. Joe, on another morning, I think Derby have bowled really well here this morning, Fletcher, without a lot of luck. It's not that there's been a lot of chances, but I think on another day, maybe they might have picked up a wicket or two.
No, we're all right. You'll have heard something in your ears, but don't worry about it. I'll wait until...
In comes Collins. Oh, in the air from Pujara. Wasn't that far away from a caught and bowled.
I just been asked to redial it, so we've redialed it.
Oh, that's right.
I can do no more.
No, he was diving. It was just in the air momentarily.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
So it wasn't a chance. But as I say, just on another day, you just sort of get the feeling that, well, as I said yesterday, I didn't feel wickets were imminent. Today, you just sort of get the feeling that just maybe there may be a wicket around the corner. But these two have really bowled well this morning. In comes Connors again. Over the wicket bowls. Pujara's beaten outside the off stump as if to make the point. Could have got a little nick on that, could have been bowled.
Yes, but I think Connors has bowled beautifully all season so far. I mean, it was his 50th wicket, the one that he took to dismiss Ali Orr earlier on in this innings. And he really is he's a terrific young bowler.
I don't know much about it. What can you tell us about him, Fletcher? Is he a Derby lad or?
He's from this area. I think he's more Nottingham way
Right.
than Derby. Went to Nottingham Grammar School. I think. I'm going to have to look him up now. Because
sorry,
No. I should know this kind of thing, really. I don't.
Connors in bowls and Pujara. Yeah, well, we'll have to give Pujara the benefit of the doubt. I think he let that go, but Connors just momentarily. The other good thing, about this pitch is that there is still good carry, I mean, Brooke Guest took that round about his midriff, so it's not like a pitch. Billy Godwin had just come up and patted Sam Connors on the shoulder, and I wonder whether that just might be the end of his spell. In fact, it was Wayne Babson who came and patted him on the shoulder. Billy Godwin has had a word to him.
Had a lengthy conversation with him there. Didn't he? I'd give him another one.
I would.
I'd give him another one.
No, I'm with you, Fletcher. In fact, I was quite surprised. I was thinking, well, are they taking him off? Because I think Pujara and Haynes would probably say good if he's coming off. Because he's really looked like taking a wicket.
We picked up a listener in Sandbach.
Oh.
She's related to me.
Ah, right, okay. I always think of Sandbach. I always think of Sandbach Services.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's pretty much Sandbach, I think. No, it's a very nice part of the world.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that Cheshire?
Yes. Yeah, just north of Crewe. It's Saranga Lakmal. I'll tell you about Sam Connors as well in a minute. As this one is beating Tom Haynes. Both bowlers are starting to beat the bat now, and there's a lot more chat out there. This really has encouraged the Derbyshire fielders.
Yeah, it has.
And unsurprising, really, given that these two are bowling beautifully at the moment.
So you just get the feeling that things are happening out there.
Yeah, Nottingham born. It was George Spencer Academy in Stapleford where he went to school, but he's always been at Derbyshire. He came through the academy, made his debut in 2019. 2020 was his breakthrough season, really, the COVID season, as Blackmount bowls. This one is driven out into the offside. It's beaten Leas to ploy, so there's a bit of a chase here for Nick Potts. They've run one, they'll come back for a second, and Haynes will extend his best score in first-class cricket to 173, 299 for 2, and Sussex now trail by 30. His first 5 wicket hauls against Durham in last season's county championship in April. And he's sort of gone from strength to strength. He did suffer a bit of an injury last season, which kept him out for a while, which was disappointing, I know, for him. Prasad Kawale, and apologies for the pronunciation in advance. Listening from Nagpur in India and enjoying the cricket commentary. Kudos to the entire commentary team, he says, as this next delivery is driven rather edgishly out towards the backward point boundary. Nick Potts is there to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. And it's the end of the over. 300 up for Sussex, 300 for 2. Haynes has 174. Pujara has 69. The partnership worth 155. And Prasad says it is a mere 43 degrees Celsius in Nagpur. That's a bit too hot, I think.
Wow, that is. Well, I was saying, Fletcher, when you were doing your update after the close of play yesterday, there was a little group of spectators who were waiting for both Pujara and for Rizwan to come out of the dressing room, and they were there with their cricket books and photographs of the players and shirts they wanted signed, and selfies with the players. It was really good to see, and it's a sort of environment where the players probably feel very relaxed. There wasn't hundreds of people; they weren't mobbed.
Yeah.
And changing the field, that short leg.
Next one is turned around. Is it me?
Yeah, it is you. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
Right. That's gone for 4 anyway. It was too short, really. It was a poor ball. I thought the over had ended. It's only the 4th ball of it. The poor delivery, short, and it was pulled to the backward square leg boundary. 304 for 2. The lead is 27. Pajara moves on to 73. Nick Hartshorn, who isn't the person in Sandbach who I said was listening, our new listener, says, morning Fletcher and Adrian, Sandbach is a great place to live. And I still turn out for Elworth Cricket Club fourths. Excellent. Play as long as you can, because you're a long time retired, as they say. Blackmal's bowling again to Pajara, who goes back into his stumps this time and pushes the ball out into the onside. You've now turned your computer on its side, Adrian. What's going on?
Well, it's working now. And Phil Tibbs, hello, Phil. He sent me a photograph of his. He set the table for Sunday lunch. But he's got the table set, you can see, Fletch, and he's got the telly on. And I think that's a picture of you and I.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That'll put you right off your lunch, wouldn't it? That.
So, thank you, Philip, for sending that in.
I know we're on periodically.
Yeah.
With this little camera that we've got on the left-hand side to us. I didn't want it, but I lost the argument, really. Blackmal bowls to complete the over outside the off stump. Pajara leaves it alone. Taken by Brooke Guest, and we are going to see another over from Sam Connors. I'm delighted to say Alex Thompson has just jogged down to take his cap. You see those two players together, Thompson and Connors?
Yes.
And you'd say, well, which one of these is the nasty fast bowler and which one of these is the spinner? And you'd get it the wrong way around.
Yes, you would.
Every single day of the week, wouldn't you?
He's much taller. He's
6'5", 6'6".
Is he?
Yeah.
He's sort of Steve Finn territory then.
Yeah, he's a really tall man, is Alex Thompson.
So Phil says, just setting the table for Easter lunch. Cricket rightly in view for me at the head of the table. Don't fancy my chances of it being on all day, though. No, I agree. I don't think that'll go down too well in our house if you're having lunch. So I wonder what you're having. Probably a roast, I would imagine. Phil, Patrick could let us know. He says, I hope the Sussex boys can get a hard-fought draw out of this. Shame to leave a lot of batting bonus points out there, though. Yeah, I mean, Sussex as yet haven't got a bonus point in this game, which is pretty unusual at this stage of proceedings. In comes Connors around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes. He's there, and Haynes tucks this confidently backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single. Martin in High Wycombe has been in touch. Hello, Martin. He says, is it me or is there a bit of a normal Collier situation going on with the commentary?
That was the redial,
It appears to be cutting out intermittently. Other live commentary seem to be okay. Fletcher's redial. I hope it's okay, Martin, now.
If it isn't, then we have got problems, but that was the redial.
Right. Haynes to 175. Sussex 305 for 2. Once they get to 331, they'll be in positive territory. Connors comes away from us. Just the one slip in places in and bowls to Pajara, who's right in behind that, plays it to backward point, and there is no run. And I would say that Pajara has needed all his experience here this morning. Fletch, it's been a stern examination by the Derbyshire bowlers.
Yeah, I think they've done really well. Really well. I'm just going to take my headphones off a moment and see if we are stuttering still.
305 for 2. Pajara on 73. Lovely to have you listening in from the subcontinent as well. Thank you very much. That does sound very warm. 43 degrees. Wow. In comes Connors bowls. Forward comes Pajara. Plays into the offside. There is no run. Nothing like that here. I mean, it's a lovely day here. Not quite the bright sunshine we had yesterday. It's a bit of high-level cloud. Temperature, I don't know, I'm guessing sort of 16, 17 degrees.
Pleasant.
Very nice.
Pleasant.
You know, if you're watching, you might need a light jumper, or probably you, Fletch, because you're a t-shirt man. I can see a fella up there. You'd probably be in a t-shirt out there, I'd imagine, Fletch. Me, there's not a lot of me, as I said the other day, so I'd be in a jumper. But anyway, in comes Connors, bowl short, and Pujara bends at the knees and just lets that one pass over his left shoulder through to keep a guest, and there is no run. The field, a slip, a third man, a point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a short leg, a deep square leg, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance at the far end of the ground. And Connors, who's really bowled very well this morning, without luck and without success, runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Pajara's very happy just to watch that one sail into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Yeah, Blackmal's bowled 5 overs for 13. Connors 5.5 overs, or 5 overs and 4 balls. Or 5 balls for 14 this morning. So they've kept it nice and tight. They have beaten the bat. They have created opportunities. Half opportunities.
Mike Hobden on Twitter says, we've still got about most of today before we can start thinking about a draw. Steve Harris up in Aberdeen. Hello, Steve. Comes Connors bowls, and again, Pujara lets that go. Good pace again from Sam Connors. I wonder whether that might be it from Connors. I mean, he has bowled really, really well. I mean, it might well be that Billy Godman thinks, this is the best chance of us getting wickets. He's just had a pat on the back from Billy Godman, which it was sort of a pat on the back that sort of suggested a sort of a just have a bit of a breather. And Wayne Madsen has come up and just sort of shaken him by the hand, because it was a very good spell of bowling by Sam Connors. 305 for 2. Steve says, vital to give a boost to the start of the season. Wonderful yesterday. Steve all the way up in Aberdeenshire. And he won't mind me telling you that his house is called Molyneux, which will tell you his football allegiances.
Right. Yeah.
And they're doing all right, aren't they? The Wolves?
Well, they're one of those teams that barely register on most people's radar, because they're not going to win anything and they're not going to get relegated, are they? They're one of those. Yeah.
Martin says, yep, all good now. Have a great day watching at least a Sussex draw, says Martin in High Wycombe. I think he's in High Wycombe, yes.
Blackmall around the wicket to Haynes, who pushes this out towards poor old Sam Connors, who's just completed an over and now has to do some fielding. Does it willingly. And they go through for a single. Haynes to 176. So we're going to see a second double century in the same match. Well, it's very much on the cards as far as Tom Haynes is concerned. 176. Batted nicely. He's been out there for now 309 balls he's faced. He's been out there from the start of yesterday, when Sussex were asked to follow on 331 behind. They've now lost one of the slips for Pujara. They've still got the short leg, but the slip, Alex Thompson, it's a sort of second slip that Wayne Madson's standing up. The other slip has gone into a straight mid-wicket. They've obviously spotted something. As Blackmall is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside. They'll go through for a single. Billy Godman does the fielding. Pujara moves to 73, 307 for 2.
You've probably mentioned this, Fletch. Apologies if you have Knots all out for 240.
No, I haven't.
Knots all out for 242. Glamorgan lead by 165.
It's got to be a Glamorgan victory then, surely. Come on, Glam. Come on.
Well, we were talking about Sam North East. I think we were saying he'd been to. He certainly went from Kent to Hampshire. And then from Hampshire, I thought he spent a bit of time at Yorkshire, which clearly didn't work out. But I think there's a good player in Sam North East. He made 85 in the first innings. I remember a few seasons ago now, when he was captain in Kent, Sussex played down at Tunbridge Wells, beautiful ground. It was a time of year when all the rhododendrons were out, which is not part of the story. I just remember it.
No. Blackmall around the wicket again, bowling to Haynes, who leaves a short delivery alone. He looked like he was tempted for a moment, just a split second, then he dropped his bat, let it go through to the keeper.
And it was a beating hot 4 days, and North East made a really big score. I'll look it up in a minute. It might have been a double hundred or near to a double hundred, and Kent won the game on a really flat track, and I was really impressed with how he captained the side. Really impressed, just the way he moved the field around, he changed the bowling. And I was quite surprised when he left Kent. He never quite knows what goes on in the background, but I think there's a good cricketer in Sam North East. I think that's a great acquisition for Glamorgan.
You're absolutely right about him playing at Yorkshire, as Blackmall bowls another short one. He just sways backwards there, does Haynes, to allow it to go through to Brooke Guest. He played on loan at Yorkshire last season, 2021, and at Nottinghamshire.
Right, okay.
Having had 3 seasons at Hampshire.
And it just made you wonder why. Why would a cricketer go to that many counties? So you, perhaps from an outside perspective, you think, what's all that about? But I must admit, to me, he looks a good. I think it's a good signing.
Former BBC Test Match Special Young Cricketer of the Year. His next delivery is a short one, but it's played this time by Haynes. Just guides it down towards backward point. They go through for a single, move on to 308 for 2. They trail by 23. He's a fascinating character. I never really thought much about him, Sam North East, but he played in the Eton Harrow match for Harrow, which is something.
Yeah.
Had a Bunbury scholarship, England under-15s. He held a Kent age group record for 400 metres and the long jump.
Wow, so he's a sporty lad. I think he was one of these players who people thought was an England player in waiting, but never quite made the grade.
Yeah. No.
You know, and you never know, you know, could just have been very unlucky.
There's a vacancy for captain.
Well,
That'd hackle Morgan off, wouldn't it? They just signed themselves a decent cricketer, and he goes off to captain England. Lackmal bowling to Pujara. There's a leg slip in place now, and he bowls a bouncer. Pujara just ducks underneath it. And that's the end of the over. And Sam Connors is going to have another over because he's already removed his cap, and Alex Thompson has come down to collect it. So what I'd written down was Sam Connors in the morning, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 14. He's going to carry on.
Well, he's bowled really well, Fletch. And I mean, it looked for all the world, didn't it, as if Billy Godderman had said, right, thanks very much, just have a bit of a breather. From a Sussex perspective, they'll be delighted. They've negotiated this hour, and they're probably very pleased that they've got Haynes and Pujara out there because you know, a new batsman coming in to face what has been some very good bowling this morning from Derbyshire. It might well have been a struggle. Anyway, in comes Connors around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes drives firmly out to Dahl, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. 309 for 2. Sussex closing in on that magic figure of 331. At that stage, they'll then be in positive territory.
You can tell Saranga Lackmal started to tire now. It happened at Lord's as well. He still hasn't got his sweater on, and he finished his previous over some time ago. Still struggling to get that sweater on. It's only the sleeveless one. He's managed it. Excellent.
I'll find the details of that match in a moment. In comes Collins bowls and played by Pujara on the bounce. Really good bit of fielding. At short leg by... Who's in that short leg? Isn't that deployed?
It is.
Yeah, there is no run. This may not be the match I'm thinking of. Perhaps there was another game at Tunbridge Wells, because I'm sure North East made a big 100 in this particular game. This is in 2017. Sussex, as I say, I thought he captained really, really well, is the bottom line. In comes Connors again, bowls, let go by Pujara outside the off stump, taken low down by Brooke Guest. And there is no run. I just wonder with this, I mean, the sun is starting to break through, but slightly hazy conditions, whether Anuj Dahl might bowl quite well here today, Fletch. I just wonder whether he just might be that right sort of pace, you know, with a little bit of calc. I say the sun is now breaking through, and that may have been a factor in this first hour, because it really was quite hazy.
It was, wasn't it? But yeah, there's much more blue in the sky now.
Yeah.
Much more blue in the sky.
In comes Connors again, bowls to Pujara, who's very patiently letting that one go outside the off stump. He'll not be bothered by bowling a long time. He's 74 off 181 deliveries. Sussex 309 for 2. This partnership worth 164. Last wicket going down when Tom Alsop was run out. Tom Haynes said last night, he said, I felt awful when it happened. He said, I thought the ball had gone to his left hand. And he said it sort of spun round and went in his right hand. He said, I really felt, he said, Tom's words were, I felt awful. In comes Connors, bowls, Pujara lets that one go by outside the off stump. There is no run, just the one slip in place. Third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, short leg. A deep backward square and a fine leg. Who's this wandering around having been at the net? It's Henry Crocombe, young Sussex seam bowler who's been around having a net.
They were coming out of the changing room yesterday. They all look so young.
Yeah, well, they are.
Oh,
yeah.
mate.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Grant Flowers.
He didn't look young.
No. In comes Connors. He was with them yesterday. In comes Connors, bowls, Pujara lets that one go. 3 in a row outside of the off stump. I just wonder whether that might now be of Sam Connors. He'll want to keep him because if a wicket did go down or a couple of wickets go down, he doesn't want his quick bowler bowled into the ground. But Sussex have safely negotiated the first hour of play here this morning. And it's been a real examination. It's been a fascinating contest. Good bowling, good batting. And I think Sussex have done well to get through that without losing a wicket. 309 for 2. Pujara at 74, Haynes at 178.
We'll see a 7th over of the morning from Saranga Lackmel. 7 overs, no maidens at 0 for 15, Sam Connors. Lackmel 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. So the bowling's been tight, it's been testing. The batsmen have passed the first examination. As Adrian said, that first hour, Sam Connors said to us yesterday, if they can pick a couple early, they'll fill their right back on top. Here is Lackmel around the wicket, balls to Haynes, who drives but doesn't time that one. It's fielded by Lewis Deploy, who, despite fielding in the covers, is still wearing the helmet. Pujara wants something, new gloves or a drink. I'm surprised he didn't change his gloves when he pulled out the dive a couple of overs ago. They generally don't like it when they've got dust on their gloves, batsmen. He seemed to be okay. He's at the non-strikers end, the India Test batsman. Haynes is on strike, and Haynes goes back into his crease and cuts, but straight into the ground. They'll pick up a single because the ball dribbles out towards the backward point where Sam Connors has to come in from third man to do the fielding. Haynes moves to 179 now, 310 for 2, and they trail by just 21 runs.
Ben Compton is still batting for Kent. He was not out in the first inning, carried his bat, opening the batting, 104 not out he made. He's 38 not out for Kent now in their second innings. They're still trailing Lancashire by 128. So we're wondering a bit earlier on how many batsmen have carried their bat in both innings of a first-class match. There will, I'm sure there'll be a list, which probably we could look up, but doesn't happen all that often.
Short leg back for Pujara as Lackmel bowls to him. He turns it into the leg side. It bounces in front of that man at short leg, Lewis Deploy. Dan says, morning Fletcher, is Nick Potts injured? He's only bowled 9 out of 109 overs, as it was when he sent the email. It's 109.5 now. Apologies if you've already covered this. I've only just tuned in. Well, firstly, where have you been? And secondly, no, we hadn't covered it. These two are bowled from the start. Anuj Dal is warming up at the moment. As far as I'm aware, Nick Potts isn't injured. He's out there. He's been out there for the entirety of the game. We may well see him at some point. As Lackmel bowls, it's defended. Actually, he might not be out there now because Harry Kane is. Yes, Nick Potts is out there away to our left. So somebody isn't on the field. Lewis Rees is. So who's gone off? Right, here we go. Time to try and find out who's gone off. Godleman and Rees at the far end. Dahl is there. Thompson, Deploy, Madsen. I think that's Potts out in the far distance. Sam Connors is still out there as well. So I should be able to have worked that out by now, but I haven't. Here comes Lackmel, balls, and that one, not sure whether that went behind him or not. May have done, but Harry Kane is definitely out there anyway. That's the upshot. Or it might be Alex Thompson. No, it's Shan Masood. Shan Masood who's not there. He's coming back on now, and he has indeed been fielding down below us anyway, which is a bit of a giveaway.
He's attacking now with that leg slip in, Fletch.
He had a leg slip for the final ball of his previous over. They only seem to attack on the last ball of an over, which is slightly bizarre. Thompson's in there. This next one is down leg side, and he lets it go through to Brookcast, who wants the helmet. But Sam Connors, I'm getting fed up writing his figures for the morning session. Sam Connors is going to come back and bowl another over.
Wow, he's getting his value out of his quick bowlers. 310 for 2. There's a long list of cricketers who have carried their bat in Test match cricket.
There's a change of bowling at the Bristol end. Wayne Madsen.
So we're only going to change of bowling. So we're going to give it a spin. So this is interesting. We've got Wayne Madsen coming in ahead of Alex Thompson, who you think was the frontline spinner for Derbyshire. 310 for 2. 331 for those who just joining us is kind of the magic figure as far as Sussex is concerned, after which, Derbyshire will need to bat again. And of course, at that stage, every run that Sussex score is going to take time out of the game, because Derbyshire will clearly need to get them if indeed they get to bat again in this match. So Wayne Madsen is going to bowl his off spin. He's going to roll around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines, who's on 179. Madsen in bowls. Forward comes Haines and plays it straight back down the track. Madsen gets tangled up a little with Pujara as he goes to field the ball, but no harm done. There's a slipper backward point. Cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Madsen in bowls. Haines forward, plays to mid-wicket. No run.
I have no idea what this is all about.
There's a fielder sweeping on the cover boundary. Deep backward square, mid-wicket and a mid-on, as in comes Madsen, bowls, and forward comes Haines again. I spoke to Tom Clark, the young 21-year-old Sussex batsman. Well, he bowls a bit as well, does Tom. Here comes Madsen, not much time to chat between deliveries. He's in and bowls, and Haines covers up. He's virtually running back to his mark, is Wayne Madsen.
Over rates +1. It's not like they've got any concerns there.
In and bowls, Haines forward, Madsen fields of his own bowling. Well, we're confused, and maybe they're hoping that perhaps it'll confuse the batsmen a bit, just keep them guessing. Madsen in again, bowls, gives that a bit of a tweak, and Haines is forward, plays it straight back down the track. End of another over. Tom Haines remains on 179, 310 for 2. That was an over with much ado about nothing.
I have no idea. We mentioned him. He bowled yesterday. That was his 5th over of the innings. He bowled yesterday, and we mentioned then 37 wickets at 50. So he's got a bit of a golden arm on occasion, but he's more missed than hit, you would have thought. And I don't really get it. I don't really get it, but Dahl's coming on now. So Blackmell's finished his morning spell. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17.
I have, from a Sussex perspective, a slightly uneasy feeling that Anu Dahl might bowl quite well today. It's just a little bit hazy, and he just does a bit with the ball. He's got the keeper standing up. So this is something else now for Sussex to negotiate.
Here we go then. Excellent. When you've got a feeling.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a feeling.
Cheers us all up. Cheers us all up, Adrian.
I was going to say, I was talking about players who carried their bat, hadn't they? And there's a long list of actually. Yeah, I thought perhaps it was something that didn't happen very often. Nonetheless, it's some feat if Ben Compton does manage to do that.
You should still be excited. You should still be congratulated, certainly.
Yeah.
There's Dahl then from the City, and he's only got the one slip in place, and he bowls to Pujara, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Thompson. And there's no run. He's a fine cricketer, Anuj Dahl. Certainly up amongst my favourites.
Yeah.
Yeah. No question about it. Contributed with bat and ball, and of course in the field so far this season, as he did towards the end of last season. Now very much an integral part of this side, as that one's turned into the leg side by Pujara, fielded by Nick Potts in the mid-wicket area, and there is no run to the field. There is a third man. There's a man down at deep backward square leg. Interestingly, there's a man out. The deep backward square leg is Saranga Lackmel. I'll get to the rest of it in a moment, because Dahl is in again, and that one is pushed into the onside by Pujara, and there's no run. So there's the slip and the point of his Leas deploy in his fielding pads. Might be slightly backward point by the time he settles down. There's a man out on the cover boundary who is Shan Masood. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And that man down at deep backward square leg, as well as the third man for Anuj Dahl. Wayne Madsen at slip, and that one is whipped into the leg side very wristily by Pujara. He may get just a couple of runs as Saranga Lackman fields it in the manner of a number 11 batsman and opening bowler with his right boot.
That was great, wasn't it?
And they get back for a third run. There was no way he was putting a slide in there.
No.
And they do get 3 runs. Pujara moves to 77, 313 for 2. The deficit now, the Sussex deficit now, just 18 runs. And already, after just 4 balls of the Anuj Dahl over, Billy Godleman in deep conversation with Dahl. He was a relatively small man. in height.
Yes.
In no other way. I mean, he's stocky. He's pointing out towards what is the cover boundary, and Alex Thompson's coming from the onside to the offside, and Nick Potts is going out as a cover sweeper. They've also got a third man out there for Tom Haynes.
I can imagine sort of Freddie Truman would have stopped the ball like
like
Lackmell did there. You know, there's no. I can't imagine Freddie Truman would have sort of slid around the boundary.
I'm not even sure he'd have run for it, if I'm honest. It's Dahl. Haynes guides this down to third man for a single. That's Saranga Lackmell down below us to our left. He does the fielding. Haynes moves to 180 now. 314 for 2.
Being kept busy here, the umpires. I'm just looking there at Peter Hartley having to sort of walk from square leg to square leg. He's definitely getting a bit of a move on, isn't he? Because Dahl gets through his overs fairly quickly.
He's moving very purposefully.
Yes, he is. That is a purposeful walk.
One hand in his pocket still, though.
He goes a long way out, doesn't he?
Yeah. Can you see a run out from there? Dahl balls to Pujara way outside the off stump. He did get Pujara in the first innings, of course, but he's not going to get him with a delivery like that. The final ball of his over. An over that cost him 3 runs. Might have cost him 4 had Lackmell not managed to get around and get a big boot on the ball before it hit the boundary rope. 314 for 2. Pujara 77. Haynes 180. The partnership now worth 169. The Sussex deficit is 17. I'm keeping such a close eye on that Glamorgan game. I think it's sensational. They've got to 17 without losing a wicket. They've got Labuschagne in the side. He failed in the first innings. He won't want to fail twice on his return to the Welsh county. Poor old Nottinghamshire may well find themselves in the wilderness of the second division for longer than they ever imagined.
You talked about Sandbach earlier on, Fletch. I back into, you and I both did non-league football commentaries, and one day I was sent up to all the way from Woke to watch Woking play Carlisle just before Christmas. In comes Madsen round the wicket poles. Haynes clips that to mid-wicket. There is no run. It was just before Christmas, and I thought it was just too far to drive there and back in the day. I used to do some crazy journeys in those days. I mean, I remember going to Barrow once and back once. It was just nonsense. Anyway, in comes Madsen bowls. Haynes is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. So, because it was too far to drive there and back in the day, I went on the supporters club coach from Woking. In comes Madsen bowls. Haynes forward, out into the offside. There is no run. The problem was it was near to Christmas, and they decided they were going to have a karaoke on the coach. You had to wear a Christmas hat, like a Santa hat. Things we did. Madsen in and bowls. Haynes forward, plays out into the offside. Again, there is no run. And the karaoke was to Greece all the way up to Carlisle, and they had song sheets on the bus. Yeah, and you had to join in. I was so glad when we got to Carlisle. Anyway, what the game was played. Woking lost, so it's a long way back in the depths of winter. In comes Madsen again, bowls to Haynes, covers up, plays out into the offside. There is no run. And because of the coach, the driver's hours, he couldn't make it all the way back, so we had to stop at. I just wanted to get home, and we had to stop for about an hour. In comes Madsen bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays into the offside. There is no run. Good steady job from Wayne Madsen, but really what Derbyshire need is wickets. 314 for 2, Pujara 77, Haynes on 180. Sussex need another 17 runs before they're into positive territory.
Well, Harry Kane was on again there. I've just been trying to work out who he was on for. He's actually going off, and Alex Thompson is returning, because I've just written down Madsen before Thompson, ? And if you're going to have an off-spinner bowling, he's actually having a chat now with Billy Godleman. And I wonder if those 2 overs of Madsen, do spinners need bowling boots? Blimey, it's not as if they're going to stick the toe through the end of their front foot, is it? Anyway, he's back on now, so he's also windmilling his arms around, and he's going to bowl the next over from the racecourse end. I'd stick my reputation on it, such as it is. Anuj Dahl's going to continue, though, from the city end. He's going to be bowling to Pujara, who just puts the front foot forward and lifts the bat out of the way and allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. You were talking about Sunday roast before, and I meant to mention, I can tell you what you're having for lunch today.
Oh.
Because on the 4th day at Derby, It's burger day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you get the full burger and all the trimmings.
Right.
I think they might
We have been well looked
I
after.
think they might have those chips where they don't peel the potatoes, which is a bit disappointing. This one's driven out into the offside by Pujara for a single. He moves on to 78. I think they're called wedges, but that's just lazy. 315 for two, I beg your pardon. Oh, they look after us magnificently.
Really, it's been excellent. Very, very good indeed.
I think it's, if it isn't the best, it must be one of the top two. But I understand that Leicestershire, which was always my favourite, because you got the three-course meal at lunchtime, which was almost impossible to eat in the time that you had.
Yes.
That's changed.
Oh.
Next delivery. Oh, beats Haynes. A little bit of extra bounce there from Anuj Dal. It wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. There was no bat involved, fortunately for Guest. It is tricky for him standing up. He said yesterday he's a lot sharper than he looks, Anuj Dal, and he's just indicated away Madsen. There was a little bit of quite steep bounce there as he tried to take it shoulder height. Just managed to parry it. He's ready again now. His Dal doesn't, as Adrian said, take a long time to get through his overs, and that one is pushed up towards mid-on where it'll be fielded by Lewis Rees. The way Thompson is wheeling his arms around there, it'd be absolutely remarkable if he didn't bowl the next over from the racecourse end, and that could be the game. Who knows? We saw from this end, I think it was from this end, this deploy got a bit of turn. Haynes waits, and that's off on edge and on the ground to the left of Wayne Madsen, down to third man, a genuine edge but into the ground. It wouldn't have carried to a second slip. So he's played it with relatively soft hands there as Tom Haynes, which is exactly what he'll have been taught to do. But again, more encouragement for the bowlers. Put another single for Sussex. Haynes to 181, 316 for 2. They trail by 15.
As I say, just on another day, Derbyshire might have picked up a wicket or two here, but
feels like a long time since they last picked one up. This next one is outside the off stump. It was at 3:05 yesterday. 2:30 and 3:05. The wickets fell. They were 90 without loss at lunch.
Yeah. But all the time Sussex are in negative territory or not that far ahead, Derbyshire will still believe that they've got a chance. Madsen's going to carry on.
Well, that means I'm staggered then.
Yeah, you said you'd stake your reputation on it.
Yeah, but it's not much of a reputation, so I'm fairly fortunate there.
I was saying about Sam North East, and I'm being very boring about Sam North East. Anyway, in comes Madsen, round the wicket comes in and bowls, and Haynes is forward pace into the offside. There is no run. And yes, it was a game at Hove. I knew he made a big 100 against Sussex. 173 not out in a game in April 2017. In comes Madsen bowls, forward comes Haynes down the track, no run. And it was a game in which one Ajmal Shahzad was playing for Sussex. Ajmal taking 3 for 93 in 27 overs. Now here at Derbyshire, as in comes Madsen. Haynes straight back down the track, no run. Is he bowling coach?
He is.
Is it Ajmal's?
Is it called bowling lead or something?
Right,
They're
okay.
bizarre names for these things,
yeah,
don't they?
yeah. In comes Madsen. Haynes down the offside of the track and field. He gets through his overs probably in less than a minute. He's in against his 5th ball of the over already, in and bowled. Haynes plays into the offside, followed by Dahl. The ball is already back with Wayne Madsen, who's already back to his mark, and he's coming in again. Extraordinary. Oh, now there is going to be... Now, just to slow things down, Gordon makes a change in the field. Madsen in, Haynes plays to extra cover. There is no run, end of the over. And Sussex are 316 for 2. Maiden over from Wayne Madsen. 7 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 5.
I still don't understand it really, but anyhow.
Yeah. So anyway, I did know that North East made good run. So anyway, that was a long time ago, 5 years ago. But he's playing for Glamorgan today and may well have a big role to play as Glamorgan. Glamorgan got in the first round of matches. I think they drew actually. Yes, they drew with Durham.
Everybody drew, didn't they?
Yeah,
Well, not everybody. Sorry.
And Nick
to say that.
Nick Webb, who's the BBC commentator, posted a photograph. I think it was hailing and all sorts of horrible weather down in Cardiff.
It was, wasn't it?
First round of matches.
We didn't have a minute's interruption at Lord's.
No, nor did we at Hove. It blew a gale.
Yes, that first day was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did blow a gale. But were there many people watching?
Sprinkling, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad in the grandstand. And as Dal begins a new over outside the off stump, Pajara leaves alone. Yeah, it was decent. It was decent. It was too cold to sit in the grandstand really at Lord's because of that wind. It got much more pleasant on Saturday and Sunday,
Yes.
although it was still a bit chilly. It was
Yeah.
nice in the sun, as they say. Whereas here it's just very, very pleasant indeed. His poor old Grace commentated on Wayne Madsen over yesterday. She had to have her wits about her. This next one is left alone outside the off stump as well by Pajara.
David Sharp's been in touch. Hello, David. He said, please tell us you've left the lucky jumper at the hotel this morning, Adrian. We need another day like yesterday, not Friday. Yeah, I mean, I've checked out the hotel. It's firmly in the...
I think it should be in the bin.
It's firmly in the case for the trip home. I wore it and got a bit of stick, actually, David, on Friday. Turned up all colourful and got a bit of stick.
Very bold choice of sweater. This one is defended by Pajara. I'm generally not one to give out fashion advice, though, as you can imagine.
Yeah. I've left it firmly behind. It's now the unlucky sweater, I think. I tell you, I've not got that many sweaters. You know, I haven't got a wardrobe full of the things. I mean, just a couple of three of them. I've got to rotate them, Fletch.
Here's Dahl again. Balls to Pajara, who pushes this out into the offside. Thompson will do the fielding.
Teddy says Sussex look likely to force a draw, so fingers crossed. He's enjoying the commentary. Must mention the fielding of Derbyshire. He said it's been very good. I think the ground fielding has been good, actually.
They just got a little bit ragged towards the end of yesterday when I think there was a lot of tired bodies out there. Which was understandable, really. Pajara waits. Guest standing up to the stumps. Dahl bowls and he turns it into the leg side. Does Pajara? He'll get one. He'll think about coming back for the second. They're going to come back for the second as well. The throw comes in from Lackmal. I don't even know where that is. Oh, it's gone to Brooke Guest. I think it was thrown to the other end. Pajara gets in comfortably enough. He moves up to 80. 318 for 2 now. They trail by 13.
Lord Rick 52 has been in touch on Twitter. He's got a picture of swans on his Twitter feed. I don't know why that is, but he says when North East was replaced as Kent captain, he moved to Hampshire. Yeah.
Dahl bowls that. Just keeps it a little bit low. Pajara covers up nicely, pushes it out into the offside. And it's the end of the over. And we are now going to see Alex Thompson. This makes more sense to me than 3 overs of Wayne Madsen, but I'm not the Derbyshire captain, of course.
And Lord Rick 52 is gardening in Bickley in southeast London. I've never heard of Bickley. I've heard of Brockley. Brockley, not as in broccoli, the vegetable, but in broccoli, that's in southeast London, but Bickley, I've not heard of that. He says a good game for the mighty Sussex to win. I think that is highly unlikely. Xavier's been in touch and he says, this might be of interest, plenty of carry bats, but only 6 so far have done it twice in the same match. Thank you, Xavier, that's great. I wonder who they are. So, plenty of carried bats, but only 6 so far have done it twice in the same match.
Right.
And we're talking about Ben Compton, who might well achieve that distinction. He's probably going to ruin it now. And he's still in. He's still in. He's on 45. Kent are 125 for 7.
You almost want him to do it now, no matter
I
what
do.
he scores,
Wouldn't
don't you?
it'd be lovely,
Yeah,
wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be great? Yeah.
Bickley's in Bromley.
Bromley. Okay.
Yeah. In Kent. There's also a Bickley in Cheshire.
Oh, yeah.
Close to Chester.
Did you know that?
No, I just Googled it. There,
Right.
The first question that says, people also ask, is Bickley posh?
Yeah, so he made 129 in his first match of the season, did Ben Compton, against Essex. Oh, that sounded like a pretty miserable game, actually, at
500,
Chelmsford.
500, wasn't it? Yeah. Alex Thompson from the racecourse end, beginning his first over of the day. Full delivery towards Tom Haynes, who digs it out, pushes it into the onside, fielded by Lewis Rees. Back out to the full complement of players out there. Yes, we are the full complement of the 11, the starting 11 for Derbyshire. Now that Thompson's back out there, he's in again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside. When it's fielded by Leas Deploy in his fielding pads still. I think he slept in them. He certainly had his lunch in them yesterday, I think. Remarkable. He must have something underneath him to stop the sweat rashes. This one is another full delivery from Thompson. It's driven down the ground, and Lackmell, well, he's gritting his teeth, but he's never going to catch it, I'm afraid. And it goes down to the long on boundary for 4 runs, and it's down to single figures now. The Derbyshire lead. Sussex trailing by 9. Haynes to 185, 322 for 2.
Tim Warwick has been in touch. He says, I've just found this by statistician Andrew Sampson carrying a bat through both innings. Hopes this helps. Says, regards, Tim.
Well,
thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Thompson around the wicket again, Paul. That's headed to the leg side. Reese does the fielding.
And now I'm confused because he says, P.S. I'm not the Tim Warwick you know.
Oh, okay.
So there are 2 Tim Warwicks. There's a Tim Warwick, who is also an Albion fan, who sits in the top tier of the grandstand. Lives in Cranley on the Surrey-Sussex border. So it's not that Tim. I don't know who... So
The imposter. This one is pushed down into towards Billy Godleman at mid-off by Haynes.
So I'm going to open this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so these are players who have carried a bat in both innings for one team in first-class cricket.
Stand by, everybody. Thompson to complete his over. It's played back towards him. So the one boundary off the Thompson over, a fairly neat and tidy over from Alex Thompson. He's 28th of the innings, 0 for 60. His figure. Sussex 322 for 2, trailing by 9.
And this is where I'm going to wish I hadn't asked the question, because there's a number of names in here I should probably know Christian names that I don't know. So it hasn't been done very often. So according to this, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 occasions. So H. Jupp, is that Harry Jupp?
No.
Surrey v Yorkshire at the Oval in 1874.
Missed that one.
Warwickshire v Leicestershire at Leicester in 1907. S. Kinnear, he did it. Leicestershire v Yorkshire at Bradford 1911. C.J.B. Wood, well done, sir. Worcestershire v Lancashire at Kidderminster in 1935. C.H. Bull and H.H. Gibbons did it as well in that game.
Dahl begins a new over from the City end. The ball is pushed out towards Shan Masood, who's on the cover boundary. They go through for a single. Pujara moves to 81, 323 for 2.
India v it says Indians v Lancashire at Liverpool in 1936. V.M. Merchant, he did it. 135 and 77 he made. More recently, Somerset v Nottinghamshire at Nottingham in 1989. S.J. Cook, 120 and 131 not out. S.J. Cook.
Stephen Cook, was it? South African? Around the wicket comes Dahl, left alone by Haynes to go through to Guest.
I probably ought to know. Why should I know? But it was 1989, so it's relatively recent history. 120 not out of 186 and 131 not out of 218. Somerset Notts, 1989. Then the last one, I'll read it in a moment.
Yeah, Stephen Cook, South African cricketer. This next delivery is defended by Haynes up towards the bowler Anuj Dahl, and there's no run.
It was in 1991, and I'm going to probably make a mess of pronouncing this, I don't mean to. Sudhakar Reddy, R-E-D-D-Y, 91 and 30 not out. In a game between...
Dahl bowls driven up towards mid-off. Billy Godleman does the fielding by Tom Haynes.
And Haldra, A-N-D-H-R-A v Kerala, K-E-R-A-L-A. I don't know those sides, Fletch.
You just sight reading names here is always a danger.
I am, yeah. I wish I'd
danger.
asked the question. What we do know, there have been 7 instances. Thank you very much, Tim, for letting us know.
It wasn't Stephen Cook, the South African. Certainly didn't play for Somerset. This one is played out back of a square on the offside. It was an English Stephen Cook.
Yes, Somerset v Nottingham at Nottingham in 1989. I might look that up on Google. S.J. Cook. I'm going to look up where the place where this game was played. I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce the name. K-O-Z-H-I-K-O-D-E. How on earth do you pronounce that?
No idea.
And I don't know where it is, but I'm going to find out.
It's a Sam Cook, but it's not him. Here's Dahl at the top of his run-up. Final ball of his over. It's the 118th over of the Sussex innings. They're 323 for 2, and it's driven out into the offside. Good stop by Alex Thompson, diving away to his left-hand side. Tallest man on the field. Does well. Stops it with his left hand. Prevents Haynes from taking a single. He stays on 185. Teshwa Pujara has 81. And Sussex are 323 for 2. Still trailing by 8.
Steve Oxford has been in touch. I've got to go and give an update in a minute. He says, hi Adrian, 177.3 overs have been bowled at the time of writing by Derbyshire for our 2 innings, so the continuing lethargy in the field should continue in our favour. What a great fight back this is. Thanks to you all for the 4 days coverage. Yeah, I mean, I think Derbyshire have really stuck to their task well in the field, with the exception perhaps of Lackmal with that chase around the boundary. But, you know, he's a quick bowler. I think he can be excused. But Sussex are inching their way towards the draw. I'm going to disappear.
You're going to disappear? OK, so I'll stay on this and do my update for 12:30. I've just heard my name mentioned in my ears a couple of times, and thank you for that. Always good. Alex Thompson's going to continue. Talking about pea sticks. I have no idea what they are. Sussex trailing by 8. I assume it's the sticks you grow peas on. Thompson begins a new over. Well, we still haven't seen a wicket today, Simon, which is a little disappointing from a Derbyshire perspective. Sussex are now 324 for 2, and they only trail by 7. Magnificent partnership currently taking place in front of our eyes. It started yesterday at around about 3:15. It's worth 179 between Tom Haynes, the skipper, who's on 185, and Teshwa Pujara, who's on 82. Haynes has just defended a delivery from Thompson, Alex Thompson, that is, the off-spinner, back to him. Derbyshire basically need wickets now. Sussex in a few minutes' time will start to build a lead, and they will need to bat until tea to secure a draw, you would have thought. But Derbyshire, well, they need wickets. The trouble is they don't look like taking any. Another delivery defended out into the offside by Haynes. 15 away from becoming the second double centurion of the match. 185 not out. Thompson bowls to him and he drives up to Saranga Lackmal and decides immediately that there is a single available. The Lackmal throw bounces before it reaches Brooke Guest, and he holds his right arm up in apology. I don't think he needs to apologise for anything. Saranga Lackmal, he's given it his all. He just hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Thompson is in over the wicket this time to Pujara, who looked in about 3 minds there and eventually played a defensive shot out into the offside, where it was picked up by Lewis Rees. Will we see Derbyshire bat again? Will they shake hands at some point? Long way off yet. This one turned into the leg side, a short delivery. Down to the ground goes Lias Deploy in fear of his life. And the ball is fielded out in the deep by Sam Connors. End of the over. 326 for 2 now, Sussex. They trail by 5 with half an hour to go until the lunch interval. Pujara has 83, Haynes has 186, the partnership worth 181, and it was 3:05 the last time a wicket fell yesterday. And of course Tom Haynes has been out there since the very start of this Sussex innings.
Switching the ball from the Sydney.
Wayne Madson's going to come on again.
Madsen.
Yeah. There is a bowler called Nick Potts out there. I can only assume that he is injured, because we haven't seen sight and sound. Well, he's been out there the entire time, but we haven't seen anything of him. I'd give him a go. I'd give him a go before Wayne Madsen, with the greatest of respect. Madsen in and bowls, and that is whipped away by Pujara. He's only going to get a single, though. It goes out to Sam Connors in the deep. He's trying to fool me. He normally wears just a one sweatband on his right arm, but he's wearing one of those sleeves on his right arm today. is Sam Connors out in the distance there, way to our left-hand side. A slip and I was going to say a short third man. It's not going to be a short third man anymore. It's going to be a backward point. Saranga Lakmal is the backward point. I reckon that's the first time he's ever fielded at backward point. Because if he has to dive, we're all in trouble. This one's, well, that's just a horrible delivery from Wayne Madsen that's smashed away to the mid-wicket boundary. It was short and it just sat up nicely, and Haynes thought, I can move on to 190 here with some considerable ease. And he does. And that is it. Sussex are now level. 331 for 2. Tom Haynes has been a very large part of this magnificent fight back from the visitors. He's on 190. And if he wants, he could probably get to a double century in this over. Around the wicket he comes, and he tosses this one up, and it's driven. And this time there is no run. No, not Billy Godwin. That's mid-off. Mid-on is Lewis Rees. Picks up, threatens to throw down the stumps. There is no run. Madsen bowls again. There's a grunt as he delivers it, and there's an ooh and an ah as it's pushed very comfortably out into the cover region for a single. Haynes to 191. 332 for 2. How many do you think Sussex will need before they declare then Adrian has set Derbyshire?
A tricky little... No, I don't think that's going to happen, so no.
No, I'm almost certain it won't. Madsen bowls again. Pujara, as comfortable as you like, goes back into his stumps and pushes it up to a long on. Where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. He picks up another single. He moves on to 85, 333 for 2. And if it drifted yesterday afternoon, my word, it's drifting now. Looks like they're saving the bowlers for the next match. Madsen's in again. Oh, whoa, woefully wide of the off stump. Allowed to go through to Brooke Guest. And Alice Dahl's going to come. We've seen enough of Alex Thompson, clearly. The specialist off spinner who was much vaunted in the start of the season. I think he's your best bet, but there we go. Perhaps he's just
going to switch
trying to switch ends, but why did he not just come on at the far end in the first place? He bowled 2 overs for 7. Wayne Madsen just bowled 1 over for 7. And I'm just going to nip down the corridor, if you don't mind.
The city we were mentioning is in India, where this... we were talking a little bit earlier on about batsmen who have carried their bats for 2 innings in the same match. And it's a city in India. It's also known in English as Calicut. It's along the Malabar coast in the state of Kerala in India. And I'm sorry for my pronunciation. It's not a part of the world that I know. I'd love to visit one day, but not so far. So that is an Indian city. I was also looking, because you sort of get to that time when you think, actually, I wonder where this partnership is now heading in terms of Sussex records. Because we're sort of getting into sort of that sort of territory. The record 3rd wicket partnership for Sussex is 385, held by a current member of the Sussex coaching staff, Michael Yardy and Murray Goodwin, against Warwickshire at Hove in 2006. And the record in the handbook only goes back to, it starts at 250. In comes Dahl and bowls, and clipped away by Pujara down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played by Pujara. He goes to 85. Whereas in the opening hour, I think Fletch is absolutely right. You got the feeling that maybe a wicket was just around the corner. He's certainly not getting that feeling at the minute. These two have weathered the storm. Sussex have weathered, what, an hour and 40 minutes this morning. Pujara to 89. So this partnership is now it'll come up in a moment. So here at 192. In comes Dahl bowls and punched by Pujara to mid-off. And there is no run. Yes, these two came together when the score was 100 and... Let's look at my notes. Probably says on the scoreboard anyway. And Tom Alsop was run out, was 145. I was getting myself confused because in the first innings, I was for some reason I was thinking the wicket had gone down at 91, which it did in the Derbyshire first innings, driven firmly by Pajaro to mid-on, so they're a long way short of any records. So to say the book only starts a partnership as 250 or more for the second wicket. So we're a long, long way away from any of those records being broken at the moment. Keeper Guest is standing up. There's a slip. Third man backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg as in comes to our bowls. Pajaro forward down the ground. That's a very fine stop. Excellent stop by Luckmal. He dived away, and we were rather. Well, his chase around the boundary a little earlier on, he sort of put a big boot there to stop the ball, but that was very athletic, diving away to his left-hand side.
Excellent work.
Well done. Pajaro on 90. Sussex 3-3-8 for 2, so they now lead by 7. Well, we said they'd have to bat until tea, Fletch, to probably make the game safe.
I think they will bat till tea. I think they'll bat till just after tea.
Dahl away from us, in and bowls to Haynes, who covers up, plays it straight back down the track. Dahl folds off his own bowling, and there is no run. I mean, so effectively, you could say, you know, if you're looking at a positive spin, that Sussex are 7 for 2. You could say that, couldn't you?
You could say that as much as you liked, but I wouldn't believe you. Yes, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
so if you're a Derbyshire player, if you're the Derbyshire coach, you're probably saying, come on, they're 7 for 2.
If I was the Derbyshire coach, I think I'd be tearing my hair out if I had any.
In comes Dahl around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes with a flick of the wrist through mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes as he's closing on the first double 100 of his career. He's going to come back for the third. Yes, he is. Good bit of fielding out there, actually. Combination of Luckmal and Sam Connors.
Sam Connors put a dive in to stop the ball, which I think had pretty much already stopped. Luckmal threw it back in, but no, excellent work. The commitment in the field can't be questioned. I just think he's going to swap ends, isn't he, Alex Thompson? I just wish they'd attacked a bit more when they had 331 runs in the bank. It seemed to me that once a couple of boundaries had been hit, it went a little defensive.
Yes.
And they've never really recovered from that, as the batsmen have got themselves in and scored heavily. Haynes 6 away. And you'd better do this over, Adrian, because the only 6 we've seen so far in the match was hit with the bowler from the City end bowling towards us, and he's only 1 maximum away from a double century.
What a moment that'll be for Tom Haynes. Thank you, Fletch. Rick has been in touch. He says, hearing you mentioned Ben Compton, what is the connection between Ben Compton and England's oldest living men's Test cricketer? In comes Thompson round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who places to backward point. There is no run. Well, England's oldest living men's cricketer must therefore be Jim Parks, because Ben's grandfather Dennis was playing in Jim Parks' first Test, 1954, at Old Trafford against Pakistan. He says, truly we are all connected. Regards, Rick. In comes Thompson, bowls, and Haynes drives, but without timing, into extra cover. There is no run, so thank you for that. I didn't realise that Jim Parks is England's oldest living men's Test cricketer. That's a great stat. Thank you for that. Thompson again bowls. Haynes rocks back and plays that to backward point, fielded by Luckmal, and there is no run. Steve's been in touch. Steve Oxford. We were talking about race courses yesterday. I don't know how on earth we got onto the subject of race courses, but we did. Thompson around the wicket to Haynes on 194. He bowls, and Haynes is solidly forward, plays to short extra. There is no run. And Steve got in touch and said about a quiz question. Let's break off for a moment. Comes in and bowls, and Haynes is solidly forward, plays it back down the track. It looks unlikely, that Tom's going to come rushing down the wicket and hit him over the top for 6, but you never know.
Well, that's that. Yeah.
And if he did,
I'd hate it if he did, and you weren't commentating.
That's good of you, Fletch. In comes Thompson, bowls, and Tom Haynes drills that down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of the over. If I remember rightly, not the last time I was here, but a few years ago, Ed Joyce went to a double 100 against Derbyshire with a 6 over third man.
Yes, I think
So it
you're
has
right.
happened.
I think you're right. We were over on the far side,
Ed Joyce.
round the corner.
So Steve was.
You've got a quiz question for us.
Yeah, well, it was a quiz question from yesterday, and it was
Mm-hmm.
a question from Steve about race courses. Let's see if I can find the quiz question. It was race courses in England that didn't have certain letters in the name.
Oh, right.
Do you remember that from yesterday?
No, I don't think I was on.
Right, okay.
Just to say that the person who inquired 43 minutes ago if Nick Potts was injured is now getting his answer. That was Dan King. Because Nick Potts is coming on, remarkably, Nick Potts is coming on 17 minutes before lunch.
It does seem a bit odd.
A bit, yes. Yeah, now that Sussex have got a lead, Nick, come in and help us out, would you? Watch him rifle through them now. So, which letter, we're not allowed to have in a race course?
Yeah, and I'm trying to find the email from
okay.
yesterday to find the letters that
Nick
were
Potts.
missing.
Potts with just the one slip is in arm balls. That's defended by Pujara, and there's no run. Due respect shown by Pujara to the youngster Nick Potts.
Yeah.
As you would expect.
Can't find Steve's email from yesterday, but it was 4 race courses in England that didn't have certain letters of the alphabet in their name.
Excellent.
So I'll keep that in abeyance for a little while.
Yes, well, don't give it away because I
No.
don't know the answer. So
Okay.
we'll find the question. Excellent. Well, send it in again. Send it in again. 3:41 for 2. The Sussex lead is 10. Potts is in balls to Pujara, who pushes this out into the offside. He might have something to prove here, Nick Potts. Having been essentially ignored for the last hour and 3/4. Unless he's been injured, but I can't imagine that he has because he's been out there the entire time. We haven't been told that he's injured.
Tony Dosin, I hope that's how you spell your surname, Tony, D-O-S-E-N.
He was off the field, was he? I'm sorry,
Sorry.
We're doing some hand signals.
Apologies.
No.
He sent in some statistics about Pujara, which we'll read at a convenient time.
He's in again, he's Potts, and this one is off the back foot. Pujara pushes it up to mid-off. I didn't notice him leave the field, I must confess.
For your information, if Pujara gets to 100 in this innings, which is most likely, it will be Pujara's first-class century in over 2 years.
Wow.
His last first-class century was for... There's a couple of Indian names.
Come on, Adrian. You're going to have to get used to these Indian names.
I'm going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce the names correctly.
Potts is in again. And balls. That one is a bit short, and it's cut away for 4 runs by Pujara, who moves closer to the 100. You're going to have to commentate on both of them all the time in a minute. He's moved on to 94. The lead is 14, 345 for 2, and the partnership is worth 200 now between these two for the 3rd wicket. 94 of those to Pujara, 194 to Haynes, so they've shared the runs out in the partnership as well. It's been a terrific effort from these two. 145 for 2 when they came together. 345 for 2 now.
But that innings was in a Ranji Trophy B match in Rajkot in January 2020, a long time for a batsman like Pujara to score a first-class ton. It will be his 51st first-class century, if he gets there.
Potts in and bowls 2 minutes, lets this one go outside the off stump.
Making him one of 3 current players to have more than 50 first-class tons, the other being Sir Alistair Cook with 70 and Hashim Amla with 55. This is from a Cricket and Cricket Stats Tragic in Sydney, Australia.
Wow.
Where it's coming up to 10 p.m. on Easter Sunday night. So there we are, stat all the way from down under, Fletch.
Brilliant, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you, Tony.
Get ready to read all those out when he gets there. Here's Potts in and bowls to him, and he defends it into the onside, and there's no run.
But 51, just to confirm, I'd actually made a note of this, and I'd made a note that he's got 50 first-class hundreds before him, but 18 test hundreds, so they must be in addition to that 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
So overall in his career, you'd have 69 tons, but this would be his 51st first class. If he gets there, he's on 94.
If he gets there.
So the letters that aren't in the race courses, let's get this right. The letters that aren't in the race courses are R-A-C-E. That's right, isn't it? So you've got to find 4 race courses in the UK that don't have the letters R, A, C, or E in them.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
And 2 of them are in Sussex. Here comes Thompson. From the city end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is back. Oh, he's dropped. That would have been a good catch. He's put down at slip by Wayne Madsen. That's the second time in the match, or in this innings, that Wayne Madsen has put down Tom Haynes. The first one was 100, 111. The second one is on 194. It was cut firmly by Tom Haynes. It was going very fast. It would have been a very, very fine catch if he'd have got it. But the chance has gone down. Thompson again bowls to Haynes, who just covers up and plays into the offside. And there is no run. But a chance it was. It would have been a cracking catch.
No, it would. It would. It was a tough chance. But
the one that he dropped when he was on 111 was a more straightforward chance.
It was.
And that was when Sussex were 173 for 2. In comes Thompson again. Haynes lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
Epsom and Goodwood are your Sussex ones, aren't they?
Goodwood is 1. In comes... it's got an E now, isn't it, Epsom? In comes Thompson bowls, and Haynes plays into the offside.
Only at the start.
No run.
Is that oh, right, okay.
And there is...
2 in
and Epsom's in Surrey.
But apart from that...
Yeah, but Goodwood is one of them. You're correct. There's another race course in...
Is there another race course in Sussex?
Yeah.
Wow.
In comes Thompson, bowls, Haynes forward into the offside to extra cover. There is no run. He'd have been in... Well, to reach a double 100 is be the first time Tom Haynes has ever done it in his career. And he needs another 6. Will he get there before lunch? We'll see. Thompson in bowls. Haynes, I reckon that probably turned a little. In fact, Guest didn't take the ball cleanly. Good over.
Yeah, really good
by
over.
Thompson, really good over. 345 for 2. Pajara 94. Haynes 194. Yeah, I'll give you a clue. Fletch.
You might have to.
Okay, so it sounds a bit like a fruit, the one in Sussex. The first bit sounds a bit like a fruit.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not big
I think they're sort of purpley in colour.
Purple fruit. Oh, Plumpton.
Plumpton. Well done, Fletch.
Yeah,
so
Plumpton.
Plumpton, what's going on? Plumpton and Goodwood are the 2 racetracks in Sussex that don't have the letters R-A-C or E in them.
No idea where Plumpton was, in all honesty. As Potts begins a new over, a little flick down the leg side by Pajara.
He's furious, isn't he, with himself?
That was 4 runs
missed
for the
out.
taking there, wasn't it? There is a fine leg, but if you could have just got a little tickle on that, it'd have been on 98 now. As it is, he's on 94.
Beautiful racetrack, Plumpton. It's a national hunt only. It sits underneath the downs. It's not far from Haywards Heath and Lewis. And it is lovely. And they always have a big meeting down there at Easter. Been down there many times on Easter Monday. Not going tomorrow, but it's a lovely track. You can go in the middle, park your car, have a picnic. Really nice.
Potts balls. That's guided down to 3rd man by Pajara for a single. He moves on to 95.
It's a sort of racetrack where, obviously it's proper racing. It's national hunt racing under rules and everything. But on one year we were down there and the starter the race goes off and the starter lets the kids stand up on the starter's roster and watch them run. It's really good. It's a great track. I love Plumpton. And also it's not a big track. So it's like a 3-mile chase. You get to see him coming round 2 or 3 times, which is fun.
Yeah.
Well, I find it fun anyway.
Yeah.
You don't look too interested.
No, well, it's not. No, I am interested. I'm trying to think of the other ones. Well, I'm also concerned that if somebody hits a 6 now, we're in all sorts here.
In come bowls, does Potts and Haynes forward onto the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, Fletch, I was completely distracted.
Well,
the other 2, how can I give you a cue on the other 2?
Geographical locations is my forte.
Right, okay.
I didn't know where Plumpton was. So.
Right, well, the other 2 are not in Sussex. One of them is, I think you pass it going up the M6. I think it's kind of sort of Staffordshire way, I think. I'm probably completely wrong.
Right.
Or is it Nottinghamshire way? Hang on. In comes Pops again, bowls to Haynes. Who's going to get a single down to third man? If there'd been a slip called in, it would have been a chance. But Tom had a real thrash at that outside the off stump. He goes to 195, Sussex 347 for 2.
It wasn't a great shot, was it? But we'll forgive him.
I can't think of a clue for this one, Fletch. It's called Ludlow.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's in Shropshire, I think.
Shropshire.
Yeah,
Right.
Ludlow's in Shropshire.
Right.
That's a very small track as well.
In comes Potts running in over the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Bajara, plays out to short extra cover. There is no run. Total remains 347 for 2. I can't think of a clue for the other one, Fletch.
First letter.
H.
Oh.
It's in Cambridgeshire, I think.
Huntingdon.
Well done. Well done, Fletch. Top marks. Plumpton, Goodwood, Huntingdon, Ludlow are the 4 race courses in England which haven't got RAC or E in their names.
That's
So,
good. I like that. I
so
like that.
there's a little quiz for people on Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
Potts runs in bowls to Bajara, who plays it onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Deploy. There is no run. Tidy enough over from Potts, who has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, taken no wicket for 48. Sussex are 347 for 2. It means the lead is 16. Bajara on 95, Haynes on 195. The partnership worth 202. And you're listening to live cricket and quizzes on the BBC from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Fletcher. And actually, Fletcher, I meant to say to you, we drove past BBC Derby offices today on the way to the ground. Yeah, they look quite nice.
Yeah, they're compact.
Are they quite modern?
Bijou. Not particularly, no.
Right.
I think it used to be a car showroom
Did it?
many years ago.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could sort of imagine that, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
It's nice.
Haynes on 195. In comes Thompson bowls. Haynes drills that through the covers. He picks up a single. He goes to 196. Both batsmen are within a shot of getting to landmark. Bajara, a 6 would take him to 100, 101 in fact, and a 4 for Tom Haynes would take him to 200.
I got my feet up here for about 20 minutes then.
So,
And then lunch.
what are the chances of Bajara going to 100 with a 6?
Slim.
I would have thought slim.
I would have thought, yes. Yeah,
I would have thought slim. In comes Thompson bowled to Bajara. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket and plays it to backward square leg. Well, a rather tired Lucknow bent down and picked up the ball.
It's a strange old shot from Pujara. That was when he almost fell into the offside. It's almost like I'm sure he isn't desperate, but it's been a while, hasn't it?
The police.
According to our correspondent.
Yeah, Madsen is in at slip. He's the only close fielder. Thompson in his 32nd over. He's had a long bowl, comes in bowl to Bajara, who again uses his feet and gets down the wicket. Played to Deploy at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 31 and a half overs, 9 maidens, 0 for 64 for Alex Thompson. He's a very tall man. He dwarfs the umpire as he comes running into bowl. He's in now, bowls. Bajara plays onto the leg side. There is no run. We're going to probably get another over in before lunch, I would imagine. We think we go by the clock away to our right-hand side, which says, is that the groundsman's
place? Yeah.
It says 5 to 1. Thompson in bowls. Pujara eases that away into the offside. He picks up a single. He goes to 96, so he's now within a 4 of his 100. Now, Tom Haynes, will this be the moment? On 196, I wonder if his family are listening. His brother Ollie is an avid listener of ours, so the family might be clustered around the radio in deepest Sussex listening as Tom Haynes, 196 not out, faces Alex Thompson. Thompson in bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. Thompson fields off his own bowling. 349 for 2. That's a nice thought, isn't it, of the Haynes family maybe gathering for Easter Sunday, and the roast dinner is cooking away in the oven, and they've got the radio on the sideboard.
Yes, if indeed they are living in 1953. Yes.
Well, that's a romantic thought,
Yes,
Fletch,
it is,
isn't it?
yeah, it
You know,
is.
it'd be a lovely thought. And
More likely they're out on the patio with a couple of beers, listening to the coverage on a smartphone.
yeah, that's right.
I would have thought, but you know.
Yeah. In comes Madsen, bowls to Pajara, who I feel like I'm hogging the commentary now because both of them are within sight of milestones. Madsen in bowls. Pajara takes a step down the wicket. Madsen fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I'm sure Pajara's been around much too long to take a risk, and he doesn't with this delivery as well as Madsen. Bowls the ball on about middle stump, and Pajara just plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. 349 for 2. Madsen in bowls. Pajara down the wicket though on this occasion and plays firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Potts, and there is no run. Madsen very quickly through his overs, over the wicket, comes in bowls. Pajara forward, plays it onto the onside. There is no run, fielded by Dahl, who trots in from mid-wicket to field. The sun has disappeared momentarily. Madsen in again, bowls. Pajara down the wicket, drives to mid-on, fielded by Luckmal. There is no run. End of a maiden over from Wayne Madsen, and we're going to get one more before lunch, I reckon. 349 for 2 are Sussex. Pajara 96, Haynes on 196. Yeah, I mean, you're quite right, Fletch, really, in terms of how they're probably listening.
Yes, yeah, you're right. It is the romantic notion that they'd have had to have switched the radio on half an hour before the start of play so the valves could have warmed up. But
yeah,
I think those days are long gone, sadly. Got the cat's whiskers out. They were is that what they were back in the day? First radio.
Oh, well, that's great, Fletch.
Yeah, but cat's whiskers.
Yeah, it's a great thought. Radio on the sideboard. In comes Thompson to bowl to Tom Haynes. He's on 196. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays into the offside. It'd be quite funny if the Haynes family got in touch and let us know what they were doing.
With a picture of a sideboard.
Yeah.
Has anybody got a sideboard anymore?
Well, I don't know. That romantic notion is sort of disappearing quickly.
Picnic in a wicker basket.
Yeah. Comes Thompson bowls. Haynes drives into the offside. He's going to get a single, is Tom Haynes. He's going to go to 197. There's applause around the ground, and that's because the 350 is up for Sussex. 350 for 2, and this partnership goes to 205. And we rather thought that, well, I mean, it isn't all over yet. Sussex lead by 19, but I think Sussex I would think that probably the Sussex coaching staff would make the players walk back to Hove if they lose now. In comes Thompson. Over the wicket, bowls, and Pajara is down the wicket driving. He's going to pick up a single, is Pajara. He's going to go to 97. Tom Haynes has got exactly 100 more. He's on 197. So will this be the moment? We shall see. It's going to be just before lunch. Haynes waits. A bit more pressure being exerted here. There's a slip in place, as there has been. There's going to be a silly point going in under the helmet. Is that deploy going in there? Yeah. Silly point. Yeah, I would say that's where he is. Just putting protective gear into very important parts is Louis Deploy. There's a bit of a delay. Tom Haynes waits. 197. In comes Alex Thompson. Round the wicket bowls, and Haynes drives firmly to mid-wicket, but there is no run. Fielded there by Potts. Thompson wants another change in the field, I think. And in fact, the silly point is now going to second slip. So they're just keeping Tom Haynes guessing here. Thompson around the wicket, bowls. Haynes is back, rocking back, hammers that one away through backward point. It's racing towards the boundary. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not. It's pulled up just inside the boundary. And Tom Haynes is going to have to settle for a couple of runs. He goes to 199. Lovely shot, really good bit of fielding. Who was that, Fletch? As if we couldn't guess. Yeah, he's been terrific in the field, Sam Connors. So now Haynes within 1 of a double 100.
The last ball before lunch as well, almost certainly. So Connors has come up from the boundary to prevent this run from being taken.
He'd love to go to lunch with a double century to his name with Tom Haynes. He's been there right from the start. It's been a terrific effort by the young Tom Haynes. In comes Thompson, round the wicket bowls. Haynes thrashes this one through the covers. What a way to go to your first double 100. He roars yes as he does that, Tom Haynes. A terrific shot before, and really good to see the Derbyshire players all applauding Tom Haynes. He takes off his helmet, he raises his bat, The first time he's reached a double 100 in his career. Tremendous effort by the 23-year-old Sussex captain, and that's really nice to see the Derbyshire players all applauding as he makes his way off for lunch. Sussex 357 for 2, but it's all about Tom Haynes, who reaches the interval 203 not out.
Brilliant innings, 278 balls. It was the 20th four of the innings as well for Tom Haynes, and now it's just down to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's on 97 not out, as that was the final ball before lunch. Sussex leading by 26, and Derbyshire, well, no luck for them, no success for them. And we'll be back in around about 35 minutes' time.
100 from 203 balls and included 24.
Of the journalists, I mean, I would be amazed if this game is nothing other than a draw now. You know, Derbyshire have got to take 8 wickets, and I just don't see that happening in the next however many more overs we've got today, 64 overs. I wonder what the chatter was with the other journos, Fletch.
Well, a lot of them agreed with me. That might just be because I'm a very intimidating figure. But
Potts in bowl to Pujara, who drives, and this could be his 100. It races away, it's through mid-on, and that's a wonderful 100. 100 on his debut from Chechechwa Pujara, who stands, he takes off his helmet, he raises his back towards the pavilion. A wonderful knock by the Indian batsman, the 51st first-class century of his career. He's played beautifully. It was a lovely shot through mid-on for 4 runs. He goes to 101. And this partnership with Tom Haines, these two coming together when Sussex were in deep trouble on 146 for 2. They've now added 216 for the 3rd Sussex wicket.
glorious shot, wasn't it? A little bit over pitched from young Potts, and it was just clipped away very nicely in between Lias Deploy and Saranga Lakmal and raced away to the long on boundary. Beautiful innings.
Potts again bowls and Pujara is forward, plays down the onside. There is no run. End of the opening over after lunch. And Nick Potts 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 52, 361 for 2 Sussex. Pujara 101, Haines 203.
Now I know that Cheteshwar Pujara now joins the list, and I'm waiting, obviously waiting, for David Griffin to tweet the list, but he joins the list of players who've scored centuries both for and against Derbyshire, because of course he had a spell here at the county ground a few years ago, so he joins that list. It's already a record for the 3rd wicket stand for Sussex against Derbyshire. We're going to see a bowler who I don't think bowled enough this morning. Going back to the question you asked me about the general feeling, well, Derbyshire just didn't attack. They haven't attacked enough. They had a lead of 331, and as soon as a couple of boundaries had been hit, which is in, you know, the batsman's perfectly entitled to hit boundaries, they're on the defensive, and now we've got a situation where the lead's still only 30. So going back to your parlance from earlier on, and I know you were taking the mickey a little bit, but 30 for 2.
Yeah.
You know, if you can get one of these two out, you're not going to get one of these two out by posting everybody on the boundary, are you? But there we go. In comes Thompson then from the City end bowls, and that one is just driven very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary by Tom Haines for a single. He moves to 204, 362 for 2. So another 143 runs, and they'll match Derbyshire's first innings total. Perhaps apt if they got to that and then shook hands, because I'm with you, Adrian. I can't see anything other than a draw out of this game now as Thompson bowls. Down the track comes Pujara, clips it away for 4 runs up towards the long on boundary. Really nice shot, good footwork from the India Test batsman, and a really well timed shot. Another boundary, that's his 15th. His 14th took him to 3 figures. He's moved on to 105 and Sussex to 366 for 2.
A couple of really aggressive shots since lunch, isn't there, from Pujara, using his feet, getting down the track, drilled that one away through mid-wicket for 4. Nicely played.
Really good footwork, but you know, without wishing to pigeonhole him, you'd expect him to be good against spin, wouldn't you, really? And on a track that isn't necessarily going to turn square, he shouldn't have too many problems facing Alex Thompson. He picks up another couple of runs from a ball that he just pushes off the back foot out towards the extra cover boundary. Moves to 107, 368 for 2.
I knew I'd seen a picture of Zach's snacks on Easter Sunday. He says, "Have a great Easter roll," and there it is. It's nice looking kebabs on the barbecue.
Done himself a little gift.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it? Look at that.
You know where we are. This next one is driven straight down the ground. Will Billy Godalming get to it? No. 4 runs. Very straight. Godalming put the dive in. And Pujara is now trying to set up a declaration so Sussex can win the game. 3 boundaries since lunch.
He has hit 3 boundaries since lunch.
And they've been good boundaries too. He's timing the ball well. I think What did you say, 18 months or more since his previous...
In fact, it's 2 years.
Since
his last century, which was in a
for 2 years.
first-class match over in India.
It's a long time for a batsman, and he'll be wanting to make the Indian selectors take note. He uses his feet again, and that was a very wristy shot, whipped it into the leg side. Anish Dal uncharacteristically didn't field it cleanly. I don't think Pujara's given a chance either, unlike Haynes, who was dropped on 111 and 194 by Wayne Madsen.
Yes.
He's at slip still, Madsen. Thompson around the wicket, down the track he comes and drives straight to Billy Godleman, Pujara. And that's the end of the over. 9 runs from it. Pujara 111, Haynes 204. Partnership 227. Sussex leading by 41 now. They're 372 for 2.
We were talking before lunch, Fletch, about players who'd carried their bats through the innings in the match, and we were talking about S.J. Cook. And I've been indebted to Bifters, who's been in touch. Bifters 1920. I don't know what's the rationale behind that Twitter handle, but he says S.J. Cook is Jimmy Cook.
Oh, that is Jimmy Cook. So
Jimmy
Stephen Cook was his son. So I just went with the S, of course, Jimmy Cook. Yeah, he scored a mountain of runs, didn't he, Jimmy Cook?
Yeah. It's all about foods this Easter Sunday. I've had another tweet. In comes Nick Potts, bowls to Haynes, who drives languidly into extra cover, and there is no run. Charlotte Burton's been in touch. Hello, Charlotte. She says, my mum's roast dinner. Look at that. Look at that, Fletch. Roast beef, some Yorkshire puddings, some carrots. Looks like a bit of cauliflower there, do you think? A few runner beans, maybe?
Yeah, nice.
Isn't it?
A couple of Yorkshires.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah, there's some real Easter Sunday lunches around Sussex today, and indeed around the country. Beautiful day for it as well. In comes Potts running in. Over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who drives down the ground. Fielded at mid-off by Billy Godleman, and there is no run.
12-inch hot and spicy for me tonight, I think.
Yes.
When I get back. Twiggy's kept me off the kebab meat in recent times. Certainly for the last 5 nights.
Right.
Can't say I approve. I mean, his hospitality has been magnificent, but I do like a bit of kebab meat every now and then.
Sam's been in touch today, trying to think of Sussex's last double century. That's a good question, Sam. In comes Potts bowls, and Haynes just clips that one through mid-wicket. Picks up another single, does Tom. He goes to 205. Sussex to 373 for 2. Thinks it was Luke Wells against Durham in 2017. I'm going to put my thinking cap on, Sam, and get back to you on that one. Thank you to Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer, and John Barnett, who both got involved in our race course competition a bit earlier on and sent some very good cryptic clues through. Fletch got there in the end with Plumpton, which was good. In comes Potts over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara eases that into the offside. Oh, think about a single, a bit of a confusion. But in the end, Pujara doesn't go through for the single. Steve Oxford likes a quiz, you know. He's been back in touch. He says, hi guys, can you name the English ground where only one test match was played? Plus an FA Cup final replay and league football as well. Answer will follow soon, if not guessed.
Bramall Lane.
Oh, well, yeah.
England played Australia there.
Well done, Fletch.
Next.
Yeah, that's great. You've been to too many pub quizzes, Fletch, I reckon, in your time.
Too many pubs.
It comes Potts and bowls, and Pujara's forward, footed by Potts of his own bowling as well. So Bramall Lane, is that on the size of Bramall Lane as is now?
Yeah, well, Yorkshire played there until the 1970s. They didn't.
Right.
They had a temporary stand, very much like Northampton.
Right.
Until they built the big stand, and where the car park is used to be the rest of the outfield.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Bramall Lane. Well, of course, they played an FA Cup final replay here, and England International here as well, football.
In comes Potts, in and bowls, driven down. That's a beautiful shot by Pujara. That is a quality shot. In fact, he's only getting a single. Lucknow does very well, actually, to get round. Big, tall, fast bowler. And they're all having a bit of a laugh and a joke with him, the Derbyshire lads, because
he's a huge smile on
yes,
his face.
he's, you know, I think he probably wouldn't reckon himself to be the best fielder in the team, but that was really good, considering he's been out there an awful long time. Big fellow got down, stopped what looked like a certain boundary, And all the Derbyshire fellows came running over and a bit of backslapping.
He's clearly a very, very popular
Yes.
man by the number of people
He
who
is.
came across him. And Shan Masood out on the boundary. He didn't come in, and I can't say that I blame him, wasting all that energy. But he gave him the thumbs up, and he acknowledged that as well. And
He did.
yeah,
Lovely to see.
tremendous.
In fact, one thing I would say is, Fletch, and perhaps it's easy to say with the game perhaps drifting towards a draw, is that this game has been played in an excellent spirit. And I thought actually when Sham Masood, seems an awful long time ago, that he made his 239, the Sussex lads were applauding. And
Yeah.
I think it's right. I mean, I just do not understand this. You don't applaud the opposition when they get 100. Call me old-fashioned. I just think it's bad manners, to be honest.
I'm with you.
And the Derbyshire lads applauded Tom Haynes, shaking hands. I thought it was excellent. So well done, everyone. Rant over.
Thompson falls to Pajara. You're allowed. Clips that into the leg side. There's only going to be one there. As Sam Connors, well, there might be two now because Sam Connors rather overran the ball, and he'd be a little bit furious with himself there, Sam Connors, because he's a fine fielder out in the deep, and unfortunately couldn't quite pick that one up cleanly. And as a result, they do get back for two. Pajara moves on to 114 now and 376 for two. Thompson's in again. This one is clipped into the leg side once more, and this will go straight to Sam Connors off the Pajara bat. So they just walk through for a single. Pajara 115. So we've had two innings in this match now where we've seen a double and a single century, which is fairly remarkable. I think it tells you all you need to know, A, about how poorly Sussex batted first time around, as Thompson is in and pushed out into the offside, and B, how good a pitch it is. I think even if we'd played until the end of the week, we may not have seen a side bowled out again in the way that Sussex were first time around. It was quite remarkable. Thompson is in, and this one is pushed up into the offside, fielded by Thompson.
We did it to Samuel simply through the scorecard. We think the last time a double 100 was scored was Luke Wells, 258 against Durham at Hove. Steen Van Zale, South Africa, made 149.
Next delivery is pushed back towards Thompson by Tom Haynes. Haynes is on 205 at the moment. Pajara on 115. Between them, they've faced in excess of 630 deliveries. This next one is a full-length delivery that's pushed out into the offside by Haynes. It's the end of the Thompson over. He's now bowled 35 overs, 9 maidens, 0 for 87. The only wicket to go to a bowler went to Sam Connors, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 67.
Elsewhere, Glamorgan 68 for 2, needing another 98 runs to beat Notts, just up the M1. So there's going to be a result there one way or the other today. Maybe not the case at Durham, where Leicester are 81 for 1, needing another 314 to win. Very unlikely, and Durham needing 9 wickets. I saw our BBC colleague Martin Emerson tweeting at lunchtime that Durham left the declaration much too late. Should have put them in last night.
We've all been there, Martin. We've all been there.
Kent 172 for 7, still hanging on, at Canterbury, and still Ben Compton's there on 55. In comes Nick Potts running into bowl to Pajara, who is forward and plays that down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
To prevent any correspondence, more likely up the A38 than the M1.
Right.
Trent Bridge, up the Brian Clough Way.
Right, okay.
Which links the two cities.
Right, okay, yeah, I've been saying I'm sort of thinking I'm south here. I'm not they're sort of level with each other, aren't they, on the map?
Pretty much.
Are they right?
Pretty much.
Okay, yeah. Potts turns.
One city's better than the other, of course.
And is in the bowls, and Pajara runs that too short, the man or backward point, fielded there by Dahl. They won't take a single to him. Good recovery by Gloucestershire down at Bristol. Gloucestershire 342 for 9 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 133. I noticed James Bracey in the run. There are 161 not had. There's been a lot of centuries in these opening 2 rounds of matches. A lot of people putting their hands up, considering let's talk about the lack of batsmen around the country. There's been lots of hundreds. In comes Potts, bowls, and Pajara eases that to backward point. Again, Dahl is there, and there is no run. I think the Derbyshire fielding has been really very good, Fletch, considering they've now been out there they're into their 5th session. They've only taken a couple of wickets, so every reason to feel a bit down in the dumps, perhaps. But they've.
Yeah.
And when you've got someone like Dahl in the field who's continually on the move, it kind of lifts everybody's spirits, really. But the field is well spread, and it's not a field that's set to take wickets. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary. In comes Potts again, bowls. Pujara forward, plays into the offside again. Dahl feels there is no run. Then 3 men saving one in the offside. Dahl, Wayne Madsen at cover, and Skipper Godwin at mid-off. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. I can see Shan Masood is going through some sort of Pilates exercise out there.
Yes.
At deep.
Bit of breaking news.
Deep.
Seriously? No, there is some breaking news, actually.
Really?
The ECB have appointed Rob Key as Managing Director of England Men's Cricket.
Right. In comes Potts. Potts in and bowls. Played forward by Pujara. There is no run. There's also a fine leg in place. Now, you and I would, and I don't mean this in any way flippantly, Fletch. I'm not sure quite what that means, because is that who fulfilled that role before? Is that sort of the Strauss role?
Yeah, he'll
Right.
be responsible for the strategy behind the England men's cricket teams and the performance pathways leading into them. He will also take a key role as part of the high performance review, which will begin shortly.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
No, nor do I. Potts in and bowls, clipped away by Pujara through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 116, Sussex to 378 for 2.
Prior to the appointment, Sir Andrew Strauss had undertaken the role on an interim basis following Ashley Giles' departure in February after 3 years. And he goes on to tell us what he did, and it includes captaining Kent to the 2nd Division title in 2010, which effectively is finishing 10th in the county championship. Well done, Rob.
I just... so presumably now his brief is... Is it, I've kind of lost track of what's happening. So is there a chairman of the ECB?
No, not at the moment.
Right, so a chairman will be elected, but we were saying yesterday that the...
I think he needs to appoint a coach and chairman of selectors for the England team to start with.
Yeah, okay. And then the chairman of the ECB is elected, which we were saying by the member clubs.
By the chairman of the counties.
Right, right, okay.
Yeah.
So there's lots of appointments still to be made. But
And a
Rob,
captain.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to dip out for a moment, Adrian, if that's all right.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Pujara, eases that around the corner, picks up another single. In fact, they're going to think about 2, but it isn't there because I think Connors is out there. Yes, it is. Gets in the throw, very good throw as well. Pujara to 116, Sussex 378 for 2. Partnership of 234. So plenty of... I mean, Rob Key's appointment was trailed pretty extensively in the press over the last few days, so I don't think it's a major surprise. In comes Thompson around the wicket, bowls. Haynes is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. I don't know huge. I probably know more about Rob Key because he's been an integral part of broadcasting in cricket for the last few years. He was a fine player for Kent, but I don't know an awful lot more than that. Let's wish him well and hope he does a good job. It's a huge job as Tom Haynes with a play and a miss outside of the off stump. The ball did seem to turn away from the left-hander. Madsen took the ball at slip. But Tom Haynes hadn't got a nick on that one. In comes Thompson bowls. Haynes cuts firmly. More runs here for Tom Haynes. But I think it's going to be 4 runs. It's racing away towards the 3rd man boundary. And indeed it has gone for a boundary. Haynes goes to 209. And Sussex to 383 for 2. On the subject of... Tom Haynes, John Peel has sent us an email from over in Tel Aviv in Israel. Hello John, lovely to hear from you. I know you're a contributor throughout and always good to have you in touch. As in comes Thompson again, in and bowls. Haynes is forward, plays along the ground to backward point. And there is no run. Fielded there by, I'm not sure who that is at backward point. Fletch will tell us in a moment. Is there a reserve fielder on, Fletch?
Sorry?
Is there a reserve fielder
Oh, there
on?
could be.
In comes Thompson bowls, Haynes forward.
Where are we
Thompson
looking?
fields, a backward point, number 10.
No, that's Lewis Rees.
Oh, it's Lewis Rees, sorry. Yes, it is, of course, he's on the list. Apologies for that. End of the over. 383 for 2. Pujara 117, Haynes 209. John has been in touch. He says, hi all, has Mr. Haynes possibly put down a marker to open for England? We know he's been mentioned. Your thoughts, please. And in addition, how about being sounded out as captain? A young man can bat and bowl. All the very best from Tel Aviv. all the way over in Israel. We've had a lot of people in touch from different parts of the world in this match,
Not
Fletch.
often.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
I've not been. Have you been to Tel Aviv?
No. No.
I've been to Jerusalem. We went to Cyprus on holiday many years ago, and you could get a boat from, I think it was Limassol, to Haifa in Israel. Just went, and you went overnight on the boat, and you had a tour around Jerusalem, which was really interesting, and back again. It goes Potts and Bowles, and Bajara's forward plays to short extra cover, and there is no run. I think Tel Aviv I think you've got lovely beaches in Tel Aviv. Perhaps John will let us know. I mean, the reality is that when you've got young batsmen making runs like Tom Haynes has, highest run scorer in the county championship, people are going to start talking about him, Fletch.
Yeah. Oh, no question. No question.
I deliberately didn't ask him last night because what's he meant to say? Well, all Tom can do is score runs and let others make the decisions. Really.
Yeah. No question.
Potts in and Bowles and played onto the onside by Bajara. What I will say, John, is that there will be a lot of young batsmen around the country who, having seen which was, the debacle of the winter, really will be thinking, if I can start this season well, I'm putting myself in the selectors' thoughts. You've got young Bracey down at Gloucestershire making a lot of runs. And
Debacle of the winter. You're absolutely right. It was horrible to watch, but England don't win in Australia.
No, that's true.
And all of a sudden, it's county championship's fault.
Well, yeah.
Madness.
In comes Potts away from us, Bowles, and Bajara flicks that backward of square on the leg side and picks up his 118th run. Sussex to 384 for 2, and this partnership grows and grows. It's now up to 239 between Haynes and Bajara. He's a fight. It's when you're the leading run scorer in the championship last year and you start like you have this season. I mean, there will inevitably those who say, well, he's playing in Division 2 of the Championship.
They will say that, which is nonsense, of course.
It is nonsense. In comes Potts over the wicket, Bowles, and Haynes crashes that one to backward point, fielded by Madsen. Didn't time it quite as well as I thought, and he has a little look at his bat as Tom Haynes. And we were discussing this yesterday. It is a nonsense, and I think the biggest example of that would be Ollie Robinson, who was just taking stacks and stacks of wickets, and eventually, in my opinion, took far too long for them to realise that he was Test match material. Potts runs away from us, coming into bowl to Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is full to ball of good length. Plays it, but he's showing no sign here, Tom Haynes, of giving this away. I think he quite fancies being there at the end.
Triple.
Well, 384 for 2. He must be tired. He's been on the field for an awful long time. I mean, the 505 for 8 seems a long time ago. He then top scored with 41 in the first innings. So I reckon he's been on the field pretty much for all but one session of the match.
3:15 he was out in the first innings.
Potts in and bowls. Haynes looks to chop that one through backward point. The ball bounces into the ground. There is no run. End of the over. 384 for 2. Haynes 209. Bajara 118.
So from 3:15 until the close on day
2.
It was the only time he hasn't been on the field.
Right,
so
okay.
probably 3 hours.
Yeah.
And that includes a tea interval.
I'm impressed, Fletch. You said you didn't keep good notes, but that's a good note.
I keep those notes because if I need to go back to the archive to find a specific wicket,
Right.
it's easier to find.
Great. Well done. Good stuff.
And but the trouble is that there's such big gaps between wickets at the moment. I do forget on occasion, and I really ought to mark down landmarks as well. But, I'll find them. I'll find them all.
Well, we were very impressed by Grace Ballinger, who, if you didn't join us yesterday, was from the Loughborough Lightning, who joined on commentary. Her notes were very comprehensive. I was most impressed. Yeah.
Alex Thompson begins a new over from the City end. He has no longer got a slip. That's how defensive Derbyshire have gone now. They're trailing by 53, or to put it another way, Sussex lead by 53. The slip has gone into a sort of mid-wicket area, and this one is driven down the ground on the half volley by Bajara, and he basically, but it's barely a trot. It's a brisk walk down to the other end for a single. He moves to 119, 385 for 2. I think the wind's starting to get up. Yes, you can see the trees away to the right. They're just starting to move a little bit. I think there is a spot of rain around tomorrow.
Oh, Well, we're going to the beach tomorrow. Typical.
Oh, no, I mean, that's up here, Adrian. It'd be glorious down where you are. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Tom Haynes. He picks up another single, 210. He moves on to.
Very pleased. Our favourite beach is a beach called West Wittering, which is down near Chichester, Fletch. And back in the day, you queue for hours to get down there on a bank holiday, but now you have to reserve your parking space in advance to get in.
Really?
Yeah.
Blimey. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Pujara. Lewis Rees does the fielding, moving away to his left-hand side.
Yeah.
Named after Martin Emerson, I assume, the resort.
What's that?
Wittering. I'd imagine. Looking forward to meeting up with Martin over the course of the season. This one is driven, good footwork, and it just beats the man. I think that's Liz Deploy, who's on the leg side. It is straight, and it goes all the way through to Saranga Lakmal. Haynes picks up another. No, it doesn't. Pujara picks up another single, 120, 387 for 2.
But I'm quite pleased with myself because I booked a car parking space about 2 weeks ago before the weather looked like it was going to be nice, because you'd have no chance if you were trying to book so close to a bank holiday.
Next delivery is defended by Haynes back towards Alex Thompson. It's the end of his 37th over, 0 for 95, his figures. So do you have to pay for these car parking spaces as well, like in advance?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you do have to pay. But it's a lovely beach, and so I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow. On the subject of beaches, John's been back in touch from Tel Aviv, and he says, read Tel Aviv, yes, many fine beaches. I actually live in Jaffa, quite a beautiful location. He says, a quick question. Jimmy Anderson and Brody were not active for this round of games. As they are centrally contracted, who made that decision based on the facts there is no management in place?
Good shout.
Baffling.
Yes, really good shout. I don't know who made that decision.
And I think there's probably quite a lot of scratching of heads going on around the counties.
Nonsense.
In comes Potts, bowls to Pujara, who clips that one down to deep backward square, picks up another single. It's that wind is really getting up now. We haven't had a wind like this since Hove last Thursday. Yeah, I mean, the answer to your question is, John, I don't think anybody actually knows who is making the decision. I mean, Paul Collingwood was he sort of interim something or another?
He was interim head coach, I think.
Right. I mean, so I don't know. But we were discussing this yesterday, John. You may not have been listening, and saying it just seemed ridiculous that players aren't being allowed to play at the moment, as in comes Potts and Bowles and Haynes. Mistimes a ball that he hits into the ground and it balloons in the air like a tennis ball, and there is no run.
You've got to listen to all 4 days, John. That's the thing. Yeah. You can't afford to be missing stuff. There'll be an exam at the end of it.
Yeah. Tony's been in touch from Australia.
Stats Tony.
Stats Tony.
Excellent.
Who's listening to us through the night, I reckon. I wonder if he's got a view out of his. I don't know, I've no idea where you live, Tony, but I'm wondering whether we were talking about the Haynes family earlier on, as in comes Potts running in and bowls, and Tom Haynes beautifully played to mid wicket, well fielded by Dahl, and there was a cry of catches, so maybe it was in the air for a little while, but it looked like it was beautifully played. We were sort of thinking about the Haynes family huddled around the radio as Tom approached his 200. Well, they very kindly sent us a photograph and got in touch. And I just wondered with Tony whether he's sort of sitting in an apartment sort of overlooking Sydney Harbour Bridge, and wouldn't that be lovely? Yeah, with all the lights on the bridge.
Bondi Beach.
Yeah, lovely. In comes Potts. In and bowls. Haynes hits that one, a good bit of fielding actually, backward point by Manson. He prevents that one, perhaps going for 4 towards backward point. Haynes goes to 210. And Tony confirms what we've just found out, that Rob Key is announced as the new managing director of England's cricket, replacing interim MD Andrew Strauss. Well liked, but now in the hot seat. Sure you have thoughts on this? Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Tony, I don't know a huge amount about. I mean, I know he's a broadcaster. He's opened the batting for Kent, played for England as well.
Yeah, played for England.
In comes Potts, bowls, and Pujara plays to backward point, and there is no run. But as to, I mean, that's a big role. I'm sure he's a very able man, and of course we wish him every success in the role. But I can't really comment on his suitability for the role. I don't know enough about
him. He's a man who clearly likes towing the line, because he's just been employed by the Pakistan board to do their commentary on the recent series between Pakistan and Australia. That was all very controlled. as they often are in the subcontinent.
Potts in and bowled outside the off stump, taken by wicket keeper Brooke Guest. Sorry, my mind momentarily. 389 for 2. Pujara 121, Haynes 211. It's time to tell you that you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Hums, alongside Dave Fletcher. Can I just say actually to the people at Derbyshire that we've been really well looked after here this week, Fletcher. Really, really good. Just very friendly, and the lunches and everything have been excellent. So whoever organises that, or to be honest, you and I first met, Fletch, on the non-league football ground when you were lucky to get a cup of tea, if that. And I've always sort of thought when you're doing this job, which we all love doing, that there's no reason why anyone should give you a free lunch or tea or free cups of coffee or whatever, but clubs do, and Derbyshire have done it splendidly today. In fact, we don't say thank you enough, really, because it's been really, really good. So,
well, if they didn't, I'd be moaning.
Yeah,
they are magnificent.
But you'd have been to non-league grounds, Fletcher, not got a cup of tea and sat there in the freezing cold.
But I've also been to non-league grounds where members of the committee have invited me into the committee room for cups of tea and sandwiches at half time. I remember Guiseley, they often used to do that in West Yorkshire. There's a marvellous moment in that series between, nothing to do with Rob Key, in that series between Pakistan and Australia, when one of the commentators described the pitch as, I think he described it as very flat, and immediately changed his mind when prompted clearly to say good, as opposed to very flat, because the pitches were exceptionally flat in that series. They wanted 5-day tests. Dal begins a new spell from the City end, and it's pushed up towards Suranga Lakmal at mid-on by Tom Haynes. Could turn that wind down a bit, really.
Tony goes on to say, he's just been in touch to say, about Rob Key, and we were talking about, he said, well, it'll be Rob Key's call now, which it is. I mean, everything is within his remit, I guess.
Yeah. Well, as you say, we wish him well. That one is pushed out into the, whether it better do anything is another matter. Pushed out into the offside by Haynes, and there's no run. This game now is only the second time in Derbyshire history where there have been individual double hundreds and single hundreds scored by both sides in the same game. And the other time it happened was against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 1947. So even if it ends in a draw, we've witnessed a bit of history as when it ends in a draw. That one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. There's no run. They could shake hands now, in all honesty. They can't, obviously, but they would. They could. Unless Sussex fancy declaring and letting Derbyshire win.
Yeah. Ray Yates has been in touch. Ray also lives up in Inverness. I think I might have said this to Ray before, whether he knows Steve Harris, who is also from Inverness. Sussex supporters, a long way from Hove.
That is a long way. Dahl bowls, and there's a miss-hit back to him by Haynes.
He says, morning, Adrian and Fletch. 2:20.
Well, different time zone in Inverness, I think. Yeah.
He says, just returned from Easter services and really pleased to see Tom has achieved his double century. As good as that is, I'm guessing that this is a very flat pitch in light of Derby's first innings, which can't be good for cricket. We need wickets that at least gives the bowlers a chance, don't we? What are your thoughts? Well, that's a good question.
Dahl bowls. We're never happy, are we? That one, if both sides had been all out for 174 in 4 innings and we'd been at home by now, we'd have been moaning the state of the pitch. Single taken as Haynes pushed that one out to the offside. 212 to him, 389. 212 to him, 390 for 2. Or was that 2 from Pujara? No, it was 390 for 2. It was just a single. I thought it was.
I mean, I think before we talk about the pitch, I think we have to put in context that it doesn't take anything away from the 239 from Shan Masood and the double century from Tom Haynes, both of which have been really tremendous innings. So, that they've been excellent innings, the pair of them.
Dahl is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Pujara. No run. Well, it's remarkable, really, isn't it? Because even in the Derbyshire innings, just looking back to that 505 for 8, Leas Deploy 6, Lewis Rees 7, Nick Potts, all right, he's a bowler, but he made 9. I mean, it wasn't a pair of 12s as well for Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest. I mean, it's not flat to the extent that every single batsman who's been out there has looked comfortable and has scored plenty of runs. You've had to graft for your runs.
Yeah.
You have had to graft.
I mean, what I would say, and I did ask this to Ian Salisbury at the Sussex Press Day, because Ian was talking about being good pitches, and I asked Ian what his definition of a good pitch was, because, and I think we slightly, because I was saying that I felt that some of those pitches for the Pakistan-Australia game are not going to encourage people to want to watch 5-day cricket. In comes Potts and bowls, and Haynes smashes that away through the covers. I would have wanted 4 for that, but he's going to get a single. He goes to 213, 391 for 2. Ian slightly disagreed. He felt that that's when you get, the cut and thrust of 5-day cricket. But my argument is when a pitch is so flat, and I don't think this is in that category, that you've got no chance of a result. I don't think that does anything for the game, personally.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. It needs to be a bit of something, doesn't it?
There has to be something to give the bowlers some encouragement. Then comes Potts running in over the wicket and bowls and let go by Pujara outside the off stump, and there is no run. I don't think there's any fun watching. I mean, it can't have been a lot of fun the game at Chelmsford last week.
No.
If you're looking to entice people, I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? You know, time moves on. You've got to keep people interested in cricket, and I don't believe you're going to keep people interested in cricket if you've got a game with, that was it. The first Test match in Pakistan. I mean, it just looked like an awful.
The first 2 were both. I think there were 3, weren't there? 3 tests. The first 2 were both very, very flat.
There has to be more in it for that. I think. In comes Potts and bowls, and Pujara cuts that one away on the bounce to Dahl. There is no run. I mean, I'll take Ian's point entirely that, you want wickets that bowlers have got to work hard to get batsmen out. No one wants a green top where it's all over in 2 days. So it is difficult, and I feel sorry for the groundsmen because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, really, aren't they, with preparing wickets? But
we have seen a few pitches like this at Derbyshire. We saw a game, I can't remember exactly when it was, but between Derbyshire and Leicester. That was last season when lots and lots of runs were scored.
In comes Potts, bowls, Pujara forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Guest and Dahl both got centuries in that match, low down the order. But again, it was after wickets had fallen, and you sort of didn't really think too much about it. But
yeah. The one thing I would say with this pitch, Fletch, is that there is good carry in this pitch. There's been good carry throughout, hasn't there? I mean, perhaps it's. So I don't want to take anything away from the players who scored the runs here, because you've got to bat well to score runs. In comes Potts over the wicket, bowls, Pujara forward, plays to the offside. There is no run. Frankie Smith has been in contact. Hi, Frankie. He says, hope all is well. Just to send massive congratulations to Tom Haynes on his double 100, thoroughly proving a name for himself. I have to ask, is Pujara playing white ball cricket for Sussex, and is Tom also captain for that as well? My understanding is that Tom is captain for the 50 over, but not the T20, when it will be Ravi Bopara who is captaining the T20, as Potts is in and bowls, and Pujara plays into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, my understanding, if Pujara is around, I mean, there is a Test match in England this year, isn't there? That sort of held over Test match at Edgbaston that I would imagine he'll be hoping to play in. But my understanding is he would be back for the 50 over competition. I would assume. I mean, I've not heard he won't play T20. Martin's been in touch. Hello, Martin. He says, I trust Rob Key isn't watching Tom today. I'd hate to think with the current England Open situation that Tom may in line for a call-up. Let him score another 1,000 runs first. As regards this match, can I come up from behind the sofa now? So, yeah, I mean, Sussex, Sussex will want to lose Tom, of course, but, I'm sure they would send him off with every good wish if it were to happen. Let's see.
And it's Dahl from the city end around the wicket to Haynes, who drives out into the offside. There's a slight fumble there by the fielder, Nick Potts, but they don't take a single. Yeah, that Test match is around the time of the T20 match here between Derbyshire and India. The week before that, we are actually in Sussex, Derbyshire. So it's not a T20 time. This one is turned into the leg side. So Derbyshire will be hoping that Pujara gets back into the India side. So then he won't be able to play for Sussex against them in the return match down at Hove at the end of June.
It's funny you mention that, actually, Fletch, because when the fixtures were really late coming out, weren't they? Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And My brother had actually said to me there was a group going up to Edgbaston for a day of that match and said, "I'd like to come." And I said, "Well, the fixtures aren't out, so I'll say yes and just hope there isn't a fixture that day." And I think Sussex have got a fixture the next day, which I think is a T20, which I think they'll have someone else to do that particular one.
Absolutely. This one's turned into the leg side by Haynes, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's right at the end of June, I think, from memory. Yeah.
Morgan have lost their third wicket at Trent Bridge, and they still need another 60. They only need another 68. They're 98 for 3 now, and Marnus Labuschagne is still there. Kieran Carlson has joined him out in the middle.
He's a good player.
As I said earlier, they've got a good side. This one is driven into the offside. Fielded there by Nick Potts, who turns and hits the batsman with the throw on the ankle. I thought he was going to go for overthrows.
I did.
Because it was nowhere near Brooke Guest, and it's hit him in his left ankle or left calf, that kind of area, I think. It was a complete accident.
Yeah, it was.
But he might just take a minute or two just to recompose himself here.
I thought that was going for 4 overthrows,
so
actually.
did
I don't think Tom saw the ball coming in, but it did hit him. And in fact, Tom Haynes did throw a ball in earlier in the match that hit Wayne Madsen on the inside of, looked like the inside of the knee, and Madsen was hopping around.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. It's a sort of occupational hazard when you've been out there for 409 balls. I suppose you're going to get hit on at some point by a ball.
Yeah.
Perhaps not necessarily expecting it to be by the man fielding in the covers as Dahl bowls, and Haynes just guides this out towards the cover boundary. They go through for a very comfortable single. He moves to 216, 394 for 2. The lead is 63.
Just been reminded by Graham, thanks Graham, that Josh Phillippe is also coming over for the T20s for Sussex. I'm always a little bit unsure of the rules for T20. How many overseas?
2.
It is 2. So Sussex will have. Well,
you got Rashid Khan coming back?
Yeah, Rashid Khan. But Sussex will have sort of 3 in the squad because they'll have Rizwan, Phillippe, and Rashid Khan.
Feels like cheating to me. Anuj Dahl is bowling, and this next one is pushed by Pujara out into the offside.
The thing I would say about it, and this is a bit of an Adrian thing as well. Sorry, it's the end of the over. 394 for 2. Pujara 121. Haynes 216. It's great having these good overseas players. For the and I guess the T20 is different this year because the finals day. But what you do want is you do want them around if you get to finals day, don't you?
Yes. Oh no.
You know, it's well and good. Oh, let's get to finals day, and they're not around this year. That should be different because I think finals day is end of July, isn't it?
Yeah.
Before the 100 starts.
Yeah.
So that does make a lot more sense. I better go, Fletch, because I've got to do an update.
Yes, I'll have an update shortly. With Derbyshire's overseas for the T20 will be the overseas that are out there at the moment. And the same for the 50 over, assuming that neither of them get picked for the other competition in August. They will hopefully be here throughout the course of the season, although Shan Masood may well get a call for Pakistan if he carries on his current form throughout the course of the season when they play in the Asia Cup, which starts at the end of August and goes into the first couple of weeks of September. So he might not be here for when Madsen's back. He might not be here for the final few games of the season, which will see Derbyshire clinching promotion. Cheteshwar Pujara, incidentally, the 24th player to score a first-class century for and against Derbyshire. Both of them were here. Wayne Madsen passed. 394 for 2. Madsen in. Pushed out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. Next delivery from Madsen is defended by Haynes. Pujara 121. Haynes 216. Haynes on strike and defends this one. Back to Wayne Madsen once again. That's Wayne Madsen. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Right. Yeah. Yes, of course. Well, Rockstar's not foreign, is it? Is it? I don't think so. Let it in. There is. I'm at the county ground here in Derby, where Cheteshwar Pujara has just swept Wayne Madsen for a couple of runs. He's moved to 123. Tom Haynes 217. Sussex are batting. We haven't seen a wicket today yet. We started at 11 o'clock. Sussex are 397 for 2 now. They lead Derbyshire by 66. This game is seemingly heading for a draw, but there's been all sorts of fascinating facts come out of this game. You like a fascinating fact, James? I know. This is the first match here at Derby in which we've seen 2 double hundreds, and it's the first game involving Derbyshire, obviously, and it's the first game involving Derbyshire that has had 2 double hundreds and a single hundred by each side, or a double hundred and a single hundred by each side. It's only the second time it's happened. The previous time was 1947, and Cheteshwar Pujara, who plays for India, is a test batsman, is the 24th player to score a first-class century for and against Derbyshire. He's got the one in this match, and he scored 100 for Derbyshire against Leicestershire here in Derby in 2014. And you can tell how exciting the cricket is by the number of stats that I've just reeled off. It's not very exciting, I'm afraid. Oh yes, no, I actually missed that one. I missed that one. Yeah, I was abroad at the time for obvious reasons. Cheers. That was a chat with James Watt. And again, I apologise to listeners online. They can only hear one half of the conversation, and I understand that might be frustrating, but it's just the way it is today. There was a nice little drive there out to the offside. 398 for 2 now, as that one is bowled by Dahl outside the off stump. 123 to Pujara, 218 to Haynes. Partnership, you may have heard the ripple of applause in the background. It went on to past the 250 mark, 253 for the 3rd wicket. Shan Masood, who got the double century for Derbyshire, has just been brought a drink by Harry Kame, the young 12th man, who will be hoping against hope he gets his opportunity at some point in the near future, as this next delivery from Dahl is left alone by Pujara outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, but no damage done. Keeping a very close eye on that game at Trent Bridge, where Glamorgan are now 106 for 3 and need a further 60 runs to beat Nottinghamshire, try and extend their stay in the wilderness of the 2nd Division, as Dahl is in and bowls. That one is driven by Pujara up towards Saranga Lakmal, and there is no run. I'm just making perfectly clear that it wasn't Nottinghamshire who described the 2nd Division as a wilderness. It was the Nottinghamshire commentator who described it as the wilderness. I should be reminding him of that when we're at Trent Bridge in a few weeks' time, especially if they're not top of the table. Here comes Anuj Dahl. I'll be reminding you, even if they are top of the table. Dahl bowls. That's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Nick Potts, trotting in from extra cover, and there is no run. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere, apart from that game between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan, which is taking place at Trent Bridge. The games that are still going on. Kent are still 43 runs behind, but they're 205 for 7 in their 2nd innings now, having been forced to follow on against Lancashire at Canterbury. Dahl bowls left alone outside the off stump again. Brooke Guest doesn't take it cleanly, and he's a little bit upset with himself there, I fancy, as he takes off his glove and picks the ball up with his right hand. Yorkshire need 211 to beat Gloucestershire, having bowled the home side out for 359 in their 2nd innings down at Bristol. They're currently 9 without loss, and Leicestershire 99 for 2 in their 2nd innings. They're chasing something ludicrous, close to 400. They need another 296, but they're doing okay at the moment, and as a result, almost certainly will end up being a draw up at Chesterle Street. Kane has just got some instructions from Billy Godleman, as Wayne Madsen is to continue from the racecourse end. His round arm off spin. First ball played back to him by Tom Haynes, and there's no run. In comes Madsen again. This one is played off the back foot out into the offside, fielded by Potts. He's got a towel sticking out the back of his trousers. I think the ball needs drying. hasn't needed drag at any stage in this match. It must be just a habit that he's got into, putting the towel down the back of his trousers. In comes Madsen again. That one's turned into the leg side by Haynes. In comes Sam Connors off the backward square leg boundary to do the fielding. Haynes moves on to 219, 399 for 2. There is still time for Sussex to match Derbyshire's first innings score of 505. This next one is tossed up and driven down the ground by Pujara. Billy Godleman just down below as the Derbyshire skipper does the fielding. He was at long on, now he moves up to mid off. Sort of a third of the way back. Madsen bowls, pushed into the offside. Dahl fields. Billy Godleman claps. Chewing his gum down there, Billy Godleman. Waiting now as Madsen comes into bowl, and that one is played into the ground and out into the offside. Potts does the fielding. It's the end of another Wayne Madsen over. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 17 Wayne Madsen. Pujara has 124, Haynes has 219, and Sussex are 400 for 2. They lead by 69 runs. Not a single wicket today. 2 yesterday, 2 on day 1, and 16 on day 2 when Sussex batted appallingly on a perfectly good batting track. I think those figures tell you all you need to know about how good the batting track is and how badly Sussex batted first time around. 2 wickets, 16 wickets, 2 wickets, no wickets taken in the day's play.
Paul Stringer's been in touch. Hi, Paul. He says, we really do feel we have a special talent in our squad. Tremendous player, he says, about Tom Haynes. In comes Dahl, bowls to Pujara, lets that go outside the off stump. There's no one. I imagine Paul is getting settled down in his chair. He's a big Crystal Palace supporter. So
is he? Are they playing this afternoon?
Yeah, in the FA Cup semi-final.
Of course.
Yeah, so Paul will be
nervous,
settling down. Yeah. Ben Wood is tuning in from San Francisco, watching via the YouTube stream.
Now you dropped into Americanism.
Yeah.
YouTube.
In comes Pujara, plays into the offside. There is no run. 124 Pujara, 219 Haynes. Partnership of 255. What did he go on to say? He says, watching via the YouTube stream, sure beat following the score months later in the Wisden magazine, as it surely was merely 25 years ago. Amazing that we can tune in from so far away in time and space. Thank you, Sussex and Derby. I'm finding it very entertaining, despite some of the naysays that say this is no good for the game, says Ben. Pujara plays to mid-on and there is no run. So we were thinking, we've got 3 sort of scenarios we've been thinking of today. There was the Haynes family clustered around the radio down in deepest Sussex when Tom went to his 200. We were thinking of our correspondent Tony out in Sydney, who perhaps has got an apartment overlooking the Sydney Harbour Bridge. I have no idea if he does or not. And Ben probably looking over the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, wouldn't that be lovely? Yeah. Shrouded in fog. As in comes Dahl, let go outside the off stump by Pujara, because it's probably, what are they, 5 or 6 hours behind?
6 in the morning, or coming up to 7 o'clock in the morning. I think they're 8 hours behind,
right.
Aren't they?
San Francisco.
No, we've got Shane in Pittsburgh listening as well again today.
Oh, lovely.
He's already invited us both over.
Is he?
Yeah.
Should we go?
He's going to show us round. Marvellous.
In comes Dahl over the wicket bowls, cut away by Pujara. That's going to be a couple of runs. No, it's not. It's going to be a single. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who gets the throw. I've left my list next door, and that was fielded by Alex Thompson. Should have known, because he's a big tall fella. How could I miss him? Pujara to 125, Haynes 219, the Sussex 400 up, 401 for 2. Partnership now worth 256, which means we're now getting into, they're going to have to rewrite the record book, rewrite this publication. Yeah. It's the Sussex Handbook. If anyone's listening down at the club, I need one. In comes Dahl bowls and Haynes plays that through backward point out.
If anybody's listening in the Mercedes-Benz showroom.
I need one. One more to Haynes. He goes to 220, 402 for 2. End of the over. Dahl has toiled away. 29 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 82, 402 for 2. Yeah. So I've got last year's handbook, but the partnerships for the leading wickets sort of begin at 250. There'll be too many of them in the record books anyway. So we're now up to this partnership worth 257. So the next one on the list is 259 between D.S. Shepherd and G. Cox Jr. for Glamorgan at Eastbourne in 1949. So Tom and Chechua are in the book, as it were. Let's see how close they can get to the 385. It's a way off.
Sundergan's new over from the racecourse, and it's pushed out to the offside by Haynes. There's no run. It's been a game for records, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, it has. Yeah. They'd have to go some to get to the record, which is 385.
Let's get the foot down.
Yeah.
That one's pushed out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding once again. There's no run.
Have you been to San Francisco, Fleck?
I have. I have. San Francisco and down to Los Angeles.
Right.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
This one's pushed back towards Wayne Madsen by Tom Haynes. Pujara and Madsen share a smile. They'll have played in the same team together, of course, here at Derby. And elsewhere for Derbyshire. As this next delivery is defended into the offside by Haynes.
Did you go to Alcatraz?
I didn't go to the island. I saw it. We went across the Golden Gate Bridge and up to see some of those big trees. And this one is those big trees pushed back to Wayne Madsen. You know the redwoods, the giant redwoods.
Was that in Yosemite?
No, it's just north of San Francisco,
Right.
I think.
Oh,
I'm fairly sure. Next delivery is cut nicely by Haynes. He's only going to get a single though. Masoudi's out there on the cover boundary. And it's the end of the over. He didn't half flash through his overs, Wayne Madsen. That's 12 overs. 0 for 18. He's bowled now. The players want a drink. In fact, the Derbyshire 12th man is slowly coming on, like one of those old-fashioned milkmen with the drinks. But,
If you could say to both of these sides now, I mean,
would you like to stop and get home early?
Yeah, should we just shake hands and call it? Because I'm sure, actually, thinking about the Derbyshire lads now, they've been out in the field for 5 sessions. I mean, we're not, the heart doesn't bleed for them. However, they've got another game coming up on Thursday, and it's now, and I'm sure that's probably on Billy Godwin's mind. He's not going to want to bowl Lackmale and Connors into the ground here, is he? I mean, it's going to be a lost cause. The lead is 72. There's 47 overs left in the match. So you think this game is now. It's going to fizzle out into a draw because there's just no point Godwin bowling his bowlers into the ground. There's no real prospect of a. I know someone might suddenly get a hat trick, but it seems very. I mean, Sussex haven't now lost a wicket. What time yesterday was all stop hours?
3:15.
Right, so there hasn't been a wicket for nearly 24 hours.
I beg your pardon, 3:05, but yeah, same still applies.
So 23 hours and 40 minutes since we saw a wicket, and that was a run out.
Yes, there hasn't been a wicket to a bowler since 2:30 yesterday, so more than 24 hours.
So it's been a long old time since. So I mean, the chances of 8 going down
slim
are very, very slim, and I mean, rules is rules, and that's the way it has to be. But you just wonder actually, because it's not going to impact on anybody else, is it? If they said, well, they're not going to get. Well, I know you have to have rules. I suppose it's like having a football match, isn't it? One team's winning 10-0. You can't say after 80 minutes, well, should we just call it a day then?
I think you should.
You can't do that.
I think you should. We're gonna have a message here brought in from next door, which is very, very exciting. Always very exciting when we get a message from the scorer's box. You can tell the lack of urgency in this match now by the length of time this drinks break is taking. This drinks break is going on forever, which will give Adrian the opportunity to tell us what he's just been told.
Well, Graham Merwin, who's the Sussex scorer, is a man who knows a little bit about travel and travel around the world, does Graham, and he's just telling me that it's -8 hours over in San Francisco, so it's very early in the morning, so I don't know what Ben must have got up early. Perhaps he's got up early for a run or something.
Or to listen to us.
Or to listen to us, yeah. We shouldn't do ourselves down.
I wake up most mornings and listen to, on slight replay, but listen to San Diego Padres baseball games. They're usually overnight, so I usually get up first thing in the morning and straight to the app on my phone and start listening to the Padres. We're just having a bit of a wobble at the start of the season.
Why do you like the Padres?
When I went to San Francisco, I went to Candlestick Park, which is where the San Francisco Giants baseball team played, and they were playing the Padres, and I'm always the man for the underdog, and the Padres are hopeless, or were. They're not so bad now. So I just decided I'd support San Diego. I think I fairly certain they won that night as well, San Diego. They didn't win very often. only been to one World Series. But yeah, I just like them. But unfortunately, wanted to listen to their games, and they have a brilliant commentary team on the radio station there in San Diego. But it means that they're all, if they kick off, start, throw off, however a baseball match starts, it's usually sort of 2 or 3 a.m. So it's difficult to listen to them live.
Andrew Dahl is running in from the City end. Round the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes, who cuts firmly through the offside. He's going to get a single. It's going to be fielded out. I think, who's that all the way out there? It is Lewis Rees gets in the throw right over the top of the stumps. One more to Haynes. He goes to 2-2-2. Sussex 404 for 2. Would I've not been to San Diego. It's meant to be a beautiful city, isn't it?
I've never been.
No, I think it's meant to be. I think it has a really good climate. I think. Yeah. It's right down that west coast of the States, isn't it? Not right, far from sort of Mexico.
Pretty much on the Mexican border. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has a really nice climate. Dahl in and bowls. Pujara forward, straight back down the track. Dahl fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So the season of basketball is underway now, is it, Fletch?
The baseball season, yes. It started on last Thursday, on the 7th of April.
They play millions of matches, don't they?
156. And then they go to the playoffs after that.
150, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, they play most days. Yeah.
In comes Dahl over the wicket, bowls, and played by Pujara off the back foot to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to the total. Pujara to 126. So does that mean 126? So 157 regular matches. I mean, so if there's that many games, that's assuming they play the same at home and away. I mean, do they fill the stadium for every game?
Well, the Padres have had 30-odd thousand for each of their home games so far. Yeah, they sold the most amount of season tickets this season than they had ever sold before.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Dahl and bowls. Haynes out into the offside. There is no run.
You've got to, really, because some of these pitchers and star players are on multi-million-dollar contracts. I mean, some of the pay is quite frightening. But of course, the pitchers only pitch once every 4 or 5 days. The outfielders, it's the game lasts 3 hours.
Darling again bowls. Haynes doesn't time that. It's a slightly tired-looking shot by Tom Haynes, and unsurprisingly, he's been out there an awful long time. I don't know in minutes how long he's been out there, actually. The scorers might be able to tell us exactly how many minutes he's been out there for. A long, long time. It's over 8 hours. It was over 8 hours at lunch.
551 minutes.
Wow. So if we divide that by hours, 551 minutes.
There aren't many scorers who could have done 661 with just the one hand, though.
In comes our bowls. Thank you very much, Graham. That was very quickly done as Haynes plays to mid-on.
They're listening, really.
There is no run. Yeah, 5:05 for 2. Haynes 2-2-2. Pujara 1-2-6. So I mean, this game is drifting towards a draw. So we can perhaps just talk a little bit about baseball for a minute. So I mean, if someone said to me, because I bet if you went to the States now and you said to the normal man walking down the street in New York. Actually, this wouldn't be a good question. Who's the current England cricket captain? Of course, it isn't Joe Root anymore. But, a week ago, I'm not sure they would have known. And if someone came up to me in the street and said, who is the most famous baseball player in America at the minute, I wouldn't know one.
Not one?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I would. I'm trying to think. I honestly don't think I would know a baseball player.
When Madsen begins a new over, that one is flicked into the leg side. Pretty straight, fielded by Potts, no run.
Which is sort of, slightly ignorant of me, really. I mean, perhaps you should be, but it's just not a sport that I do sort of, if I had a team, it would probably be the Boston Red Sox, because my brother-in-law lives in Boston.
There you go, yeah, with the big green wall.
Yeah, so I know the Boston Red Sox, and they've got an oldish ground.
Oh, very old, yeah. Fenway Park. That one is clipped into the leg side by Pujara for a single. He moves on to 127. There's quite a few new ballparks. San Diego's is relatively new. They play at Petco Park, which is obviously named after a pet food company. It's for advertising purposes. Next delivery from Madsen around the wicket to Haynes is pushed out into the offside. They go through for a comfortable single. He gets off double Nelson. Moves to 2-2-3. 407 for 2. Fernando Tatis Jr. from the Padres is probably the most famous baseball player at the moment. He was on the front cover of, I'm fairly sure, of the latest baseball computer game. He's injured at the moment.
What sort of money would he earn as a top player?
Oh, goodness knows. It'd be
Millions?
Yeah, multiple millions. Yeah.
Really?
Hundreds of millions.
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. There was a lockout at the start of the season. It started late as his next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Pujara. He moves to 128, and it's 128. It's 408 for 2. The negotiations between the owners and the baseball players' union effectively broke down. So this next delivery is defended into the offside by Haynes, but it's all been sorted, thankfully.
So are they sort of paid sort of Premier League football money?
More, I would say.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's all teams as well. They've got 32 teams, possibly. I'm not entirely sure about that.
Where's the money? The money comes from broadcasting and sponsorship?
Well, every game's televised, whether locally or nationally, and internationally as well. You can get lots of games over here on BT. This next delivery is defended back towards Wayne Madsen. And there's no run under the over 408 for 2, Pujara 128, Haynes 223. But if you're selling out, so we put 156 matches, so you're playing 80 home games near enough, and you're selling 30-odd thousand tickets every game, you know, that's quite a bit of cash, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's not bad money. Not bad money.
Tony's been back in touch from down under, and he says, I am over the laptop watching the live coverage in my house, which is not overlooking the Harbour Bridge, but overlooking a beach near Cronulla, Cronulla,
Cronulla.
In the south of Sydney.
Cronulla. Come on. We're home of the Sharks, the Cronulla Sharks from the NRL.
Crumbs, you are well-travelled, Fletch. In the south of Sydney, about half an hour drive from the Harbour Bridge.
Just next to Sutherland, the district of Sutherland, because they're known as the Cronulla Sutherland Sharks.
You will be impressed by that, Tony. He says it's a clear, crisp night in Sydney approaching midnight with a full moon and currently a pleasant 18 degrees. Trying to keep the call going when the game is drifting is a trooper's effort. Ha! Thank you. In comes Dahl running in over the wicket bowls. Oh, well, that beats Pujara and beats wicketkeeper Guest as well. And, you know, in this long innings of 410 for 2, I'm not sure there's been many buys, but I think they will be buys. They are buys. I wonder how many buys there have been.
7, I'm going. 6, 7. There have been some.
Well, that's pretty... I mean, considering the keeper's been standing up quite a bit, I think that's a pretty good effort by Brooke Guest, to be honest.
There have now been 8 buys.
8 buys. Well, that's, you know, it was unusual enough to be worthy of a comment. Actually, talk about Sydney. They've had shocking weather, haven't they?
Yes.
They've been really awful rain. In comes Dahl bowls. Haynes places firmly out into the covers. There is no run. I'm trying to think of the place. A friend of ours lives to the east of Sydney. I'll think of it soon. Anyway, I know they had all sorts of, you know, floodwater damage in their house and all sorts of things. Ben says, I just got up to listen, watch you natter about cricket. Candlestick Park is no more.
No, absolutely not. No.
Comes Dahl,
windy old place.
Bowles, and Haynes plays that into the offside, picks up a single. Tom Haynes goes to 224. He's faced 436 balls. Sussex 411 for 2.
Another David Griffin stat on this match before I prattle on about all sorts of nonsense. Sussex have now passed their previous highest second innings score against Derbyshire, which was 409 for 6 at Worthing back in 1949. And then he adds, that match was drawn.
Right. Was 267. The partnership is now level in the list as in comes Dahl and bowls to Pujara. Played into the offside, there is a run. 267 between Murray Goodwin and Chris Adams against Leicestershire in Hove in 2003, the year that Sussex won their first county championship. So these two are now moving up the list of third wicket partnerships.
Chris Adams, who started here, of course.
Yes.
Before enjoying far more success with Sussex and the county championship title.
Darling bowls, Pujara drives to mid-off. There is no run. Ray's been back in touch from Inverness. He says, I really hope I'm not a naysayer. My questionary flat pitches is in regard to the type of pitch referred to by Fletch, the sort that doesn't give the bowlers any hope. I'm glad to accept the opinion that all runs have been earned, although hard graft and concentration I'm enthralled by the game as it is.
Well,
Yeah,
it's a good batting pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people call flat pitches. They're not necessarily flat, but it's a good pitch.
Darling and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Guest. There is no run. End of the over. 4-1-2 for 2, 1-2-8 for Jara, 2-2-4 to Haynes. But I'm with you, Ray. Really, I think you can have very good 4-day draws, can't you? You know, where it's nip and tuck.
Yes, this hasn't been one of them, has it?
No, and I guess the strange thing about this game was that although Derbyshire scored 505 and scored them very quickly, actually, in 133 overs, they did get on with it. They were going at nearly 4 and over. The one strange thing about this match was the way that Sussex completely collapsed from 62 without loss. And that was more to do... I think that was more to do with bad batting than the ball doing an awful lot. But I do feel sorry for groundsmen. You're trying to get the balance right. And Ray goes on to say, I don't know Steve Harris, but I'm often in the city wearing my Sharks top. So perhaps we'll see each other. There's probably not too many Sussex fans in Inverness, Ray.
Of course, that's the Sussex Sharks and the Cronulla Sharks.
Oh, well, there we are then. There's a link, Fletch.
There's the link.
So thank you for getting in touch, Ray. Good to hear from you. I hope you weren't upset by our answers to the flat
No, I
pitches.
wasn't trying to be flippant or anything by any means. It's just a very good pitch. We're going to see Alex Thompson wheel away from the racecourse end now.
There we are.
But there really isn't too much to...
Graham had sent me a little update of time. So at 14:38 in London, it's 9:38 in New York, 6:38 in San Francisco. So it's now 6...
Nearly 7 o'clock.
Nearly 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it'd have been up anyway.
Yeah.
It'd have been up anyway.
Yeah.
I was just going to say I can hear music, but that's because I've turned the cue up in my ears. That's why I can hear music. Here comes Alex Thompson to begin a new over. This new over is his 38th of the innings. And he's just 5 away from bringing up his own century. 0 for 95 at the moment. No run off the first ball of the over. He has got a slip. But you can see in the body language of the Derbyshire players, they know where this one's going.
Yeah.
We all know where it's going, but they'll still have to go off for tea. This next one is just bizarre.
Yes, it is.
Which played into the leg side. Fielded there by Lewis Rees.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting into the territory now, aren't we? We'll come after tea of when the captain can say enough's enough.
Say thanks and good night. This next delivery is pushed into the offside off the back foot by Haynes, who immediately shouts no because Anuj Dahl moves around to do the fielding. Godwin keeps looking around at the scoreboard. I think he's looking at the over rate. It's +2. You should get extra points, shouldn't he, for bowling? No, you probably shouldn't, really. That one is defended by Haynes. I know it says -2 on the scoreboard over there, but that's because they can't put a plus sign on it. Used to confuse everybody, but now we've got this old singing, dancing scoreboard. The over rate clearly says +2 at the bottom. So all is well with the world. Next delivery is turned into the leg side. So Sussex will end up with 8 points from this game.
Yes.
Derbyshire 15.
And that's probably about right. I think Fletch, Derbyshire dominated the first 3 days, really.
Yeah.
2 and 3. Yeah, 3 days. Yeah. So that sounds a fair return to me.
Next delivery off the back foot, pushed out into the offside by Haynes for a single. Shan Masood does the fielding and throws it straight into the gloves of Brooke Guest, who's still applauding. I think we're getting to the point now where people are going to start, excuse me, I was going to say messing about. That's not quite the right way to describe it, but it is messing about. Just so that they can keep themselves amused out there, because the game is just meandering towards this draw that, well, quite frankly, when Sussex were dismissed for 174, I don't think anybody saw coming.
No. And these two will, I'm sure, want to keep going because they want to score as many runs as they can. Actually, there's a part of me that thinks actually, there might be 1 or 2 Sussex batsmen sitting there thinking actually would be quite good to get out in the middle and have a place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, have a little knock.
But
I don't want to encourage anybody to retire though.
No, in comes Dahl, bowls to Haynes. That's a really good stop at backward point by Madsen. He's throwing himself around, and there is no run.
We've seen that a couple of times in the IPL. These players who are not going quickly enough, so they're just basically just retiring themselves. So
Does that happen?
Oh, it's happened at least twice.
Really?
It's the thin end of a very unpleasant wedge.
That's not good, is it? Have a look at the other games in a minute. In comes Dahl running in, bowls, played to the offside by Tom Haynes, gets another single. Sam's been in touch. Hi, Sam. All well, he says, if I were Tom Haynes and I was still there when they're allowed to shake hands, I wouldn't dream of it. Fill his boots and target Murray Goodwin's 3-4-4. Yeah, which is the highest individual score. He's going to have to go some to get there, Sam. 414 for 2, Haynes to 226. Partnership now worth 269. In comes Dahl, bowls to Pujara, who plays out into the offside. There is no run. So the next record in sight for these two is the 275 between Michael Yardy and Matt Machin at Taunton against Somerset in 2013. So that was fairly recently. So we're moving our way up the list of record third wicket partnerships for Sussex. It's already a record partnership against Derbyshire for any wicket, I think. In comes Dahl, bowls, clipped away by Pujara. That's a lovely looking shot. Sam Connors is still charging around the boundary. He's fielded extremely well, but even that was a rather weary throw, although he raced to the ball very quickly. 2 more to the total. Pujara 130. Sussex 416 for 2, so the lead is now 85. And here's Dahl. Wicketkeeper standing up, 4 men saving 1 on the offside. Sweeper on the cover boundary, third man as Dahl is in bowls and Pujara leans back and plays to backward point. Another good bit of fielding by Madsen. Very good indeed. Low to his left-hand side, prevents a single. The leg side field is a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket. Dahl wanders back to his mark. And I think I'll be very surprised if we see any of the Derbyshire quicks for the rest of the day now. I think we'll see them trying to get through these overs and keep everybody fresh for the trip to Leicester next week as Dahl is in bowls. And Pujara plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. That's a game you'll be able to listen to via the BBC website. Fletch will be there. I will be making my way down to the lovely city of Worcester. And seeing our old friend Dave Bradley, who I'm sure will be down there. 416 for 2, 130 Pujara, 226 to Haynes. Let me have a quick look at how the other games are going and see how Glamorgan are doing in their run chase against Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan look like they're going to win. In fact, they'll kick themselves all the way back to Cardiff if they don't, because they're 135 for 3, needing 31 more runs to beat the favourites for the title, Nottinghamshire. Marnus Labuschagne is there. He's on 40. Kieran Carlson, who got 200s in the same match down at Cardiff last year. That was the last game Sussex won in the county championship this time last year. So Glamorgan look like they're going to win. Leicestershire look like they're hanging on for a draw at Durham. They're 115 for 2, still needing 280 to win. That's not going to happen. But it doesn't look as if Durham are going to get the 8 wickets they need either. So that one's heading for a draw. Oh, there's a wicket gone down at Kent. And Ben Compton is not out. He's still there on 81. Extraordinary. So not out in the first innings, and he's 81 not out in the second innings. And Kent still trailing Lancashire by 24. It's been a real effort by Kent and by Compton. In comes, Thompson, and he beats Tom Haynes. Quite how that missed the stumps, I don't know. Lovely bit of bowling by Thompson. Tom Haynes, for the first time for quite a long time, beaten, and the ball bounces over the top of the stumps. Tom Haynes, 226. And I didn't see the umpire's signal. I'm assuming that was a bye. Haynes waits. 417 for 2. So Compton is still going. It looks like it could be a good finish down at Bristol. As Pajara hits high wide, he's going to be caught. Well, he should be caught here at long off by Billy Godman. Oh, he doesn't get there. He's dropped. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Pajara played a very un-Pajara-like shot. It was a hoik onto the leg side. I think perhaps Billy Godman should have left it Janusz Dahl, who's a very fine fielder. I'm not saying Godman isn't. But it was almost in between them. Godman went for it. He got a hand to it. He was never really in a position to take the catch, in truth. Pajara to 132. 419 for 2. Thompson in again. Bowls to Pajara. Pajara plays to mid-wicket. That was very un-Pajara. Fletch.
But switch myself on. Yes, absolutely. It's been quite the over this, hasn't it? Got one to turn alarmingly earlier on.
Yeah, to Thompson.
Never happened before.
Thompson on his way in again and bowls and played down the onside of the track by Pajara, and there is no run. Yeah, Yorkshire 18 for 1, needing another 193 to beat Gloucester at Bristol. And I was saying while you were doing your update that young Compton is still going strong. They've lost 8 wickets, but he's still there.
Wow.
And Thompson bowls, played by Pajara to square leg. There is no run, and Glamorgan within 31 runs of beating Notts.
Come on.
Which will please Fletch no end. He might be dancing around the commentary box, such as the rivalry between the counties.
One of Welsh boys.
In comes Thompson, Pajara forward. That little aberration when he came running down the wicket like a T20 shot. End of the over. 419 for 2. A nice message. I was saying it. You're off to Worcester. I'm off to Worcester. You're off to Leicester next week. And a nice message from Steve McGoffin, the former Sussex bowler, Australian, who's down in Worcester at the minute. Looking forward to catching up with Steve down at Worcester next week. Fine bowler he was for Sussex. So, what have we got here, Fletch? 41 overs remaining in the day. We're not going to get to the full 41 overs. It's going to be more a case of when the captains decide that, or when the umpires decide they can actually shake hands. But we're now going to get some spin.
10 to 5.
Louis deployed. 10 to 5. That's is it?
They can shake hands. Janusz Dahl has just left the field to be replaced by Alex Hughes, but Dahl is off the field now, walking up the steps of the pavilion away to our left-hand side. We're going to see some left arm, well, I say spin. He did turn it. He has turned it in this match. But I think it's a preserve the bowlers now, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Job for Billy Godleman.
Absolutely. Frankie's been in touch. Hi, Frankie. He says, is Tom Haynes the one who plays his cricket at Horsham with brothers Harry, Ollie and Alfred? Well, I do know he's got 3 brothers. I do know one is called Ollie because he fairly regularly gets in touch with us via email. And he does play his cricket at Horsham. He has got 3 brothers. I don't know whether the others are called Harry and Alfred. But it sounds fairly likely.
Ken Bowman has just sent me a message about that game between Kent and Lancashire, which is of interest to Derbyshire supporters, which I'll tell you about in just a moment. This first delivery is a full toss from Leas Deploy, and Haynes bunts it down to long on for a single. 227. He's got now 420 with 2. Worth a look at the Kent-Lancashire match. Keeping Ben Compton company is one Hamidullah Kadri, who's got 77 out of an unbroken 138-run partnership for the 8th wicket. Hamidullah Kadri, of course, formerly of this parish, left Derbyshire to join Kent. Left at this next one. Now we're going to see a 6 here, are we? We are. A 6 that's been crashed by Cheteshwar Pujara into the court as he was getting forward. That went over the rope. Surely, umpire. That was a 6.
Well, he's only opening his shoulders here, Pujara.
Well, it's been given as a 4. Looked like a 6 to me. Out towards Cow Corner, really. It's a horrible shot, but then again, this is very much a part-time bowler in Leas Deploy. Who's around the wicket again, bowls to Pujara, who just pushes this out into the offside. That leads up to 93. They might declare at T. They won't. I'm fairly certain that they won't. This pitch is too good to be be declaring.
Having done all this work, there's nowhere they're going to leave even the slightest glimmer.
No.
It's not going to happen.
I wouldn't imagine. Especially not as if they did lose the game. They wouldn't pick up a single point. He's down the track again and just flicks it up to long on. Lackmals the fielder. Pujara moves to 137, 425 for 2. Yeah, Kadri was the interesting young man who became the youngest player to take a fifer on his championship debut since W.G. Grace in the pink ball game at Cardiff in 2017.
Wow.
There's a fascinating story. Came over from Afghanistan, born in Afghanistan, came over with his parents when they fled the country when he was about 10. Next delivery from Lears deploy, goes past the edge of Haynes's bat, but mainly because Haynes was playing down a normal line and that one was about 1.5 yards wide of the stumps and moving further away. He's in again. Bowls to Haynes, who goes back, cuts, and is dropped.
Third time by the same player.
By Wayne Madsen again. And wasn't the previous time was off Lears deploy as well? It was the third ball of his first over. And, well, we might as well just all pack in and go home now. So Pujara dropped by Billy Godman. Haynes dropped by Wayne Madsen at slip when he was on 227. So he's now been dropped on 111, 194 and 227. And I'd be fairly certain he's the only player at this ground to have been dropped on 111, 194 and 227 in the same innings.
By the same player.
By the same player, remarkably. Madness. Absolute madness.
That is nuts.
End of the over, 4-2-5 for 2.
Graham Owen, the Sussex scorer, thank you very much, Graham. He said that that Tom's brothers are indeed Harry, Ollie and Alfred. So it is the same one. The same brothers you're referring to there, Frankie. So that answers your question. Alex Thompson has just bowled the next delivery to Pujara, who plays that to mid-wicket, and there is new run. I wonder whether Pujara's trying to hit a 6.
Yeah, I thought he had. I must admit, I thought he had.
He's got 137, Thompson in bowls, and Pujara is... I thought he might have been caught behind for a moment. He looked to cut that one, didn't he, down to third.
I'm not being funny or flippant when I say this, but these two, one of these two doesn't want to get out now. Because the lead's only 94 still.
In comes Thompson.
It's only 94.
Round the wicket bowls, Pujara is forward, plays to deploy at mid-wicket, there is no run. We've got another maximum of 39 overs left in the game.
30 overs to score 120 after rattling through the remainder of the Sussex batting lineup.
Thompson in bowls, cut away by Pujara, out to, is that Connors who's racing in out there? He's come herring in as if he's saving 2 in a T20 match, Sam Connors. That's good to see.
His standards have not slipped.
No, they haven't. Pujara goes to 138, 426 for 2. Have you ever sat through a day's cricket, Fletch, and not one wicket has fallen?
I've been thinking about that. No, I don't think I have.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Haynes. I mean, I can't...
I don't know where you'd find that kind of thing.
No, I've got no, and I can't remember doing one for Sussex. I mean, for either them or the opposition.
There was a dreadful game down at Bristol, 16, possibly 17.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Haynes, plays on back to the bowler. There is no run. End of the over, 426 for 2. Pujara 138, Haynes 227. The lead is 95. The partnership is 281. So I must just consult my little almanac here.
Yes.
They've now passed D.S. Shepherd and G. Cox Jr. v Yorkshire at Hastings in 1953. Have they? What's the partnership?
281.
281. Okay, and the next one in their sight is Matt Machin and Chris Nash v Somerset at Taunton in 2015. That must have been a game when Sussex got a glut of runs, because there's another game at Taunton where Sussex got a load of runs, and I think Matt Machin was involved in... Oh, that was 2013. So that's the next one. Sussex, this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th on the all-time list of third wicket partnerships for Sussex. Sorry.
No, you're all
You were talking
right.
about a game at Bristol that was
No, just a
particularly
dreadful
dull.
game. Yeah, it was really dull, and it was a terrible, terrible pitch. Too flat. And there didn't appear to be much happening in that game either. Bob Hunt kept me going, though.
Yeah, good old Bob.
It's going to be Lears deploy to continue, having had...
Sorry, I just stood up there.
Yeah, Haynes... I wonder what that creaking noise was.
Yeah.
Haynes dropped. It's Pujara who is bowling to now. Pujara dances down the track and drives it up to Billy Godman at mid-off, and they go through for a single. Is Billy Godman going to swap over to mid-off? He is. He's going to ask Saranga Lakmal to move across, although Saranga Lakmal's just completely ignoring him. Perhaps he's not. No, he's going to stay at mid-on. This is a huge departure for Billy Godman. He's standing at mid-on. Never does that. Pujara 139, 427 for 2 as deployed bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Tom Haynes. There's no run. twirls his bat, twiddles his bat, whatever you call it. There's Haynes and waits for deploy. It's not really a run-up, it's more of a walk and a skip, and he defends it straight back to the bowler.
You're more of a words man than me, Fletch. You're very good at English. If you have a book, it's called an almanac.
An almanac.
An almanac, right? Because I've just been picked up and someone said I said an almanac. I shouldn't be resorting to drink.
Yes, that's a form of brandy, isn't it? Almanac. This was pushed out. I didn't want to say anything. This is pushed out since the
Actually, shamefully, I failed my English language O level.
you?
I did. I had to retake it.
How did you manage to get a job?
I did.
Unbelievable. Deploys in again. That's off the inside edge of the bat out into the leg side.
I did. I had to retake it the following year. Isn't that shocking?
That's really impressive.
Yes. Probably shouldn't have told anyone.
No,
to be
well,
honest.
something that we're all going to remember forever now, though. 4-2, 7 for 4. For 2, rather, for 4. For 2. That one's defended. It's starting to warm up here in the commentary box now as the sun comes around and starts to shine into our commentary box. It's very pleasant, I'm not complaining. End of the over, we've got 6 to go until tea. We haven't seen a wicket for more than 24 hours.
I can also
We should have done.
I can also reveal that the Sussex scorer. No, I won't relay it.
Oh, not maths O level.
No. Well, I don't know. My lips are sealed.
I think you've said enough, Adrian.
My lips are sealed. Right, so where are we, Fletch? 427 for 2. As much as anything else, it's a feat of fitness, you know, from Tom Haynes and Pujara, but particularly Haynes, you know, because you know it must have been pretty tough captaining out there, you know, when the Sussex were getting, you know, pretty much pasted around the ground in that first innings, trying to change bowling, you know, all that to think about. Then he went into bat. And he's been out there for, we reckon, it all but about 2 hours of this game, Tom Haynes. Anyway, Alex Thompson is going to carry on from this. And now, look at the field for Pujara. In comes Thompson bowls and Pujara's forward, plays it down the onside of the track, no run. There are 1, 2, 3, 5 men out. He's not renowned for his big hitting, Pujara, but he looked like he's been trying to hit a 6. Perhaps we'll ask him later whether that was his objective. Thompson in, bowls, Pujara plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I'm pretty certain I've not commentated through a day without a wicket falling.
I don't recall one.
No, it's pretty unusual. There's still a long way to go. There's still another 37 overs after this.
And there should have been a wicket or 2.
Yeah, there should have been, yeah. Thompson in, Pujara forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So T will come with 32 overs remaining, is that, Fletch?
No, it won't. It'll be 20 to 4.
Whatever.
The last time.
Last time.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, so I was talking nonsense before when I said it was in there.
Another one of these sort of rules I don't really understand, to be honest.
No, 20 to 4.
In comes Thompson bowls, clipped away through mid-wicket by Pujara to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Dahl, who's back on the field, 1 more to the total. So actually, by that stage, Fletch, Pujara to 139, Sussex 427 for 2. By that stage, 428 for 2. Sorry, Pujara 140.
There's a double on for Pujara here, you know.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's enough time. I mean,
3 doubles in the same match.
in comes Thompson bowls. Haynes is forward, plays into the offside, into the covers. There is no run. So by but by the normal, by 20 to 4 with the spinners on, it could be well under 32 overs left in the game.
Yes.
Thompson again is in and bowls, and Haynes plays slightly in the air to mid-wicket, but I think we can forgive him. That is the end of another over. Thompson looks thoroughly fed up as he takes his cap from the umpire, wanders off. He's bowled 41 overs, 9 maidens, and in that over, the 100 came up for Alex Thompson. But, you know, that's pretty good. He's only going to get 2.5 and over, isn't he? In fact, to be fair, Fletch, when you look at the Derbyshire bowling figures, no one's gone round the park.
No.
Connors 22 overs for 67, Lackmall 25 for 53, Potts 17 for 59, Thompson 41 for 100, Dahl 32 for 88, Madsen 13 for 21, Deploy 5 for 25 has probably been the most expensive. Well, he's the most, but you know, they've kept it tight. They've tried their hardest, but in the end,
The overall run rate's only 2 3/4.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that, the good Sussex batting and the pitch are going to win the day.
Here comes Lears to play around the wicket to Pujara, who drives him out to the cover boundary where Masood is waiting, does the fielding, hurls it back. They go through for a single. Pujara to 141, 429 for 2. There is a slip in place. It's Wayne Madsen. There aren't too many other close catches. There's a man on the leg side. He's just come across from the offside. Alex Thompson, which has pushed Dahl slightly further out. Lewis Rees on the offside in a catching position as well, as this one's defended by Haynes.
The highest score down, this is Xavier who's been in touch, and I'm assuming these are right. I'll sort of glance in a moment in Graham's direction because he would know this sort of thing, the Sussex scorer.
Well, you'd hope he would. This one is chopped away by Haynes out towards Sam Connors out in the deep. They go through for another single. Haynes to 228, 430 for 2.
The highest innings scores by Sussex captains in all first-class cricket, both of them by Ranji. 285 not out against Somerset in 1901 and 275 against Leicester in 1900, apparently. So that's something worth thinking about.
Next delivery is driven. It's a run round the ground for Shan Masuda, around the boundary at least. They're going to come back, and the throw isn't quite accurate enough to be able to run out Tom Haynes, who's gone back to the danger end. 2 more to Pujara, 143, 432 for 5.
I would imagine that Tom's probably unaware of that stat.
Yeah, well, yes, I would imagine so. You never know. He might have been reading the yearbooks. That one is an interesting delivery. I think he saw him coming there, Lears deploying. He dropped it a little short as he advanced towards him, Pujara. Pujara having to defend it out into the offside where it's fielded by Anuj Dal.
Charlotte Burton's just posted a picture on Twitter to us. Show it in a moment.
Around the wicket comes South African Duploi, and that one's played off the back foot out into the offside by Pujara. 144 to him, 433 for 2.
And presumably Charlotte's gone to her mum's for Easter Sunday. She had a nice roast, but now she said that my mum's got the wrong holiday. There's a picture of a Christmas pudding. So that perhaps has been kept back for Easter.
Well, I would eat Christmas pudding at any time.
Do you like Christmas pudding?
Yes, I like Christmas pudding. I'm not a big fan of Christmas, but I like Christmas pudding.
I think, having said the pace bowlers won't come on, I think Nick Potter's going to get a couple more overs here for Derbyshire, so that will slow the over rate a little as we head towards tea. Thank you for listening, everybody, because the game is drifting to a draw.
Seriously, thank you. If you've got anything you'd like to ask us, now's your chance.
But it's wonderful to have so many people getting in touch, and so many people from different parts of the globe as well. I mean, it's just extraordinary to think there's people in San Francisco and Tel Aviv and Sydney,
India this morning.
Yeah, India, listening to us in a game of cricket which is drifting to a conclusion of a draw.
Most of the shops are shut on Easter Sunday, though, aren't they? So we haven't got a lot of competition here.
Yeah, there's a few other guys actually, which reminds us, Fletch. We ought to have a little look and see how
come on, the Glamorgan.
How Glamorgan are doing, and they've won by 7 wickets.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
In comes Potts running in to bowl to Pujara, and Pujara hammers this one away through backward point to probably the field of the match, Sam Connors, who's very quickly in and gets in the throw. Not before Pujara's gone through for his 145th run, and Sussex to 434 for 2. So Glamorgan, of course, who won the 50-over competition last year. Perhaps the good times are returning for Glamorgan.
Well, they've gone to the top of the table with 34 points. Notts have 29 points after that. So Derbyshire will get what from this? 7 and 8 is 15. They'll move up to 27. They'll be 2 points behind Nottinghamshire. So Derbyshire also, of course, in the wilderness of the second division.
In comes Potts. Runs in again, overlook at bowls, and Haynes. I don't know if that came off the thigh pad. It might have done. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed it did. So the score advances by 1, but Tom Haynes remains on 228.
So Glamorgan 1, Notts 2, Derbyshire 3. Durham, of course, will get plenty of points even if they draw. So it might be 4th place for Derbyshire, who began the day in 6th, having picked up 12 down at Lords in the opening draw of the season.
I think that is going to be a draw as well, Fletch, because
Leicestershire batting nicely.
yeah, 124 for 2. Yeah, that's drifting to a draw as well. In comes Potts, bowls, Pujara back, hammers that one away through backward point. And who's that? Is that Connors again?
Oh, yes.
Round of the band. He's back, gets in the throw. Pujara could be struggling to get the throw, comes in. Is he run out? No, he's not. That was a brilliant piece of fielding by Connors for 2 reasons. Number one, the game is drifting towards a draw. So he raced towards the ball when he probably didn't need to. But he does. He gets to the ball. He gets his throw in. And I reckon that's the best part of 70, 80 yards.
Oh, easily.
You know,
Even
and he's thrown the ball right over the top of the sticks. And Pujara was in, but not by much. Wonderful piece of fielding.
He has got a terrific arm, as Sam Connors.
That was really, really good. Does he play in the T20 side?
No.
Oh, crumbs.
He might do this year.
In comes Potts, bowls to Pujara, and he's at it again this time, Colin. I bet they don't take 2 to him this time. No, they don't. Just a single to Pujara. He goes to 147. Now let's have a look at Kent, because is he out? He's still not out.
Oh, so Halmerdale
Kent to 226 for 9. They trail Lancashire by 20 runs, and Ben Compton is not out on 84. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I really hope he does it.
His side loses by an innings, but they couldn't get him out. The
Yeah,
opposition.
isn't that extraordinary?
Absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, and the Compton name, which is synonymous with English cricket, isn't that remarkable? In comes Potts and bowls, and Haynes clips that one down to fine leg, picks up another single. Does Tom? There's some applause around the ground. I'm not sure if that's a notable landmark. I'm not sure. 439 for 2. I don't think so.
I can't see one.
No. So wouldn't that be wonderful if that were to happen?
Absolutely.
And thank you, Xavier, for your stat about high scores by a Sussex captain. Very good of you. In comes Potts, and wristily Pujara plays that to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single, does. Pujara, he goes to 200. No, he doesn't. We're talking about rubbish, Adrian. He goes to 149. Sussex to 440 for 2. Here's a question from Sam for you, Fletch.
Me?
He says, a genuine question for Fletch. Is the strength of the Derbyshire rival with Notts based purely on proximity, or is there more to it?
No, proximity.
I'm thinking of the Southampton-Portsmouth football rivalry, which I think is based on one shipyard striking and the other not.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, there's nothing historical along those lines as far as I'm aware. It's very much based on the fact that the cities are 12 miles apart. Derby has only been a city since 1977, the Queen's Silver Jubilee. Just that everything seems to be in Nottingham, and I think there's a certain amount of resentment for that. And of course, there was the Brian Clough business in the 70s and 80s when Clough was manager here, and then he ended up managing there. And here is Leas Deploy, who bowls outside the off stump, one that might have hit a footmark or turned away from Jiteshwar Pujara, but he didn't play a shot at it. So yeah, it's basically to do with the fact that they're reasonably close together. Next delivery from Deploy almost takes the edge of the bat of Pujara, but he manages to get enough on it to push it down into the ground. There is no run. I promised our presenter that I would. It's Deploy bowls outside the off stump and it's left alone. Give him a stat every game, because it's every update, because it's turning into that kind of game, really, isn't it? And I haven't got one for this particular. I'll see if I can find one. Around the wicket comes Deploy. I think the one being dropped 3 times is a good enough stat. And there's the 2. No, it isn't. It's the 150 for Jiteshwar Pujara of 326 deliveries. It's been another splendid innings from the India Test batsman. 17 fours as well. He's sharing in a partnership here of 296 with Haynes.
Yeah, it's going up in my list. I might have to get the update on the list of highest partnerships. Got a nice stack coming from John Barnett, I'll give you in a moment.
Excellent. 441 for 2 the score. This next delivery is defended back towards Deploy by Haynes. And now Wayne Madsen spotted something. So he's going down the other end of the pitch to tell Lears to ploy about his cunning plan.
Yeah, John says a more recent high score by a Sussex captain was Alan Wells, 253 not out against Yorkshire at Middlesbrough in 1991. Thank you, John. Hope you're keeping well.
Acklam Park.
What's it called?
Acklam Park.
Acklam Park.
I believe. Deploy is in. Bowles, quite round arm. Pushed out into the offside by Haynes. There's no run. 4-4-1 for 2.
Graham's been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and Fletch. Just wait for this announcement.
Hello.
Well, that's it. He says, I'm tuning in from Canmore, Alberta in the Canadian Rockies.
Oh, Canada. Excellent.
Admittedly, not one of the world's cricketing hotbeds, people are still enjoying skiing, spring skiing at nearby Lake Louise, as we will be later today. What a wonderful thought that is.
The first international cricket match was between Canada and America in Philadelphia. Yeah, famously.
He says, anyway, thoroughly enjoying the excellent commentary and what a marvellous fight back from Sussex. It's also lovely to see all the greenery a few more weeks before we see anything resembling green grass and leaves over here, says Graham. We've had loads of people in touch this week, Fletch. It's been brilliant.
Just check your clock.
Oh, yes, I need to go for an update.
Just a gentle reminder.
Here
is
yes.
Here's Nick Potts, Ian and Bowles too. Pujara outside the off stump, and there's no run. I only know because I've got one myself. And again, apologies if I sound like I'm speaking to myself when I'm actually speaking to James Watt back in the BBC Radio Derby studio. In comes Potts again, and Bowles to Pujara, who just crashes this one. A great piece of fielding by Anuj Dal, diving away to his right-hand side. We still haven't seen a wicket today, Watty, I'm afraid. 441 for 2 now. Sussex, they began the day on 278 for 2. Cheteshwar Pujara has moved on to 150. He reached that landmark just a few moments ago. Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, has been on the field for all, we reckon, but about 2 hours of the entire 4 days. He's on 229, the partnership worth 296. The Sussex lead is 110. This game is definitely drifting towards a draw. We expect the players to shake hands at around about 10-5, something like that, and then the game will officially be a draw. The stat for this half hour is that Tom Haynes is almost certainly, I know that's not how stats normally begin, is almost certainly the first player to be dropped 3 times in an innings on 111, on 194 and on 227, all by the same man. Poor old Wayne Madsen couldn't catch a cold in this match. He's put him down 3 times. Sussex 441 for 2. Next delivery is whipped away round towards a square leg, where it's fielded by Shan Masood. They pick up another single. Pujara moves on to 151, 442 for 2. We have 8 minutes to go until the tea interval. Should have mentioned that to Watty, really, but ball being slowly returned back to Nick Potts, who's in his 19th over. In fact, only Madsen and Deploy have bowled fewer overs than Nick Potts. 0 for 67. He did bowl 1 made, and he's in again now. And that was turned into the leg side. Possibly off a thigh pad. They're coming back for a second, and Haynes might have to hurry here. And he doesn't take it cleanly, Brooke Guest. He does take the bails off, but the ball wasn't in his hand. It was another throw from that man, Sam Connors. He has fielded magnificently out there in the deep. Absolutely magnificently. And the batsman get through for a couple more. Those runs went to the batsman. 231 to Haynes. 444 for 2. Quadruple Nelson, for what it's worth. Might be Derbyshire's best form of attack. Quadruple Nelson. Keep getting in touch with us, for goodness sake, because we're Hiddle 10-5. In goes Potts again over the wicket and bowls to Pujara, who just guides this to Wayne Manson, who's fielding at backward point. It's the end of the over. Pujara has 151, Haynes has 231. The partnership is worth 299, and Sussex are 444 for 2. So victory today for Glamorgan at Nottinghamshire. Kent are now 9 down, trailing by 6 still. Oh, they're 9 down. What does that mean? I don't want to be the man who tells Adrian that Ben Compton is still there. He's on 19 not out now. Jackson Bird has joined him. They've got 1 wicket left. Can he get to a century? That's the question now. Will he run out of partners? Well, he's only got 1 left. 1 left. I think Andy Williams has just walked into the commentary box.
Sorry, I forgot. They were playing Is it Crackling Rosie by Neil Diamond on the radio? It's quite a catchy tune.
No idea.
Oh, come on.
Kent are 9 down.
They are, but Compton's still in.
Still in.
Yeah,
Jackson Bird with him. And he's 90 not out.
Oh.
I know. There's more excitement about that game, I think, than there is about this one, in all honesty.
Bruce has been in touch, so our international audience now spreads to the Netherlands, where Bruce is tuning in from. It's great to see what Haynes and Pujara have done over the last couple of days. If only we had some bowlers, we'd beat anyone in the division. Thanks for the coverage, says Bruce. No, you can't. Thanks for getting in touch, Bruce. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see whether Ollie Robinson is fit, or, well, I'm not quite sure why Ollie's not playing. I think there's some personal reasons there, but also the fact that England is a centrally contracted player. So we've whether he'll play or not, who knows. But Deployed's going to carry on bowling. He's on bowls to Pujara, who plays a lovely shot through extra cover. That's going to run away for... No, it's not. Well done, Shan Masood, who gets round quickly. It's applause, and that is the applause because it's the 300 partnership comes up between Pujara and Haynes. And I now need to look at my book of statistics here, and that will tell you that these two are now 4th on the all-time list of third wicket partnerships for Sussex. And if they get another, if they get another 4, they'll be 3rd as in comes Deploy bowls to Pujara. The next one in their sights is Luke Wells and Murray Goodwin against Yorkshire at Hove in 2011. Funny how many of these Murray Goodwin features in. You know, he was some player, wasn't he? Yeah, you've done the old Goodwin's in all these things, all these stats.
Yeah, he didn't mind batting, did he?
Yeah. In comes Deploy bowls, cut away by Pujara. Fielded at backward point by Potts, who got a big hand down, rather tired looking hand, I have to say. And surprisingly, Derbyshire have been out in the field for 5 sessions now. The lead for Sussex is 116, which I think is pretty immaterial.
That's enough now.
We're going to have probably this over, then I think it'll probably be tea. Deploy comes in to bowl to Tom Haynes. He's on 231, and Haynes lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Guest. And there is no run. Wanders back to his mark as Deploy comes in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Haynes. I'm mindful, you know, when I give my radio updates to people who don't know anything about cricket, it's probably slightly meaningless because I'm saying, well, Sussex are 447 for 2, so they're going to draw this game. People think, well, what do you mean? In comes Deploy. Oh, that was short, and Haynes tucks that one around the corner. Oh, let's be careful here. Throw comes in from Potts, but it's another run. Was that a run? Yes, I think it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't off the thigh pad to top. You can see down the window's really got up, and the players' shirts and trousers are getting a bit of a buffeting in the wind. I think we're going to get one more over before tea, which will leave us 31 to be bowled after tea. And I think the general consensus is it sort of with 15 overs to go, or 10 to 5, or...
Well, they could declare at 10 to 5 because there'd be 10 minutes between the innings, and as long as both sides agree, so they declare, and then there won't be a final hour. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
we knew that.
So if it's right, so in other words, we'll have tea that's going to take us till 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
and then we'll have
We'll have
40 minutes.
50 minutes of meaningless cricket, and
Yeah.
then
They can
Sussex can declare.
Right. Oh, I see. Okay.
When they declare, because they're in front, you couldn't shake hands if they were still behind.
I'm with you.
Even if they were only one down,
Yes.
because they would lose,
Yeah. Okay.
I believe.
Right. Okay. So we get a nod from there.
Returning to goal, Wayne Madsen.
Yes, 13 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 21. Wayne Madsen, 4-4-8 for 2. Partnership of 303, so if another 2 more runs, and these will be third on the all-time Sussex record. In comes Madsen, bowls to Haynes.
This, of course, is the perfect opportunity for everybody to have a bowl, even Brooke Guest.
In comes Madsen, bowls forward, comes Haynes. Yeah, and I really, that's when I really hope it doesn't get to that. Then
So
you,
do I.
Then you
but
do
it'd be good, though, wouldn't it?
Then you start
It would be good.
you start to think. It does. In comes Madsen, short. Haynes plays that through backward point, picks up a single. So they are now level with the partnership of Wells and Goodwin against Yorkshire at Hove in 2011. If they beat it, and it's funny how many of these partnership Luke Wells figures in as well, because the second all-time record for Sussex for the third wicket also involves Luke Wells. Pujara is forward. 376, Luke Wells and Stian Van Zyl against Durham at Hove in 2017. In comes... Oh, Pujara hammers that down the ground, and that's a lovely shot. Very aggressive shot by Pujara. Foot down the wicket, belted it past the bowler for 4 runs. He goes to 158. And the partnership is now worth 308, so being very boring and Sussexy, this is now the third best all-time third wicket partnership for Sussex.
That's a good effort.
But I think they could. I mean, they could get to the 385. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they could do. Depends how long we play for, really. The 385 is Yardy and Goodwin again. Surprise, surprise. In comes Madsen bowls and Pujara drives down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. No, it's not. There's a fielder out here now. Luckmal is here.
Well, he was there before, but that's tea.
That is tea. So, end of the over, end of the session. 454 for 2. Pujara 159. Haynes 233. Lead is 123. What else do you need to know? Partnership is 309. 31 overs left to be bowled in the match. Although the suspicion is that we probably won't get those 31 overs in.
I think we'll have 50 minutes after tea, and then Sussex will declare, and that will be that. The players will shake hands. Just a quick Ben Compton update, because even I'm invested in this now. He's on 94 not out, with Kent trailing by 1 run against Lancashire, second time around, following on the 245 for 9. And of course, tea there, I think, will be delayed. I think you can delay tea, even though it's set in stone for the rest of us. But the applause in the background you can hear is for Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara, who are both leaving the field, the Derbyshire players following on behind. And we will return online via the BBC Sport website and app, and on the BBC, not the BBC, and on the Derbyshire live stream in around about 15 minutes' time. My brain's gone. shake hands at 10 to as a draw, so after that I'm away. I am, I've got to do interviews and stuff like that, so you'll hear that there's nothing coming in. I wouldn't get full 30 because I can't shake hands at 10 to 5. They've just come back after tea.
Well, welcome back to Derby. Welcome to the final session of the match. This game is going to be a draw. There's no question of that. The only question is, can some more of these Sussex records be broken? They'll need to get to 385 this partnership if they're to become the highest ever third wicket partnership for Sussex. But also Tom Haynes on 233 is within 40 runs or so have been the highest innings ever by a Sussex captain. So there's all sorts of records that Sussex may be aiming for. I don't know how many of them the players will be aware of. 254 for 2. As in comes deploy around the wicket, bowls and cut away by Pujara to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up one. They're thinking about coming back for the second, which they don't do. We worked out at tea that these two have been together for 6 hours and 38 minutes. So it's some feat from these two, some feat of fitness and concentration as much as anything else. Deploy. Coming in from the city end of the ground to bowl to Haynes, and Haynes drives into the offside. And there is no run. We are keeping a very close eye on events at Canterbury, where Kent Lee's ridiculous. Ben Compton has made his second century of the match. He's 112 not out. Kent leading by 23. He's carried his bat throughout the whole game. So he's been on the pitch for the whole game as Ben Compton. In comes deploy and bowls, and Haynes helps that to deep backward point and picks up a single. It would be one of the most remarkable performances in cricket, to be honest. If Kent escaped with that game with a draw, it would be extraordinary. So we'll watch that with interest. Deploy around the wicket is in and bowls and driven firmly by Pujara to extra cover. There is no run.
We're drifting here. We are drifting.
He's still batting as Compton. You know, he's made 100 now.
Oh, excellent. Good.
He's made 200s in the match, and Kent are now in the lead by 24 runs. I mean, if they were to hang on for a draw, that would be one of the great, wonderful achievements of all time, wouldn't it?
No.
In comes deploy, bowls to Pujara, who clips that through mid-wicket. They've taken one, and that is all they will take.
Well, I've got one for you. David Griffin's just told me that only 10 times in the history of cricket anywhere in the world, and only twice in this country, have there been three double centuries in the same match.
Wow.
And we are 40 runs, or 39 runs now away from that.
Deploy comes in, bowls to Haynes, who hammers that one away, and that's going to be 4 runs to Tom Haynes. Cracks it away through the covers for 4. He goes to 238. Is that right? Yes. And Sussex to 461 for 2.
And if Lewis Deploy carries on bowling like that, we might have 2 doubles and a treble.
We might. 638 minutes at tea, these two, sorry. 6 hours, 38 minutes these two have been batting for at tea. There's all sorts of statistics we can look at now. I'd be very surprised if we see too much of the Derbyshire paceman. We're going to see a bit more of Nick Potts, I think.
But we didn't see any of him for an hour and 3/4 this morning for some reason, so it's good that we're seeing a bit of him now.
So I don't think we're going to see too much of...
well, I'd be surprised if Blackmore bowled again.
I would agree.
He didn't bowl on the final day of the game down at Lord's either. In fact, he didn't even take to the field. That was his first match for Derbyshire. I don't think it's worth putting Sam Connors through anymore. He's done plenty of work with the ball and in the field. He's been absolutely magnificent in the field. Considering where this game's going, to carry on performing to the standard that he has performed out in the deep is utterly remarkable.
Yeah, no, I agree.
David Griffin said, take it as read that Tom Haynes is the first man to be dropped on 111, 194 and 227 here at the County Ground, all by the same person. He thinks that is a record. Here, he poo-pooed me straight away. Here is Nick Potts bowling to... who's he bowling to? No, he's not bowling to Saranga Lakmal. He's bowling to Teshwa Pujara, who pushes this to Saranga Lakmal, and there is no run off the first ball of the over. It's been quite the game. It's been a remarkable game in so many ways. 2 wickets on the first day, 16 on the second, 2 on the third, and none today. I don't remember ever watching a game in which no wickets fell.
No.
On a day's play. I know it won't quite be a full day's play, but close enough. Oh, and there's an inside edge onto his pad there from Pujara, who is just 39 away from a double century. I'm sure somebody told me he'd got 3 triples in his career, which is mad in itself.
Yeah, he won't be I probably ought to look up what his highest
Oh, no, his high scores in the high 300s, I think.
I'll check that in a minute.
This is a record partnership for any wicket for Sussex against Derbyshire here. Oh, no, anywhere. Yeah, but anywhere. The last one was at the Ed Joyce game at Luke Wells in 2016. My first year. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Pujara, fielded by Wayne Madsen, no run.
Just reading here, that game down at Canterbury that's got us all interested. Apparently, I didn't realise Phil Salt was keeping wicket for Lancashire in that game. Anyway, he's Mr. Stumping, which could be important. But Lancashire would have thought they were going to win that game easy. It'd be extraordinary if Ken can hang on. Anyway.
Leicestershire are going to get a draw, aren't they? They're 143 for 2 now in the start of the evening session. So they'll shake hands about the same time that we do, you would have thought. Oh, but I can shake Adrian's hand any time, of course. Here is Potts bowling outside the off stump. Pujara leaves alone, goes through grubs really through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest.
I suppose from a Sussex point of view that these two, I mean, it depends how long they want to stay out there for, to a certain extent, doesn't it? If Tom Haynes thinks, well, you know, I think I might be able to get to 300, or he knows about the record for a Sussex captain. Because I guess if Sussex want to keep going, they can. If they,
of course.
You know,
well, if he's close to a double century or a triple century in Haynes's case, then I would say do not declare. Do not declare. Why would they?
They might just decide to stay on and get the record.
Just to see what the standard of bowling would be then.
Well, that's the only thing that I would say.
And that sort of detracts from the score a little bit.
No, I think it does. No, I think it does.
Pujara waits and guides this out into the offside, goes through for a comfortable single, moves to 162, 462 for 2.
Of course, the record books won't show that. All the record books will show, I mean, for all we know, this partner, you know, some of these partnerships, maybe there was some, that was a match that was dying a death.
Glenn Chappell many years ago, I'm sure it was Glenn Chappell many years ago, got the fastest 100 of the season, but it was declaration bowling, and basically they were tossing it up and he was smashing it to the boundary. And
yeah.
I'm fairly sure they sort of discounted it as a credible,
a credible
century.
record. Yeah. I remember it happening down at Hove once. In one of my early years of commentating, there was a game against Yorkshire that was going nowhere, and I think Chris Nash might have got 100. I don't, or a good score very quickly.
Potts is in again, and that was turned into the leg side of the thigh pad of Tom Haynes for another run, 463 for 2.
Yeah, and I think, was it? I forget which way round it was, but anyway, I remember everyone saying, "Oh, I don't know, it just feels a bit, doesn't feel great when it happens." So, you know, provided the bowling carries on being of bowlers who have played in the match and it's still a sensible game of cricket, then fair dues.
Well, the only players who haven't bowled yet are the 2 openers, Shan Masood and Billy Godleman, the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest, and Lewis Rees, who can't bowl at the moment because of the operation that he had in the winter, so that precludes us having all 10.
Right, okay.
Because I don't think Lewis Rees is even allowed to bowl at the moment, so I'm fairly certain that Mickey Arthur wouldn't allow it either, knowing what I know, the limited amount that I know about Mickey Arthur at this stage, with him only having been at the club for 2 or 3 months now. He's going to be Lewis deployed to continue.
Yeah, from the city end of the ground, he's coming in to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's in a bowl, full toss. Haynes hammers that to mid-off. Lackmell, no, he's getting a bit of stick, is Lackmell. Friendly stick from his colleagues, his teammates, I should say. But he fielded the ball well, and there was no run. In comes Deploy again. I'm just trying to look up Pujara's figures as he comes and bowls, and Haynes is 4 plays down the track, and there is no run.
The thing about Lackmell is he's such a likeable character that it will be playful joshing from the rest of his teammates, but he's always got a smile on his face. He hasn't had an awful lot of luck since he arrived. He's picked up just a couple of wickets down at Lord's, not in this match. 0 for 53 from 25 overs. Bowled economically, but hasn't got the success he would have liked as the overseas bowler so far.
Comes Deploy again, bowls. Haynes is forward. He's not going to give this up, easily. Tom Haynes plays to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. Deploy's taking his time here, isn't he? They're not rushing through the overs.
No.
Noticeably now, Derbyshire are just taking their time.
Yeah, which is a little bit disappointing, I have to say. But I suppose it's understandable.
Been out there a long time, haven't they? In comes Deploy bowls. Haynes pulls that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Dahl on his knees. There is no run. I'm just looking here for Pujara's high score. It's probably on this stat here somewhere. I've got his various averages and things, but I haven't got his high score.
He's got 3 double centuries in test matches.
Yeah, so he's...
It's mad.
Yeah, it is mad. Oh, 206 in a test match. High score. In comes Deploy again, and Haynes just works this to mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 239. Yeah, his highest score, first-class score, is 352.
He's not going to get to that, is he?
No. Highest score in a test, 206, not out.
Yeah, 3 double centuries in test matches, and I'm certain that somebody told me he got 3 trebles in first class, but obviously he's got 1 at 352. Past 17,000 runs as well in first class cricket in this innings.
Deploying again bowls, and Pujara cuts this to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Shan Masood. Seems an awful long time since he made his 239. In fact, that's the figure that Tom Haynes is on now.
I bet he never contemplated being the second highest run scorer in the match at the time.
I bet he didn't. But there really is a real air of inevitability about this now. The Derbyshire fielders are not hurrying between overs. They're just hoping that, well, they're just going to get through these overs or get to 10 to 5. But maybe Haynes and Pujara will decide to carry on. I mean,
well, it would serve them right if they carry on doing it, playing at this speed. Of course, perhaps that's why Billy Godalming, they are at +5, and that's why he was trying to get through the overs quickly so that after tea,
yes,
he could slow it right down and just have a relaxing 50 minutes or so. But I'd like to see them play normally, really. Nick Potts then from the racecourse, and his 21st over on his first class debut. The first ball is pushed into the offside by Pujara, fielded by Wayne Madsen, and there is no run. Still Kent bat on, remarkable. What's happening at Canterbury? They're now up to 279 for 9 and lead by 33.
It's probably not enough at the minute, is it?
No.
Because they'll be,
There's a minimum of 23 overs remaining.
Wow, they'll need to,
They need to use up at least half of those.
They are.
You would have thought.
It will go down in the annals, though, of history. That is just quite extraordinary. What an amazing game of cricket.
115 not out. Ben Compton, Jackson Bird on 17. here. 465 for 2 as this next delivery from Potts is left alone outside the off stump by Pujara.
But he would have been on the pitch for every minute of the game.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Every single
that doesn't happen often, does it?
every single ball of the game, he would have been out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible. And actually, whatever happens now, he will be out there for every ball of the game, because if he's out,
He'll have to come back.
he'll have to come back out in the field.
You'd hope he would as well, just to make sure that he was.
Yes.
If he hadn't been off in the first innings,
Yeah.
we don't know.
Yeah,
really.
yeah, of course. He might have gone off for some reason.
But you'd hope that if he has been on for every minute now, he'd make sure, despite the fact that he'd be exhausted, I would have thought. He has hit a 6 as well as Potts bowls to Pujara, yeah. 8 4s and a 6.
He's the one that's got away from Nottinghamshire. They let him go.
Oh, I don't know if you've spotted, but they can find replacements from just about anywhere. It doesn't really matter if they let one go. There's always somebody to fill the place. Nottinghamshire, just to remind everybody, beaten by Glamorgan today. Perhaps it won't be quite as easy to get out of the wilderness of the second division as some people might have thought. And all those prospective England players that were included in that incredible piece on the BBC Sport website. Can't beat Glamorgan. In goes Potts and bowls to Pujara, who pushes this one out to Wayne Mountain in the offside. Again, there's no run. I know. I'm sorry, I'm almost out now. I'm almost out of... I can't even be bothered to take the mickey out of Nottinghamshire anymore.
Blackmell looked like he was warming up. Then I can't believe that he's going to bowl.
Well, he might have offered. He might have said to Billy, look, give me another go. I'll give you 5 overs, skip. I don't think he'll have said that. I'm not sure his English is up to saying, I'll give you 5 overs, skip. But however he communicates.
Well, I'm really indebted here to John Barnett. Hello, John. I know you're listening, so thank you for another stat.
Oh, excellent. Next delivery is driven by Pujara, but nicely stopped by Wayne Mountain out in the offside, diving away to his left-hand side. There's no run.
He says Mike Yardy and Murray Goodwin's 385. That's the record third wicket partnership for Sussex in 2006, involved in batting the whole of the final day undefeated, plus a bit of the final session on day 3.
Right, so they did not a wicket fell in that. That would perhaps the last time not a wicket fell in a day's cricket.
Yeah.
Involving Sussex. Griff might remember when it happened in a Derbyshire match. As Potts is in, and that one's turned to the leg side by Pujara. That over was a pretty decent over from Nick Potts. Well bowled, young man. I believe it was a maiden. 21 overs he's bowled now. 2 maidens, 0 for 69.
Just had a message from my brother to say, is the black coffee nice, Aid? Now, I don't know whether he's watching us on the...
Yes, no, we are on.
Perhaps he's been
camera.
watching.
Yeah, we are.
Perhaps he's been watching, Fletch.
Yeah.
So, and the answer is yes. Thank you, Tim. 465 for 2 are Sussex. Tom Haynes, very much his day. 239 not out, beating his personal career best, which was 156. So he's way, way past that. In terms of this partnership, which is worth 320, so Sussex would need another 66 if they're going to beat this record partnership. And the other thing that we were talking about at tea time was the record score for a Sussex captain, which was 275, which was sent through by Xavier. So we'll just confirm that stat in a few moments' time. But that's all a little way off, to be honest. 27 overs possible remaining in the match. And the first of those is going to be bowled by Louis Deploy, and there's no question here that Derbyshire have slowed down in there.
Well, 2 batsmen have just had a very long chat.
Perhaps everybody is just looking towards the end of the match. Deploy is going to bowl left arm over the wicket with a slip as the only close fielder. He's in and bowls, and Haynes hits that one away through backward point to Sam Connors, the ever-eager Connors, who gets in the throw to Brooke Guest. One more to Haynes. He goes to 240. So Tom is going to be 240. He made 41 in the first innings at 281. 281 plus 14 is what, Fletch? 295. No, 395. 295, yeah, plus 50. So he's about 350 runs for the season so far, Tom.
Decent.
In comes deploy bowls to Pujara a full toss, which is dispatched in a manner which befitted the ball that was bowled, really. It was a full
Dreadful.
toss.
Dreadful.
Just hammered away by Pujara. He won't get an easier 4 runs than that. He goes to
Well,
167.
the one that I thought, and interestingly, a couple of people in the media box, down the press box down the far end, thought it had gone for 6 as well. I'm certain it cleared the road.
Oh, that one that went in the car park?
Yeah, that was Pujara as well,
Right.
off Lear's deploy.
470 for 2 are Sussex in the lead now by 139. Deploying again bowls. Pujara down the wicket driving. That's going to go in the same area. So will he cut off by Lakmal, who's racing around the boundary? Will he get the throw in? He does. This could be tight. Hayes is on his way back. Oh, I think he would have been out. I think if deploy collected that,
Concentrate.
I think Tom Haynes might have been run out.
Might have been close. He's certainly given the umpire a decision to make.
Yeah, he
might
did.
have hurt his right hand here, which isn't great.
Oh dear. 2 more to Pujara. He goes to 169. The partnership to 327. 472 for 2. As deploy is in again. There's a slip in place now. Who's Wayne Madsen comes in and bowls, and Pujara just eases forward and punches that down the ground to mid-off, where it's fielded by the Derbyshire skipper Billy Gottleman. It's in the throw. 1 more to the total. Pujara to 170. Yeah, thanks for all your emails. Well, we've had a lot of countries getting in touch, Fletch.
Yeah.
Haven't we? Range of issues, and the first helicopter of the match flies over the
You
ground.
don't see many.
You don't know where he's
you
off to.
don't.
Deploy in bowls. Haynes is forward, plays straight back down the track.
It'll be Chris Kirchner going to East Midlands Airport to fly back to America, I imagine.
He's
I'm just making that up, by
He's
the way. Don't put that out. Anybody on Twitter saying that Chris Kirchner has been spotted in a helicopter.
in comes deploy bowls. Haynes forward. He's the potential new owner of Derby County. Is that right?
The administrator's preferred bidder.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
473 for 2.
the
it's
jargon.
only- But yeah, so he has exclusivity on looking at the books and all that kind of stuff at the moment. Wayne Rooney has said that if Chris Kirchner buys the club, he will stay. Kirchner wants
Right.
him to stay, so everybody seems quite happy at the moment. They just could do with it all hurrying up because of quite a short close season in football this year. 31st of July, it restarts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's because of the World Cup,
because of
isn't
the
it?
World Cup.
Yeah. Is tea at Canterbury?
Yes, I saw that. So that's
odd.
just something of a triumph. Well,
Well-
you can only delay it so far, can't you?
Right. Okay. So
they'd
they'd have batted on.
Delayed it by 40 minutes, near enough.
Right, okay. So they bat on because when 9 wickets are down, you play until the wicket goes down or an amount of time. So,
Yeah.
because I was thinking, well, that must mean there's more than however many overs you said, Fletch.
Just 23 overs left minimum.
Right. They probably didn't want tea, actually. They probably want to keep going.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
You or me?
Me, I think.
Right, go for it.
Nick Potts from the racecourse and bowls. That is driven, but straight into the hands of Wayne Madsen at short cover.
So the crazy thing is, Wayne Madsen has been one of the standout fielders for Derbyshire. His ground fielding's been excellent. It's just a shame he's dropped 3 catches.
Yeah.
It's true, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
He's made some
yeah.
really good stops. I mean, that was travelling, you know. Pujara hit that hard.
Trying to work who the third man is. I think it's Lewis Rees down at third man. He's just been stroking the dog that's behind the barrier.
Oh.
There's a golden, either retriever or Labrador. I'm never sure which is which.
Retriever's the long-haired one.
Well, it's a retriever then. This one is chopped away, backward and square on the offside by Pujara. That'll be 4 runs, no matter how fast poor old Sam Connors runs out there in the deep. That's a terrific shot from Pujara, and he moves to within 26 of a double century, and within 26 of this game becoming only the 11th in the history of cricket to have 3 double centurions in it. I mean,
that would be.
It's only the third. Both of the previous 2 were at Northampton as well, apparently. I'm told. Griff's been. Oh well, he's.
Or Griff is the man.
Well, he's reaching fever pitch at the moment with records. it's been that kind of game for him. His next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Pujara. Might be 4 more. No. Shan Masood gets around. They will come back for 2 though. Was a nice shot off his legs by Cheteshwar Pujara. He moves to 176 now, 479 for 2. The score's utterly immaterial. It's how many runs Pujara has next to his name and how many runs Haynes has next to his name. The lead is 148 for the record.
So it's the only time in the history of first-class cricket, or cricket.
Oh, first-class cricket.
Right, okay.
Across the world, though.
So would that include Test matches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be only the 3rd time it had happened in this country and only the 11th, I think, worldwide.
Right. Wow.
We are indeed privileged to be
We are, and we were there, Fletch.
watching this game drift. As this next one is chopped away, backward of square. There's 4 more for Pujara. Around the boundary goes Lewis Rees, but he's never going to get there. And that is a glorious shot off poor old Nick Potts. Take him out the firing line now. I wanted him in the firing line. Now he should be taken out of the firing line. Pujara moves to 180, 483, 4-2.
Pujara is rattling along, isn't he? He's catching up Tom Haynes.
He knows what's at stake here. Partnership 338 now from 688 deliveries. And if you divide that by 6, shows you how long they've been out there.
Well, over 100 overs.
The innings itself is 166 overs and 4 balls long. Old. And now there's a meeting between Potts, Madsen, Godalming, with Saranga Lakmal sort of looking on and smiling.
My brother sent me a photograph now. He's sitting on his patio.
Nice.
Yeah, looks like a nice barbecue he's having, doesn't it?
Oh,
it's a roast dinner.
Barbecue.
It's a roast. That's a roast.
I don't mind a roast
He's
dinner.
having a roast dinner.
I don't mind a roast dinner.
Look at that.
I can't remember the last time I had one, to be brutally honest with you.
We're not going to get one today, Fletch.
No. I'm going to get a large pizza, though. In goes Potts. This one's pushed out into the offside by Pujara. My favourite local independent pizza shop in Horwich will still be open when I get back this evening. I'd sort of built myself up for one last night, rather foolishly.
But you had to stay.
Well, halfway. I didn't mind staying. I mean, stopping at Twicky's is never a chore. He was in good form this morning. He was cleaning his cupboards this morning when I left, the old boy. And going at it hammer and tongs. Mind you, in fairness, they did need cleaning. They were a bit of a mess.
Oh.
They're just a bit shambolic. I don't like it. I like a neat cupboard if I can possibly have one.
So we have had listeners sending us pictures from all over, Fletch, haven't we? In this.
Absolutely, it's been mad. Here's Potts in again, and Pujara leaves outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brookcast, end of the over. Pujara has 180. Haynes has 240. The partnership is worth 338. The Sussex lead is 152 because they're 483 for 2. Do you have a half past?
I do.
Excellent.
I better go, Fletch.
Okay.
I think this has been my last update.
Yes, well, I've warned James Watt, who's in the studio at Radio Derby, that this will almost certainly be the last of the updates today. This game is going to end in a draw. Derbyshire will take 15 points. And Sussex just the 8. Thank you. So the update will be coming again out. Well, we still haven't seen a wicket today. I don't recall ever going to a day's first-class cricket and not seeing a single wicket fall. But that looks like it's going to be the case in this game, because I reckon that they'll shake hands in 20 minutes and everybody will go home and this game will end in a draw. Remarkable, really. Derbyshire 505 for 8 declared, and then Sussex bowled out for 174. They were put into bat for a second time, and they're currently 484 for 2. Tom Haynes, the skipper, top scoring in the match now with 241. If you'd have told Shan Masood when he scored 239 in the first innings that he wouldn't be the leading scorer in the match, I think he'd have laughed at you. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 180, and he needs 20 more runs to be the third double centurion in the match. And if that happens, it would only be the 3rd time in this country in first-class cricket that 3 different players had scored 200 runs individually in a single match. The records are tumbling. The cricket's not particularly exciting. It's 485 for 2 Sussex. This one's heading for a draw, James. So that will be the last update, I fancy, for BBC Radio Derby. We'll go off and get Mickey Arthur's views on what he's seen over the past 4 days. Some good, some bad, I'm sure, as this next delivery is sort of dragged down a bit by Lear's deploy. Pujara's on to 181 now, incidentally. Picked up a single while I was talking to James Watt. Haynes, 241, 485 for 2. And it'll be all eyes pretty much on what's happening up at Chester Street, where they'll almost certainly shake hands at a similar time to us, you would have thought. So that'll be a draw. Not sure about the bonus points, but Durham started the game 3 points better off than Derbyshire, so they may well stay above them in the table. They'll go above Nottinghamshire potentially, as this one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. He picks up another single. 242 to him now, the partnership worth 341. 486 for two. Pajara 181. And I thought it was very exciting to actually do the commentary of the double 100 for Shan Masood, and Adrian may well get to do 2 double century commentaries on the same day. How about that? Pajara on strike, drives out into the offside straight to Anoj Dal, and there is no run. I didn't make a note of what time he got to a double century. I ought to have done that, would have helped us enormously, but I can find those for Adrian, if they haven't already taken them off the internet down at BBC Sussex. Pajara just very gently drives the ball up to long off where Billy Godleman fields. He takes the single on offer, moves to 182. It's the end of the over. He pinches the strike, and Nick Potts is going to continue. Shan Masood away to our right-hand side in front of the old scoreboard, which is still operational at the moment, but for how long, well, who can tell. Shan Masood is doing some ridiculous stretching exercises away in the distance. Sam Connors, hands on hips at the far side of the ground. He must be 200 metres away from his teammate. Lewis Rees has gone across to stroke the dog again. It might be his dog. Who knows? He's gone across to stroke a dog. His or someone else's. Over on the far side of the ground, just in front of the chairman's box, door of which is open. Nobody on the balcony. But there aren't too many members left on the balcony now. It's the poor old cameraman staring down the lens. I think he's staring down the viewfinder, which in itself is connected to the lens, clearly. And it will be Nick Potts to bowl. Continuing, it's his 23rd over of the innings. He's in now. Bowls to Pajara, who cuts this one away, and it's half stopped brilliantly by Anoj Dal. They'll get one. They might come back for a second. Pajara might have to get a move on. In fact, the ball is thrown towards the end to which Haynes was running, and I think if that had hit, judging by Wayne Manson's reaction, it may well have been out. But they get 2 runs. It was a good effort by Dal. And Pajara moves to 180. 489 for 2, so he's teasing us now because he's 16 away from this history-making 11th. I hope it is 11. I've been saying it all the time. I'm certain it is his Potts. In a bowls to Pajara, who just pushes it out into the outside. There's no run. What he has done really with 16 runs required is pretty much assured that he won't run out of time as long as he doesn't get himself out to get to the double century.
One thing that is short, Pajara wants his double 100, doesn't he, Fletch?
Absolutely no question about it. I mean, Griff's mentioned it, just whispered in his ear at the tea interval or something. He could be on for history here.
They're back out at Canterbury, Fletch. After tea, Kent leading by 33. Compton still there on 115.
Come on, Ben.
I mean, that would just be brilliant.
I am very much a Lancastrian by nature, even though I was born in Cheshire, but it would be some effort by Kent and Ben Compton in particular in that game. Aeroplane, I've seen too many of those. As this next delivery is defended by Pajara. It'll be taking off from East Midlands by the look of that one. East Midlands Airport in that general direction. So the wind is clearly changing direction because depending on which way the wind's blowing, we can see more or less.
Well, I've sat here for 4 days, Fletch, and I've not seen an aeroplane the whole time. No. And now in the last half an hour, it's in a helicopter. So your rumour mongering, that could have been the helicopter taking the new owner, is now on the plane.
Oh, nice. He's got his own jet.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't know whether it's a jet capable of getting him across the Atlantic. But he definitely has his own jet. Who doesn't these days? Here's Potts in and bowls to Pujara, who pushes this one out backward square on the offside. Dahl does the fielding. I mean, who outside of this commentary box doesn't?
A lot of people are noticing that both Ben Copton and Tom Haynes are still batting.
The New England opening partnership.
Well,
come on, Kesey. Well, as soon as he's appointed, and then Compton from Kent gets picked for England, I think there'll be screams of, hang on a minute.
This is the highest score by a Sussex player on debut.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, beating Joe Gatting, who made 152 against Cambridge University in 2009.
Oh, this one counts then, doesn't it? It's a proper match. There's Potts. In and bowls, and Pujara drives. There won't be a run there because it goes straight to Billy Godleman.
So that's...
Is he one of the Gattings?
Yes, I think he's Steve Gatting's son. Steve Gatting, who
Steve's
played...
son, okay.
I think
Steve was Mike's brother, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he played for Brighton.
Yes, he did.
I think he played in the Cup final in '83.
Ah, the one with
when they lost to United.
With the bushy-haired centre-back.
Yeah, Steve Foster.
Steve Foster,
who
yes.
who didn't play in the first game because he was suspended.
That's right, yeah.
And he played in the second game.
Yeah.
And they lost 4-0.
Well, we don't. And Smith must score. I think that's the final, isn't it? The first game, and Smith must score.
Yes, it was. Yeah. He's spoken to us quite a bit, actually. Gordon Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. Was he not high up in the Scottish FA at one point?
Yes. Yeah.
I thought he was.
Yeah.
I thought he was. There's Potts again over the wicket, balls to Pujara, who just guides this out into the offside. Really, I don't know exactly what I would say if there was a wicket now. It's almost like going back to pre-season. I think I forgot what to say.
Message in from Sam. He says, pretty sure that if Pujara gets to 200, he'll be the 5th highest scoring Sussex overseas player in an innings. Goodwin obviously won. Can you name the other 4? Oh, Lord. Well, we'll have a little think. 489 for 2. Pujara at 184. Haynes 242. The batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the track. The other 4. Should rephrase that. The 5th highest scoring overseas player. The others made multiple scores other than 200, but only 4 others did, says Sam.
Don't look at the Kent score.
Oh, is he out? Oh, what a shame.
Jackson Bird's the not out batsman. All out for 279. There are a minimum of 19 overs probably looking by that, and Lancashire need 34 to win.
Oh, well, what a shame. He would have become one of the very few batsmen, would Ben Compton, to have carried his bat through it. And funny enough, we said, Fletch, didn't we, that at T, probably they didn't want T to come, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. They wouldn't have wanted it at all.
So, the new over is going to be bowled by Louis Deploy, who's coming in from the city end of the ground, bowled to Tom Haynes. He's on 242. He bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Tom's previous best score, 156 against Middlesex last season. That was his 6th first-class ton. He's been in there a long, long time. In comes Deploy, bowls. Outside the off stump, Haynes, I think he got a little tickle on that, Fletch. He runs down to third man. Let's wait for umpire, ball wins, signal. And he doesn't make a signal. So Tom Haynes gets another run. He goes to 243. Sussex 489 for 2. I've had a message to say that plane we were talking about, Fletch. I don't know how people know these things. It's a Boeing 777 DHL freight aircraft from Brussels.
All right. From Brussels, so it's landing.
Yeah, so it was landing.
Thought it had overshot the runway. Then.
The things that people tell us, it's, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, one of our commentators obviously has the app.
Yes.
But
yeah, that could tell you. Yeah. Tells you what planes are where. Deploy is coming into those to bowl. There's well, I'll give you the field because there is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the boundary. 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off. Deploy coming into Pujara, who's on 184, so it's 490 for 2. In he comes and bowls, and Pujara just clips this around the corner. But Wayne Madsen wanted to make sure he was in the right place there. He was just saying to Louis Deploy, get your field placing right, and he was. He was at short fine leg, and he prevented a single. Derbyshire are really taking their time, but you can't blame them. They've been out there for an awful long time.
I know, but...
Deploy in again, bowls, and Pujara hammers that one away on the leg side. It's going all the way for 4 runs. In fairness, it was a horrible delivery by Deploy. It was a full toss, and Pujara just smashed the ball away through the leg side for 4 more. That takes him to 188, the partnership to 349. So in my little book here, Fletch, they're closing in on the 376 record partnership. That's the second highest third wicket stand for Sussex as in comes Deploy, in and bowls. Oh, that's a dreadful delivery. And Pujara pulls it on the leg side. He's lucky that just goes for a single. But it does. Pujara to 189. Applause around the ground for the 495, and I think that will be the... Is that the 350 partnership?
Yeah, 350 partnership.
350 partnership between Pujara and Haynes. The next record, if they break it, is 376 between Wells and Van Zale against Durham at Hove in 2017. I'd have been at that game.
Memorable game.
Yeah. Now what's happening here? I think wicketkeeper Brooke Guester's got something in his eye.
Oh, of course he has.
So we've got a bit of... we can have a longer delay. To be fair, Wayne Madsen is helping. But we've got another delay. And in fact, he's going to take his... I thought for a minute he was going to take his inners off as well. So just bringing you up to date with what's happened down at Canterbury, because that's a game that's had a lot of attention today, with Ben Compton almost carrying his bat in both innings. He was LBW to Balderson for 115, having made in the first innings 104. Released by Nottinghamshire at the end of last season, and Lancashire look as if they're going to win that game, needing 33 to win. In comes Deploy, in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who covers up and plays to short extra cover. Another over drifts by. 495 for 2. Pujara 189. Haynes 243. Partnership of 350. The Sussex lead 164. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon on this Easter Sunday. Welcome to live cricket at Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Fletcher. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. We'll be back with you on Thursday as the County Championship continues. Fletch, do you go down the M1 to Leicester from here?
I do have to go on the M1 a bit, yes,
right.
Across the A50.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm off to Worcester for the next.
Nice.
Worcester. Yeah, I like going down to Worcester. Lovely ground.
So you've got 2 away games in a row.
Yeah, and then 2 away games in a row, and then we have Durham at home, Middlesex at home, Leicester away, New Zealand in a 4-day tour match. And then there's a break, so it's 7 consecutive weeks. So the Sussex
boys, the T20.
Sussex boys will be on their knees by then.
Yeah, admirable you. Potts in and balls to Pujara, who drives out into the offside. Wayne Madsen does the fielding, and there's no run. Andrew Sampson says that Ben Compton has. This was some time ago, 16 minutes ago, when he tweeted this. He's already batted more minutes than anyone else in a championship match.
Ever?
Right, well, I assume. But I think the ever bit. I don't think we need the ever bit.
Wow.
Yeah, he was replying to one of our colleagues, Daniel Norcross. 626 balls unbeaten in the match at T. He said that has to be getting close to a county championship record, said Dan Norcross, as this next delivery is wide of the off stump and left alone by Pujara. To which Andrew Sampson tweeted, he has already batted more minutes than anyone else in a championship match. So we would assume that as he batted on after tea, he's merely extended that record. Scoring a century and batting through both innings of a championship match. There's that list that you read out before. Andrew Sampson has now tweeted, most minutes batted in a championship match is 865 by Ben Compton in the game taking place at Canterbury. He beat the 824 by Hasib Hamid for Notts against Worcestershire last year in that remarkable game that he scored plenty of runs in, and this next one is defended by Pujara. Hamid made 111 and 114. Compton 115 and whatever he made in the second innings.
Yeah, 115 and 100. Was it 115 and 104? I think.
Right, so it won't be too many more minutes after this because he was 104 not out and 115 when Andrew Sampson tweeted that. So
It looks like he was out, maybe in the first over after tea, you know.
Yeah. Shame. See, Balderson bowled him.
LBW.
He's the opening bat. Here is this next delivery, which is driven by Pujara out into the offside. He moves on to 190 now, so 10 away from this historic third match in this country in which they have seen 3 double centuries and only the second venue to witness it, because the other 2 were both at Northampton, rather bizarrely.
Yeah,
It's peculiar, isn't it? One of them was relatively recent. Well, I say relatively recently in our terms. It was in, I think, 89, Griff said. The one before that was some time before that. Doug Morris, who's our boss effectively, isn't he? He was responsible for getting Compton out because he was sitting in his garden listening, apparently. He's just tweeted saying, I went into the ground to watch it. Caught at mid-wicket. Haynes has gone. He's just chipped it straight to Anuj Dal. Hence the cheers from the Derbyshire supporters down below. He's getting the congratulations of everybody out there as players come around and flock around Tom Haynes. That is remarkable. What a tame ending to what has been a superb innings from Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. 243 he's made, 496 for 3, 491 deliveries, 22 fours. It has been a magnificent innings from Tom Haynes. He has saved this game when it scarcely looked possible at the end of day 2. They were 331 runs behind when he came out to bat. They now lead by 165. The partnership's 351, and this applause is all for Tom Haynes.
That is fantastic. And I'll tell you what was really nice about that, Fletch, was the way all the Derbyshire players, to a man, went across and shook hands with Tom Haynes. He's walking up the pavilion steps. I can see John Philby, the Sussex chairman there, clapping enthusiastically as Tom makes his way up. All his Sussex teammates as well. What an effort by the skipper. And it was such a surprise, Fletch, wasn't it? You know, when it happened, it was almost as if, was Tom Haynes really out? But he is. And I know my nephew's been watching on the live stream, and he said he wanted to get to see Tom Haynes get his 250. Well, Michael, I'm sorry we didn't quite get there, but I know you played your club cricket, or some club cricket down at Horsham, and what a day for Horsham Cricket Club. And in fact, here comes another player who plays for Horsham Cricket Club as well. That's Tom Clark, who scored 100 last week against Nottinghamshire.
That just didn't quite do it justice, the dismissal.
No, it didn't.
Because I wasn't.
I think Anuj Dal was surprised, wasn't he?
I wasn't really ready for it. I wasn't really ready for it. Anyway.
He's out.
He's gone. It's a shame. It is a shame. He won't be there at the end when the hands are shaken.
Well, I think the hands will be shaken now, won't they? Well, maybe they let Pujara get to 200, maybe.
Yeah, he's a former Derbyshire player as well. Potts is in and bowls to Clark, which is something of a departure because we haven't said anybody else's name apart from Haynes and Pujara for such a long time. But well done to Nick Potts as well. He's picked up only the second wicket to go to a bowler in this innings. He's got 1 for 82 from 24 overs, and we've got round about 10 minutes. No, we haven't got round about 10 minutes. It's 10 to 5 already, isn't it? I wonder what they're saying out there. They've clearly made a decision out there that if Pujara's out, they'll shake hands, I think. But if Pujara gets to his 200, they may well declare, and that would be that. So Pujara's going to be on strike, which is the good news. He needs 10, and possibly even better news is that Lewis Deploy is going to carry on bowling because his 13 overs have cost him 62 runs so far.
So that partnership, Fletch, it went off the screen a bit quickly, so I'll check that in a moment.
351.
Thank you. Between Haynes and Pujara. Just so watching Tom Clark, just imagine if Tom Clark had come out, faced one ball, then they said, "Oh, we'll just call it a day." And he's had the pads on for about 7 hours.
Yes.
In comes, that's a horrible delivery. Pulled away, it's a full toss, pulled away to deep mid-wicket. They're kind of come back for the second. No, they're not actually. Well, that could have gone, that was a horrible delivery.
That could have gone down anybody's throat, couldn't it, really? It could have gone anywhere.
Could have gone over the stand.
Oh, it could have gone anywhere, and he picks up a single. That's very disappointing.
Yeah.
Very disappointing.
We're going to have to wait, Fletch. 191 to Pujara. And it brings Tom Clark onto strike. He's on a hiding to nothing here, young Tom, isn't he? He's just got to Well, pretty well make sure he doesn't get out, really, having waited so long to have a bat. In comes deploy bowls, and Clark eases that through the offside. He picks up a single, which brings Pujara back on strike.
Just glad that Derbyshire's media team didn't put any flames on the dismissal. Quite often you see flames there, don't you? And fireworks and all sorts. It's just the umpire's finger raised saying Potts has Haynes.
So deploy is going to come in from the city end, bowling left arm spin over the wicket. He's in and bowls to Pujara, who's forward solidly and plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run.
He's got 9 away from
double 100, isn't he?
Oh, it's remarkable. Remarkable.
And 2 away from the Sussex 500. In comes deploy bowls down the leg side, and Pujara pulls that one away down to fine leg. It's only a single, and it will only be a single because it's in the very safe, reliable hands of Sam Connors, who gets in a bullet-like throw. I don't know where he gets his energy from, Sam Connors, but it was thudded into the gloves of Guest. One more, Pujara 192. Field has come in for Tom Clark.
Can't get over the Haynes dismissal.
As deploy bowls, and Clark just turns that back to square on the onside and picks up a single.
I think you're on till the end of the game now, Adrian. You're on till the end of the game.
Well, Andrew Rayburn's been in touch. Hello, Andrew, telling us about the 385-yardie Goodwin partnership. So they haven't reached that, unfortunately, but they will have to rewrite the yearbook next year because Haynes and Pujara's partnership of 351 is the 3rd highest partnership for the 3rd wicket in Sussex history. In comes deploy bowl to Pujara. Pujara's forward and just plays it straight back down the track. There is no one. What's going to happen here? Oh, they're carrying on.
Yeah, they will.
Pujara wants his 200, I think.
Oh, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough.
He's 192, not out.
It's been a huge part of this rescue mission by Sussex, who, when he and Haynes came together, were still 186 behind at 145 for 2. And a couple of quick wickets then, and Derbyshire would really have fancied their chances, but dropped catches. Tom Haynes was dropped 3 times by Wayne Madsen, bless him. Pujara was dropped by Billy Godleman when he was on 132. That 60 runs ago. It only seems like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, he was, yes. That was a swirling catch, wasn't it, that he put down. In comes Potts running into bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Or a swirling drop in the end.
Yeah, swirling drop. He never looked like he was going to get there, did he?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
What was he on when that went down, Fletch?
132. Off the bowling of Alex Thompson.
Yeah, that was a sort of a very un-Pujara-like hoik, wasn't it?
Yes, it was horrible. Horrible.
Potts. Nick Potts. Picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes eventually. Comes in and bowls, and Clark digs that out, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So just remind our listeners of this record, Fletch, if Pujara were to reach a double 100.
Well, I believe.
Yeah, that it might need some verification, but
I
we
believe
think
it will be only the 3rd time in this country, and only the 2nd venue, because the other 2 were both at Northampton, that we've had a game of first-class cricket in which 3 individual double centurions there has been.
Potts bowls, and Clark is forward, plays down the offside.
And
There
I'm
is no run.
certain that David Griffin was telling me at tea that it's only happened 10 times worldwide in the history of cricket.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it?
First class.
Think of the amount of games that have been played.
Staggering. You see some of the scores that there have been over the years. I mean, the 907, and they've scored thousands of runs in games in India.
Comes Potts running away from us. Bowls to Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. So Sam's question that came in was that he said if Pujara gets to 200, it'll be the 6th highest overseas player. The others to have scored. Yeah. So Murray Goodwin is the tops for Sussex. Pujara, if he gets to 200, will be 6th, and there's 4 in between Sussex overseas players who have scored over 200. It will be. Fill in the 4 gaps. In comes Potts and bowls. Forward comes Clark plays into the offside, and there is no run. We might need a bit of help with that, Fletch,
I will, certainly.
because it's been a long day.
I need more than a bit of help with
Yeah.
that.
So if there's any Sussex supporters listening, Sussex
sure I could-
Cricket
I'm
at
not sure.
bbc.co.uk.
In all honesty, I could name you 4 Sussex overseas players who I even thought could get that many runs.
Yeah.
There have been some pretty decent ones over the years, of course.
Potts turns. He's in again, bowls to Clark, and Clark clips this one away. It's going to be 4 runs, I think, down towards the members' pavilion. The fielder herring round the boundary. That's a good stop, actually, all the way out there. So full credit. And it's fielded there by Lewis Rees, who gets in the throw. I don't know what shoulder he had his operation on, but if it was his left one, then it's been a good job, because he...
I can only imagine it was his left.
Well, he got that right over the
Yeah.
top of the stumps. Nothing wrong with that. End of the over. Clark's pinched the strike now, I think.
No,
Or did they
ran-
come back
ran
for 2?
two.
They came back
Yeah,
for a
they
second.
ran 2.
So Clark to 4, 5:02 for 3. And it's now just waiting to see whether Pujara can go through to a double 100 on his Sussex debut. He's the... I think we're saying now it's the highest score by a debutant for Sussex on his debut, beating Joe Gattings, 152 against Cambridge University, which is classed as a first-class match. Fletch is... But they were back in the day, the universities used to have stronger sides, didn't they?
When Joe Gatting was playing?
Well, yeah, I guess that was in the years. When I was trying to see what year that was in now, actually. I think I did see. In comes deploy bowls. Pujara is forward. Well, he's not getting a move on here, is he, Pujara? He's gone into his shell a little bit.
Well, I don't want to get out now, does he? So he's in the Derbyshire 190s.
Chiteshwar Pujara.
Whatever they feel like. I mean, that
Yeah,
was the first idea.
And again, bowls. Pujara is forward. Eases that down the ground too long off. Picks up a single. Does Pujara? He goes to... Oh, we got another message, I think. To 100 and... Maybe not. 193. Sussex 503 for 3. Fielders come in for Tom Clark. Deploy in bowls. Clark is forward, looking to play that onto the onside. The ball just dribbles out into the offside. And there is no run. There's a few hardy souls have stayed on to watch Pujara get his double 100.
But many people who could say they were here when history was made.
No. Deploy in again. Bowls forward. Comes Clark. Plays that back to the square on the leg side. Is it the last ball of the over? No, there's 2 more to go.
David Griffin has positioned himself perfectly. He's just next to the steps up which Pujara will eventually walk after he gets to his 200 and leaves the field.
Is he so? Oh yes, I can see he's got his long lens out there, isn't he?
He's providing pictures as well for Sussex, I think, as well in this match. So
He's wonderfully enthusiastic, isn't he?
mad as a fish.
He comes, deploy, bowls, full toss, hammered away by Pujara. This is going to go for 4. No, it's not. It's fielded out. Another good bit of fielding by Lewis Rees, who gets in the throw. Pujara's going to pin. There's 1 more ball to go in the over. Pujara to 193. I'll tell you what I would say, Fletch, and credit here to Derbyshire, because they haven't resorted to joke bowling.
No,
And
well, Lewis deploys bowling, but no, you're right.
deploy in again, bowls. Clark is forward, plays it down the track, and there is no run. And what they have done as well is their fielding has been excellent throughout. So, you know, full marks to Derbyshire. It's very easy sometimes in these situations for games to degenerate into a little bit of a farce. And Derbyshire haven't done that. So well done to Billy Godman. But I think now we're at the stage where we could do with Pujara hitting a 6.
Yeah, let's get on.
Well,
we know what's happening, don't we? Now?
And we're all done and dusted. Pujara gets a double 100 on his debut. We get the record, or it becomes only the 3rd time in England that a first-class match has seen 3 double 100s from 3 different players.
They've not shaken hands at Chester Street either yet.
And I'm very grateful to Sam, who's given me the list. In comes Potts, bowls to Pujara, plays it onto the onside. They're thinking about a second, and Pujara said no. That's a really good bit of fielding by Shan Masood. He was really straight in. Mendes, number 5, Vessels, number 4, Ranji, number 3, Julevinci, number 2, Murray Goodwin, number 1. I'd have never got those. With a bit of thought, Sam, I might have got Vessels.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I would have got Ranji, I guess. But certainly wouldn't have got the others. So thank you for that. And thank you for everyone who got in touch with various questions and quizzes. We had some good ones during this match. In comes Potts, bowls to Clark. Clark forward, plays on the onside, and there is no run. You're right, Balderson is the opening. He's not related anyway to Chris Balderson, is he? Who was the England, or the footballing and cricketing all-rounder.
Not that I'm aware.
Right. Elsewhere, they're still going at Durham.
I know, it's remarkable.
Leicestershire 175 for 2. Still going at Bristol as well. I wonder if that's in for a good finish at Bristol. I don't know if there's enough time. In comes Potts and bowls. Forward comes Clark. Plays to mid-off. There is no run. Yorkshire are 138 for 3, needing another 73 to win. I mean, it's, what, 5 o'clock, so imagine there probably is time, you know, there, Fletch. That's been a really good game, actually. Sam is down. I don't know if he's listening to us, Sam, but he's probably watching that game as well. But that looks like a really good finish. Who's making runs there for Yorkshire? Milan on 58, who can give it a bit of a tonk when he wants to. Potts in, bowls to Clark. Clark steers it on the leg side. It's just going to be a single. And is he going to pinch? No, there's another couple of deliveries left in the over. Pujara on 195.
I'm fairly sure now that Balderson is no relation to the other gentleman you mentioned.
Chris Balderson, yeah.
That's got a T in it and Balderson hasn't.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I just wanted to double check. Yeah. Chris Balderson, who played for Huddersfield at Carlisle, Doncaster, Queen of the South, played for Leicester. She played a couple of tests for England as well.
He did. I think he had to place Michael Holding, didn't he? In comes Potts, bowls. Pujara drives down the ground, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Pujara, takes him to 199. Shakes hands with Tom Clark, full toss, driven down the ground. And Cheteshwar Pujara on the verge of a double 100 on his Sussex debut. I could hear some... that sounded like...
The ball ended up on the concrete.
It does. You could hear someone walking down the ground here.
So I assume he will become the first player to score a century for Derbyshire and a double century against them, but I wouldn't swear to that.
Right. Okay. Well, Dave Griffin will know, but he's over there with. He's moved. He's not there with his camera anymore.
He's just gone to the walkway at the back now.
Has he?
Yeah, I can still see him there.
To get a photograph.
Pale blue top, and he'll be hoping that this shot is played into the offside. The field has come in.
So Nick Potts running in to bowl to Pujara. He's on 199. He's in and bowls. Pujara is forward, plays it down. Oh, the ball hit the stumps. They were all getting ridiculously excited. And the ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Tom Clark is probably thanking his lucky stars that the bowler didn't get a little nick on that and he was out of his ground. That would have been had a delay as another batsman had to come in. So, is that the end of the over? Yes, it is.
Oh,
after all that, it's the end of the over.
That's
511.
That's not good, is it?
511 for 3. Pujara 199. Clark is on 6. What else can I tell you? The Sussex lead is 180. Potts' figures are 26 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 90. And the last wicket was Tom Haynes, who was out for 243 after a partnership of 351. Live cricket here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Kent. We're in the dying embers of this 4-day game at Derby. And it's going to be Louis Deploy who's coming in to bowl to Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark eases that around the offside. He was looking for the single, but it wasn't there. And again, full credit to Derby. They brought the field in. They're trying to deny Pujara as long as they can, and perhaps it doesn't mean an awful lot, but I think it's really good that Derbyshire are really playing this properly. As in comes Deploy, bowls to Clark, and Clark can't get that one away. Looks heavenward, does Tom Clark. Drove it straight to Lewis Rees, who's fielding at cover, and there is no run. Slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, short fine leg, deep backward square. Deploy in bowls, and Clark lets that hit him on the pad.
Huge appeal from Leah's deploy there, which gets a round of applause from the supporters down below us.
And a lot of laughing as well. Deploy again.
Last ball.
Bowls, Clark forward, back to deploy. He throws it at the stumps. And in fact,
The last ball of the over. It
whipped.
says it on the scoreboard that it's the last ball. Oh, no,
Oh, that's Potts.
The scoreboard. It's
jammed.
frozen. It's frozen.
Yeah. Potts whipped the bail off. In again, deploy bowls. Oh, Clark got a big inside edge to that. Goes away on the onside, and there is no run.
I'm going to make a serious point because it's fairly frivolous at the moment with Clark batting. But that inside edge has just shown to me that if they could have not tried harder, but could have got the wicket earlier, it's not easy to get going.
No.
Not easy to get going.
In comes deploy over the wicket. Bowls and steered into the onside by Tom Clark. That is going to be the end of the over. I think that's a maiden over from deploy, who's now bowled 16 overs, and that is his solitary maiden. No wicket for 69. So 511 for 3 are Sussex. Pujara on 199. Tom Clark on 6. If you're just sort of switching over, you've been doing something else, you went, oh, what are they still doing at Derby? That sounds interesting. Well, you missed an innings of 243 from Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain. A partnership of 351 between him and Cheteshwar Pujara, who's still there on 199.
They've shaken hands at Chesterland Street, incidentally.
Right, so that's a draw between Durham and Leicestershire. So here we are. Could this be the moment Pujara gets his double 100? Potts is running in over the wicket, he bowls, and Pujara does get his double 100. He flicks that down to fine leg. It's a double 100 for Cheteshwar Pujara on his Sussex debut. The ball runs away for 4 runs. Not only that, we believe it's only the 3rd time in the history of English first-class cricket that 3 batsmen have reached a double 100 in the same game. Those 3 batsmen being Shan Masood, Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara. So a wonderful performance by all of those 3 players. Warm handshakes all around. It's been a game that's played in a tremendous spirit, Fletch. Pujara finishes on 201. Sussex finish on 513 for 3. We just saw the 1 wicket fall today. That was of Tom Haynes, who was out for 243. But well done all, and a thoroughly enjoyable 4 days, Fletch.
Absolutely, absolutely. Who would have thought that we would have been shaking hands at 5:10 on the 4th day when Sussex were bowled out for 174 at the end of day 2, which meant that they trailed by 331 at that stage, but a magnificent fight back by the visitors, it has to be said, in their 2nd innings. Tom Haynes, absolutely magnificent. 243 he made. A double century from Cheteshwar Pujara as well, from just 200 and, how many, what did I wrote it down? 387 balls with his 24th 4, and Derbyshire pick up 15 points. Sussex collect 8. It means that Derbyshire will finish this round of matches on 27 points in 4th place in the county championship, just 7 behind Glamorgan, and those 8 points are enough. No, they're not. I won't carry on with that.
Just to say, Fletcher, apparently Pujara's shot didn't go for 4, it went for 2. That was bad commentary for me.
Well, I thought it went for 4. So it was 23 fours. 23 fours he hit in total.
Got to just say, Fletch, thank you to you and thank you to everyone here at Derby. It's been a really fun 4 days. We've been well looked after. So thank you to the people from Derbyshire Cricket Club. And thank you to you, because it's always great fun coming here.
Adrian, it's always a pleasure. Never a chore. We'll see you in June.
Look forward to it.
In Hove. Yeah, can't wait for that.
Wait for more statistics from...
Oh, we'll have plenty. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
Right.
History making. This is only the 3rd time in the UK and the 11th time worldwide, so it's now official. David Griffin has tweeted it, that 3 double hundreds have been scored in a first-class match, and that is absolutely remarkable. Tom Haynes, Shan Masood, and finally Cheteshwar Pujara, all getting 200 or more runs in the same match. Absolutely magnificent, but it has ended in a draw. 15 points to Derbyshire, 8 to Sussex. Thanks for your company. Adrian's at Worcester at New Road on Thursday. We'll be with you on Radio Derby from Grace Road in Leicester. Until then, unless you're tuning in on Tuesday night when Burton Albion play Rotherham, I'll speak to you on Thursday.